Bosun, pipe him aboard.
Aye, aye, sir.
Fire, dress ship.
Very good, sir. Dress ship!
A Brief History of Man's Maritime Mastery. Chapter 1. Humble Beginnings. In the dawn of human civilization, as early man gazed upon the waters, he saw a world of possibility. Humans, being a rather perceptive lot, noticed that certain things floated, while others did not. Leaves, bark, and logs floated effortlessly on rivers and streams. Insects and birds floated atop lakes and still waters, and it was likely here that the seeds of innovation were sown. Our ancestors soon realized that they could use these natural elements to their advantage. By grasping a floating log and propelling themselves with cupped hands and kicking feet, they began their journey on the water. They discovered that inflating animal hides and clinging to them allowed for travel with the current. With this ingenuity, early humans lashed together logs and bundles of reeds with vines, creating the first rudimentary rafts. Over time, their skills evolved. They hollowed out logs, shaped bark, and fashioned seats, crafting the earliest boats for their needs. These pioneers didn't stop there. They learned to stretch animal skins over wooden frames, creating boats that could be rowed with simple paddles. The paddle became an oar, and soon they were harnessing the power of the wind with sails made from leafy branches and reeds. As the centuries rolled by, boat-building techniques advanced. Larger rafts and canoes emerged, with shelters built on platforms over single or twin hulls. Early sailors experimented with various types of sails, including crab claw, triangular, and square sails, adapting them to the materials at hand and the strength of the wind. But why did early man pursue such innovations? Driven by the need to find food, escape danger, explore new lands, and trade, these early explorers took to the water. Rivers became pathways through jungles and mountains, and seas connected distant lands, making sailing an essential skill. Remarkably, the legacy of these early boats endures. Xenophon, writing some 2,400 years ago, described how Cyrus's men crossed the Euphrates using inflated skins filled with hay. In parts of Asia, travelers still use inflated animal hides to cross streams, and similar coracles have been used in Wales and Ireland since ancient times. The reed bundle canoe, still seen on the upper Nile and on Lake Titicaca, the dugout canoe which continues to serve local transport, are living relics of ancient craftsmanship. If you look, you will notice, still alive and well, various primitive boats. Oxhide pelotas in the Amazon, sewn plank surf boats of Gaul, and crude balams on the Brahmaputra. From those early boats, we see the evolution of maritime technology. The jangada off the Brazilian coast, a raft made of balsa trunks with a triangular sail, exemplifies the ingenuity of its builders. Pizarro and his conquistadors marveled at its seaworthiness, a trait later demonstrated by Thor Heyerdahl's Kon-Tiki as it drifted some 3,700 nautical miles from Peru to Polynesia. In the Pacific, the Trobriand islanders of New Guinea have hollowed out tree trunks and added outriggers for stability for centuries, linking islands across vast distances. Their craftsmanship laid the groundwork for modern seafaring, although the exact inventor of the first boat remains a mystery. It's clear that various cultures independently discovered boat building based on necessity. From birch bark canoes in North America to buffalo hide coracles, and from Tibetan yak-skin boats to Polynesian outrigger canoes, each innovation reflects the ingenuity and adaptability of its creators. The outrigger canoe, in particular, became a vessel of migration, enabling Polynesians to traverse the vast Pacific from Southeast Asia to the islands of Tahiti, Hawaii, and New Zealand. Their open sea voyages, undertaken without modern navigational tools, underscore the spirit of exploration that drove these early seafarers. The evolution of boats, from simple rafts to complex ships, tells a story of human creativity, exploration, and connection. These ancient mariners built vessels that connected distant shores and laid the foundation for modern maritime technology. Their legacy is a testament to the enduring spirit of adventure that continues to inspire us today.
Chapter 2: On the Nile and in the Mediterranean. Our journey into the earliest histories of seafaring takes us back to the ancient land of Egypt, a civilization that thrived along the mighty Nile River. In this great and sophisticated society, the Nile was not just a river, but a vital highway for waterborne commerce. The ships of Egypt were the trucks of their time, navigating the river's currents to transport not only goods, but people. The early Egyptians were pioneering mariners, venturing into the Nile on boats crafted from bundles of papyrus reeds lashed together. Not only were there small, lightweight boats designed to transport people and goods, pharaohs commissioned grand barges capable of hauling the massive granite blocks for their mighty monumental pyramids. Egypt's maritime achievements extended well beyond the Nile. The Egyptians also undertook coastal voyages, as evidenced by their carvings and records. The renowned Queen Hatshepsut, depicted in the sculpted ships at her temple in Deir al-Bahari, near Thebes, embarked on legendary expeditions to the land of Punt, likely around Somaliland in the Horn of Africa. The inscriptions on her temple describe the treasures brought back from Punt: aromatic woods, myrrh, frankincense, ebony, ivory, and even exotic animals like apes and panthers. These ships, about 70 feet long with an 18-foot beam, were designed to navigate the treacherous inshore channels of the Red Sea. Their high bows and shallow drafts allowed them to handle cargo and beach easily, a design feature still seen today on fishing canoes along the Brahmaputra in Pakistan. Egyptian ships were equipped with a single large sail, initially set on a bipod mast. Later, the sail was mounted on a single pole, supported by a long, slim yard and a boom. Wood was scarce in Egypt, so their ships were built without keels or ribs. Herodotus noted that the longest planks were only about 3 feet long, likening the shipbuilders to bricklayers in their approach. To strengthen their vessels, the Egyptians used a truss system, a heavy rope stretched over a series of forked poles, supporting the raised bow and extending to the stern. This simple yet effective method of reinforcement showcased the Egyptians' ingenuity in overcoming the challenges of shipbuilding in a resource-scarce environment. As we unravel the layers of ancient maritime history, the legacy of Egypt's early seafaring achievements reveals a remarkable story of innovation and exploration that laid the foundation for future voyages. As we now turn to the Mediterranean, among the first true seafarers were the Minoans of Crete. Egyptian tomb paintings from this era depict enigmatic soldiers dressed in kilts and sandals. These figures, possibly Minoans, were known for their extensive trade networks, reaching as far west as Sicily. Thucydides, the ancient historian, recounts legends of King Minos, who purportedly conquered and colonized the Aegean Isles. Despite these tales, our knowledge of Minoan ships remains limited. However, the Minoans were just the beginning. The Phoenicians, hailing from the coastal cities of Tyre and Sidon, armed with timber for sturdy shipbuilding, they embarked on voyages that spanned from Greece and Italy to North Africa, Spain, and even the distant shores of Britain. Their maritime empire extended to founding colonies such as Carthage and Cadiz. One of the most famous Phoenician explorers was Hanno, who ventured beyond the Pillars of Hercules, known today as the Strait of Gibraltar, and sailed down the coast of Africa. Hanno and his crew possibly reached as far as Guinea, where they encountered a great river teeming with crocodiles, hippopotamuses, and gorillas, creatures they likened to hairy women. They captured 3 of these animals and brought their skins back to Carthage. Around 600 BC, Phoenician sailors undertook an even more remarkable journey. According to Herodotus, they circumnavigated Africa, a voyage that took 3 years. Upon reaching landfall in the autumn, They would sow fields with corn and wait until harvest before continuing their journey. While some scholars debate the feasibility of this account, it is plausible that favorable monsoon winds and trade winds made such a voyage possible. The Phoenicians were notoriously secretive about their maritime knowledge, but insights can be gleaned from the Bible. In the 27th chapter of Ezekiel, we learn about their ships described as being constructed from cedars of Lebanon and oaks of Bashan, and adorned with fine Egyptian linen sails. These details offer a glimpse into the sophistication and reach of Phoenician shipbuilding. The legacy of these early seafarers, the Minoans and Phoenicians, shaped the course of Mediterranean navigation and trade. If we now look to the annals of ancient Greece, sailing legends stand out with their grandeur and heroism. From Jason and his Argonauts on their quest for the Golden Fleece, to Agamemnon leading the assault on Troy, and Odysseus' arduous journey home after the wars, these tales are woven into the fabric of Greek mythology. While these stories are shrouded in legend, they are rooted in historical truths. Homer, the ancient poet, provides a glimpse into the craftsmanship behind these early voyages. 20 trees in all he felled, and then trimmed them with the axe of bronze, and deftly smoothed them, and over them made straight the line. Meanwhile Calypso, the fair goddess, brought him augers. So he bored each piece and jointed them together, and then made all fast with trenails and dowels. And there at he wrought, and set up the deckings, fitting them to the close-set uprights, and finished them off with long gunwales. And therein he set a mast, and a yard-arm fitted thereto, and moreover he made a rudder to guide the craft, and he made fast therein braces and halyards and sheets, and at last he pushed the raft with levers down to the fair salt sea. All of these fine details give us a glimpse at how the Greeks potentially built their crafts. Over time, Greek maritime technology advanced, leading to the creation of splendid fighting galleys. These impressive vessels, equipped with 1, 2, or even 3 banks of oars, must have been a breathtaking sight. They rode through the Greek islands with blades flashing in the golden sunlight, sails billowing in the gentle breeze, and powerful rams cutting through the waves. The Greeks not only mastered naval warfare, but also established thriving trade networks. They founded colonies in Massalia, or modern-day Marseille, as well as in Sicily, Italy, North Africa, and along the Black Sea. Their ships transported the essential goods of the day: grain from Egypt and Crimea, wine from Asia Minor, purple-dyed fabrics from Tyre, glassware from Sidon, and pottery from all the Greek city-states. As commerce flourished, 2 of the 7 wonders of the world rose above the bustling harbors: the lighthouse of Alexandria, commissioned by the pharaohs, and the Colossus of Rhodes. The Rhodians, known for their brisk and fair dealing, codified the first known maritime laws and worked to suppress piracy. Yet, despite their advancements, neither the Rhodians nor the Mediterranean peoples could withstand the rise of the formidable new power, Rome. The Romans, originally land-bound farmers and soldiers, were thrust into the art of naval warfare by their life-and-death struggle with Carthage. This conflict compelled them to master the construction and use of war galleys. By the time of Christ, the Mediterranean had become Mare Nostrum, or Our Sea, dominated by Roman power. Throughout the summer, the waters were dotted with Roman sails. However, galleys, designed for war, were not suited for the vast commerce that sustained the empire. They lacked cargo space, and their large crews consumed too much. Instead, robust, round ships, relying solely on sails, carried grain from Egypt to feed Rome's masses. These vessels, some reaching nearly 200 feet in length, are well documented in Roman records. Some carved proudly in stone, much like the records left by the Greeks and the Egyptians before them. Chapter 3. The Battle at Salamis. The Battle of Salamis, fought in a narrow channel off the coast of Greece some 2,400 years ago, forever etched into history the critical importance of sea warfare. A massive Persian army, nearly 2 million strong and led by the formidable King Xerxes, had rampaged across the eastern Mediterranean. They conquered wherever they struck, and even mighty Athens fell before them. The Greeks were nearly brought to their knees. Yet, in their darkest hour, the Athenians and their allies still possessed a fleet, 300 to 400 well-manned ships. Xerxes, on the other hand, commanded more than 1,000 vessels, commandeered from Phoenicia, Egypt, and Asia Minor. But numbers alone do not decide the tide of battle. The Greek war galleys were a marvel of naval engineering. Long, fast ships, 125 feet from stem to stern, with an 18-foot beam and a shallow draft of just 3 or 4 feet. These vessels, typically manned by 170 oarsmen, arranged in 3 tiers, could cut through the flat water at 7 knots and in brief bursts reach speeds of up to 10. Despite their speed, they remained incredibly maneuverable. A trained crew could spin a galley on its axis, move ahead or astern with equal ease, and maintain whole squadrons in perfect formation, whether in circles, squares, or spearheads, with rams poised outward, creating an almost impregnable defense. The Greeks understood how to wield these ships with deadly precision. Their galleys were armed with powerful bronze-sheathed rams, placed at the strengthened bows. In battle, they would rush the enemy, suddenly closing in to bring their oars inboard and alongside. With a quick, spinning thrust, they would smash off the opponent's oars, leaving the enemy ship as helpless as a fish without fins. Then, like lightning, the Greeks would swing around and deliver the final, devastating blow, ramming headlong into the defenseless side of their adversary. It was the ancient equivalent of a modern fighter jet firing a rocket into the vulnerable side of a transport plane. The Battle of Salamis was not just a class of ships, but a demonstration of strategic brilliance, ensuring that the Greeks would emerge victorious despite overwhelming odds. The Greek fleet was strategically based on the island of Salamis, and Xerxes knew that he had to attack them there. Yet he was wary. Xerxes understood land warfare well, but the sea was a different, more unpredictable battlefield. The mile-wide narrows between Salamis and the mainland presented a dangerous challenge. Triremes, with their 3 wide banks of oars, required considerable space to maneuver. To enter this narrow passage, the Persian fleet would have to advance on a restricted front, able to bring only a fraction of their overwhelming force to bear at any one time. In those confined waters, Xerxes' ships would be vulnerable. Themistocles, the Athenian admiral, recognized the strategic advantages of Salamis. The restricted approach offered ideal conditions for a smaller fleet, secure from flank attack, to fend off a superior force. Outnumbered 4-1, Themistocles knew this was the place to make the stand. But how could he lure Xerxes' ships into this deadly bottleneck? Themistocles, with his characteristic cunning and courage, devised a plan. He arranged for a trusted servant to carry false intelligence to the Persian fleet, spreading word that the Greeks were demoralized and planning to slip out of the channel, each ship scattering in a desperate attempt to save itself. The message also hinted that the Greek commanders were quarreling among themselves and would offer little resistance if Xerxes moved swiftly. The lure was set. Xerxes, eager for victory, took joy in these tidings. He dispatched squadrons under the cover of night to seal off any potential escape routes from Salamis, and ordered the main body of his fleet to launch a surprise attack through the channel at dawn. He hoped to catch many of the Greek ships still beached, unprepared for battle. The great king, eager to witness the spectacle of his triumph, established himself on the hill of Aigalios overlooking Salamis. There he sat on his golden throne, bejeweled and dressed in shining robe, surrounded by his scribes who stood ready to record the details of the impending victory so that no moment of his anticipated triumph would be lost to history. But the battle that was about to unfold would not go as the Persian king had expected. On comes the Persian fleet, like a surging river, filling the straits from shore to shore. The Persians spot some Greek ships. They must be in flight. The vast fleet sweeps forward, dark ships cutting across the blue morning sea, beating the water white with foam from 1,000 oars. Suddenly, a cheer rings out from Salamis, loud and defiant. A trumpet blasts the call to war. With orderly, intense activity, the Greek fleet moves out and forms a line across the bay. Still, Themistocles plays the fox, cunningly drawing the Persians deeper into the narrows of Salamis, he orders his ships to backwater, feigning fear of the oncoming armada. The invaders, confident in their numbers, jam the narrow sea, their galleys jostling for room, oar brushing close to oar. From the Persians comes a great roar of anticipation. Xerxes licks his lips at the prospect of an overwhelming victory. But then, as Themistocles knew it would, the morning breeze springs up. It brings with it a swell among the Persian fleet, causing their ships to pitch and roll. Oars flail wildly, and the lancers, javelin throwers, and archers aboard the Persian vessels struggle to maintain their balance. These heaving platforms are no place for land warriors. The carefully coordinated attack begins to falter. Now it is the Greeks who smite the sounding sea with the even stroke of foaming oars, as the Greek poet Aeschylus, himself a veteran of Salamis, would later write. In the calm waters the Greek galleys advance, forming an orderly crescent of menacing rams racing across the bay. Every Greek trierarch commands his trireme with precision that sunlit September morning. Every Greek freeman at those long oars is fired with a single idea: to crush the invader. The battle that follows will not just be a clash of ships, but a clash of wills, where the resolve of free men meets the overconfidence of an empire. The fate of Greece hangs in the balance as these two great fleets converge in the narrow waters of Salamis. Too late, the Persians realized they had been deceived. The Greeks were not demoralized, but were lying in wait, ready to strike. The press of Persian ships in the open water forced Xerxes' spearhead deeper into the narrows, where escape would become impossible. Now the Greeks fell upon the Persians without mercy. Ship dashed against ship, its brazen prow, as Aeschylus described. The rolling Persian triremes presented their vulnerable broadsides, and Greek after Greek fell upon them, smashing, rolling them over, and brushing away their floundering oars. Still the long lines of Persian ships pressed on, inexorably sailing toward their doom, unaware of their fate until it was upon them. In the confusion, the vanguard ships tried desperately to turn back, but they could not. They were boxed in, hemmed by the very walls of water that had once seemed their ally. Oarsmen flailed desperately in the swell, trying to reverse their massive oars, but retreat and retracement were now impossible. The sea itself betrayed them, lifting one bank of oars while dipping the other, making control a hopeless endeavor. And the hulls of the ships floated capsized, nor could the sea be seen, filled as it was with the wrecks and carcasses, and all the shores and rocks were full of corpses, and every ship was wildly rowed in flight. Aeschylus' words capture the horror of that day as the Persian fleet disintegrated into chaos. On his golden throne, Xerxes screamed in impotent rage. Captains who had lost their triremes, whose crews had drowned in the carnage, struggled ashore to beg for forgiveness. His fury, knowing no bounds, shouted the command, "Off with their heads." Persian losses were enormous, more than 200 ships, 20,000 men. A detachment of troops sent to exploit the anticipated victory was instead cut off and annihilated at Greek leisure. Only one small squadron, led by the cunning and perseverance of Admiral Queen Artemisia of Caria, escaped without loss. Hotly pursued by the Greeks, she boldly attacked a Persian ship. Mistaking her for an ally, the Greeks veered off, allowing her to flee. Xerxes, his pride shattered, could only remark bitterly, "My men have turned into women, and women into men." The queen's wiliness was his only satisfaction in the debacle. Soon after Salamis, Xerxes withdrew from Greece and eventually from the Mediterranean. His defeat at Salamis paved the way for the glories of ancient Greece to flourish, an era whose art, philosophy, and democracy would leave an indelible mark on human civilization for the infinite benefit of mankind. Chapter 4. The Scourge of the Northern Seas. From the fury of the Northmen, good Lord, deliver us. For centuries, this desperate prayer echoed across the monasteries and villages of Western Europe. As the square-sailed, high-prowed longships of the Vikings surged toward their shores, fear gripped the hearts of the people. These vessels, sleek and menacing, cut through the waves with an eerie grace, their arrival heralding devastation and despair. From the late 8th century to the close of the 10th, the chronicles of France and England are steeped in mourning, recounting the merciless raids of these Norse marauders. Stories of their cruelty abound. Vikings were said to fling babies from spear to spear for sport, and no monastery or village was safe from their wrath. Near the end of the 9th century, the devastation was so widespread that there was no road which was not littered with the dead, including priests, women, and children. It seemed that all Christian people would perish. But who were these wild men, these warriors of rugged stature and barbaric ways? Whence did they come? They were Scandinavians, hailing from the harsh, unforgiving lands of the north. In Old Norse, Vik means fjord, and ing means sun. Viking simply means the son of the fjords. Their homeland was a realm of towering mountains and deep inlets, where the easiest path was by water. It was a land of stark beauty, yet it offered very little to its ambitious sons, so it was only natural that they should turn to the sea. Young chieftains, eager to prove their worth, were assigned longships, masterpieces of naval architecture designed to withstand the savage storms that swept the North Sea and battered Norway's rugged coast. Overpopulation in their homelands ensured a steady supply of followers, eager for the promise of wealth and glory. What better way to make one's fortune than to raid the fertile lands of England just across the North Sea, or to sack a port along the continent? Sea robbing demanded not just courage, but the swiftest and sturdiest ships. The longships of the Vikings were unmatched in their time, a testament to the ingenuity and craftsmanship of these seafaring warriors. Thanks to the burial customs of these chieftains, whose ships were often entombed with them, we know a great deal about their craft. Especially fine vessels have been unearthed from the grave mounds at the Gokstad and Osberg farms in Norway, both dating from the 9th century and both preserved in Oslo's Viking ship hall. These ships, relics of a fierce and storied past, offer us a window into the lives of the Vikings, who once struck fear into the hearts of all who heard the thunder of their oars on the open sea. Far older than the legendary Viking longships is the famed Nidum boat, unearthed from a peat bog in Jutland, now housed in a museum in Schleswig, Germany. Dating back to the early 4th century, this remarkable vessel measures 76 feet in length with an 11-foot beam. Its discovery tells a story as intriguing as its construction. Oddly enough, the boat appears to have been scuttled. Holes were slashed in its hull, and bundles of loot lay nearby. You can almost picture the scene. Burly raiders, hotly pursued, tossing their plunder overboard before sinking their own ship. They chose to destroy their own vessel rather than allow their enemies to overtake them and gain the satisfaction of capturing and killing them. This act of defiance speaks volumes about the fierce independence and pride of these ancient mariners. These early vessels were long, shallow, double-ended craft, quite unlike the carvel-built ships of the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, whose planks were fitted edge to edge over an A-frame with caulking in between. Norse ships, by contrast, were clinker-built with overlapping planks. This method allowed for more caulking to be tucked into the joints, creating a tighter, more watertight hull. Shipwrights shaped each plank from logs, leaving a cleat at intervals. Light ribs were then inserted and lashed into the cleats, resulting in a flexible yet sturdy construction that could withstand the rough northern seas. A Viking ship only had a single bank of oars, as the sail was used more often than in a Mediterranean galley. The sail was strongly sewn, often beautifully decorated by Viking women, and could be quickly braced to the fore and the aft line, allowing these ships to sail very close to the wind. However, their shallow draft and lack of deep keel sometimes caused them to make considerable leeway. Steering was managed with a deep oar fastened to the starboard quarter, controlled by a 40-inch tiller that could be easily maneuvered by one man, even in the roughest seas. On longer passages, an awning at the fore of the ship sheltered the fighting men, while the sailors slept in leather sleeping bags, their weapons always within reach beneath the thwarts from which they rowed. They carried bronze cooking pots, but, whenever possible, meals were prepared ashore to avoid the dangers of fire aboard the wooden vessel. In a remarkable feat of maritime skill, a replica of the Gokstad ship was built in Norway for the 1893 Chicago World's Fair. This replica sailed across the North Atlantic, following in the wake of its ancient predecessor. Constructed, rigged, manned, and handled just as the original would have been, this vessel undertook an even more challenging voyage, without stopping at Iceland or resting in Greenland's harbors. Under the command of Captain Magnus Anderson, she sailed from near Bergen to St. John's, Newfoundland, taking just 27 days to complete the journey. Despite bad weather, this ship performed admirably, achieving speeds of 10, sometimes 11 knots. The sail proved not only efficient, but tractable, and Captain Anderson reported that the wooden ship remained remarkably tight, even in storms. As in the original construction, the ship was not rigid. In a big sea, the entire hull worked, with the gunwale twisting half a foot out of line and the bottom rising nearly an inch, like the chest of a breathing whale. Yet the planking let in no sea, and the ship's elasticity was, in fact, part of her strength. It was this blend of craftsmanship and resilience that made these vessels legendary, not just as warships, but as symbols of the Viking spirit, unyielding, adaptable, and always ready to face the unknown. You can now stand before these ships, harbored in museums, and as you do so, it is not hard to marvel at the sheer audacity of those men who once sailed them. To our modern eyes, these vessels might appear too fragile, too delicate even, to have braved the unforgiving North Atlantic seas. But what seamen those Vikings must have been! Though they likely knew little of precise navigation, relying instead on rudimentary tools, they possessed a profound understanding of the natural world. The sun and stars were their guides, the tides and ocean currents their trusted companions. Above all, they knew their ships, how they performed in every wind, every storm, every current. The Vikings were keen observers of nature. They watched the migratory patterns of birds, setting sail in the spring much like their avian counterparts, and returning home at the autumnal equinox. Then they would bring their ships ashore, covering them for the long winter. These vessels were not just tools of war or transportation, they were cherished, almost living entities. The Vikings lavished care upon them, bestowing poetic names like Snake of the Sea, Raven of the Wind, and Lion of the Waves. Even their sails were given names such as Cloak of the Wind and Mast-Headed Tapestry. To a Viking, no temple meant more to an ancient Greek than the longship. It was a symbol of manhood, adventure, self-respect, and the very hope of eternity. In these ships, the Viking sought to achieve his greatest goals, the perpetuation of his memory through heroic deeds and the amassing of wealth. The more treasure he took with him to the next world, the greater his happiness in the afterlife. This belief is captured in the Havamal, a poem inspired by the wisdom of Odin, the god of war. It offers advice fitting for a warrior culture. A man who wishes to despoil others of their lives and goods must be up betimes. A loafing wolf never gets fat. A sleeping man never wins a battle. Physical courage was the highest virtue, and death in battle was seen as a passport to paradise. The Valkyries, maidens sent by Odin, were said to select only the bravest warriors for Valhalla, the glittering, shield-roofed palace where they would feast and engage in daily combat until doomsday. With such a fate awaiting them, it is little wonder why the Vikings were fearless. Consider an exchange between Thorkel Leira and a captured countryman after a brutal sea battle. As Leira prepared to execute the man, he asked, "What do you think now of death?" The man replied calmly, "What happened to my father must happen to me. He died, so must I." Another captive, when asked how he wished to die, requested to be beheaded from the front so that all could witness his courage. He neither flinched nor closed his eyes as the axe fell upon him. Such was the spirit of the Viking leaders, like the Danish king Svein Forkbeard. Svein exemplified the Vikings' love of the sea. He could handle the largest ship with the skill of a master horseman controlling a spirited steed. He delighted in feats of daring, such as running along the outboard oars while they flashed through the water, or juggling 3 javelins before flinging them to the masthead. In the heat of battle, Svein was known to become berserker, a state of frenzied, almost supernatural rage. Standing in the prow, roaring a war song, he would drive his crew to the brink of madness, infecting them with his fearlessness, compelling them to fight with a savage intensity. These were the men who sailed those so-called frail, delicate vessels across the vast, treacherous North Atlantic. Men who lived for the thrill of battle, the call of the open sea, and the promise of eternal glory.
Chapter 5. Medieval Mariners.
Geoffrey Chaucer, poet, envoy to the king, and customs official, stepped aboard the little vessel moored in the Thames, bracing himself once again for the familiar trials of shipboard travel. It is the year of our Lord 1378. Chaucer, seasoned by past voyages, harbors no illusions about the discomforts that lie ahead. Pulling his hooded cloak tightly about him, leaving only his straight nose and forked beard exposed to the biting wind, he settles on the stern-castle, his gaze fixed on the bustling crew below. The master of the ship, a figure of authority amidst the chaos, commands the men with the urgency of someone well acquainted with the unpredictable seas. The crew, seasoned and sturdy, respond with sort of a lyrical chant, their voices rising and falling in rhythm with the work. Haul the bowline, now veer the sheet. Yo-ho, furlum, lads, haul in the brails. Oh, see how well our good ship sails. Below deck, passengers lie huddled together, their bowls at the ready, many already crying out for hot wine to calm their nerves. The ship's owner, striding about like a lord of his own floating domain, orders sacks of straw to be placed here and there for those unfortunate souls with nothing but their cloaks to lie on. While the stern-castle might offer Chaucer a clean and airy perch, the passenger deck below is another matter entirely. The air is thick with the stench of foul bilge water sloshing beneath the floorboards. As one medieval passenger lamented, "A man might just as well be dead as smell thereof the stink." Sea-sickness is as common as the cold, and sympathy as rare as a calm sea. Rush to the rail. Hope not for a charitable hand to hold thy head, for all near split themselves with laughter, a bishop once lamented, capturing the cruel humor of life at sea. Indeed, the medieval mariner experienced no luxury cruises. Yet, despite the hardships, commerce on the high seas was thriving. Coastal shipping had become a regular and relatively peaceful affair. Chaucer's own shipman from the Canterbury Tales, with his sea-tanned face and gale-blown hair, would have known the heavens from Gotland to the Cape of Finisterre, and every creek in Britain and Spain. All summer long the English Channel, the Bay of Biscay, and the Baltic were alive with the sight of white sails. Tubby little single-masted ships waddled forth from ports like Dover, Bordeaux, Antwerp, Visby, and Bremen, while up the Mediterranean came fleets of galleys on their annual trading voyages. A chronicler of the time gives us a glimpse into the treasures that these ships carried. The Pisans, Genoese, and Venetians supply England with the great gems from the east, such as sapphires, emeralds, and carbuncles. From Asia came rich silks and purples. From Africa, cinnamon and balm. From Spain, the kingdom was enriched with gold and silver, further enriched with German goods, while plentiful streams of wine flowed from their own province of Gascony. In the Mediterranean, commerce lay firmly in the hands of aggressive Italian city-states, but in northern Europe, the Hanseatic League reigned supreme. Led by powerful German commercial cities like Lübeck, Hamburg, and Cologne, the League grew so strong it could negotiate treaties, wage war, twice defeat Denmark, and even govern Stockholm for a time. Like an early United Nations, the Hanseatic League established trading compounds in cities as far-flung as Novgorod, Bergen, and Bruges. Chaucer, well acquainted with the stout burghers of the League's London colony, the Steelyard, knew of their monastic lives dedicated solely to trade. The League's ships, cogs and hulks, sailed from port to port, loading English wool, Flemish cloth, Russian fur, Swedish iron, and Biscay salt. But perhaps their most important commodity was the humble herring, caught in the Baltic Sea off the coast of southern Sweden. Salted and packed in spruce barrels, herring was a staple of the diet for much of Europe. But when the great shoals of herring mysteriously vanished from the Baltic in the 16th century, perhaps due to a decline in the sea's salinity, the power of the Hanseatic League waned. Yet the League's contribution to maritime history were undeniable. A tight-fisted monopoly, it nonetheless demonstrated the benefits of well-regulated commerce, and its relentless demand for more cargo space spurred crucial improvements in ship design. The legacy of these medieval merchants and their stout ships would sail on long after the last herring barrel had been unloaded. Change came slowly to the medieval mariner. Those old sea dogs were a conservative lot, clinging to tradition as if it were a lifeline in stormy seas. The early merchant vessels of northern Europe were little more than plump cousins of the Viking ships, only now the oars were gone. These ships were double-ended, with the same single mast and square sail, and a steering oar on the quarter. But as time passed, the ships began to evolve. The wooden fighting castles that had once been tacked on fore and aft for battle became permanent parts of the ship's design. The stern castle, where the officers now had their cabins, offered an elevated deck from which the entire ship could be commanded. Builders began to reshape the stern to accommodate a new innovation, the rudder. No longer would a landsman confuse bow for stern. Ships grew bigger, and with that size came the need for more masts and more sails. A giant single sail was simply too heavy and too cumbersome to manage with manpower alone. Taking a page from the Chinese, who had mastered the seas long before, European shipbuilders added masts at the bow and stern. They extended a spar from the bow to carry a spritsail, a nod to the ancient Roman artemon. Holes were made deeper, better gripping the sea, and sturdier to bear the increased weight of the added sails and added cargo. The planking, once overlapping like the light Viking ships, now formed a smooth skin over a heavy frame. The result was a slow, clumsy-looking vessel, but one that was sound, reliable, something like the Model T of the great windjammers to come. The medieval mariner was not content with just improving his ship. He made strides in the governance of the sea as well. Codes of the sea were formulated to settle disputes and assign responsibility in case of mishaps. The laws of Oleron, named for a French island, became widely accepted. These laws were strict. A pilot who lost a ship through carelessness or ignorance had to provide financial satisfaction or lose his head. Ships were required to mark their anchors with buoys to prevent foul moorings. And when a shift in the wind provided an opportunity to sail, the shipmaster had to assemble his crew and ask, "Gentlemen, what think ye of the wind?" If they deemed it an ill wind, the ship would not sail. It was during this time that the mariner began to use a new and mysterious tool, the compass. No one knows for certain who invented it, but it revolutionized navigation. At first, the compass was nothing more than a magnetized needle stuck onto a cork that floated in a pool of water. The pilot, often with a bit of showmanship, would magnetize the needle in front of the grizzled sailors. He would remove a lodestone from a small cask, hold it near the edge of a bowl, and as the floating needle swung towards the stone, he would move the stone around the bowl faster and faster until the needle spun wildly. Then, with a dramatic jerk, he would pull the stone away and the needle would slowly settle, pointing north. The sailors, heads shaking in amused disbelief, agreed that this was indeed the best way to magnetize a needle. With the compass, the mariner could now divide the horizon into 32 directions, known as rums of the wind. These rum lines were drawn on charts, and the helmsman followed them with rigid discipline when out of sight of land. Beside the helmsman stood a patient pilot, never turning his eyes away from the compass, chanting a sweet song that assured all was well. If they strayed off course due to compass error, there was little they could do. There were no means to check their position accurately. The medieval mariner had made considerable progress in man's struggle to conquer the sea, but the greatest change was yet to come, not in the ships they sailed, but in the sailors themselves. No longer content to sail only the well-beaten path, the mariner's spirit of adventurer was awakening, setting the stage for an era of exploration that would change the world forever.
Chapter 6. Henry the Navigator, the Explorer Prince.
Atlantic storms blow hard on the somber cliffs of Sagres Point. Here, at the southwest tip of Europe, the waves crash into arching caverns and low caves, shattering into a smother of spray. Winds lash the rock, and even the plants seem to cower, never growing higher than a foot. Standing on this desolate promontory, the endless growling of the sea's anger fills your ears, and constant reminder of nature's relentless power. In the 15th century, gazing seaward from this bleak point, you would see no ocean-going ships, for none existed. No mariners were daring enough to venture far beyond the sight of land. Yet it was at Sagres that a man lived who would change all of that, a man who first coaxed cautious Europe onto the broad highway of the sea. Over 500 years ago, Prince Henry, known to history as Henry the Navigator, made this windswept point his home. Born in 1394, Henry was the fourth son of King John I of Portugal and his English queen. At just 21, he led Portugal's knights against the Moorish stronghold of Ceuta in North Africa. Given the southern province of Portugal called the Algarve, Henry, still in his 20s, retired to a simple retreat at Sagres. His chronicler, Azurara, described him as big and strong of limb. His hair of color naturally fair, but with constant toil and exposure had become dark. His expression at first sight inspired fear in those who did not know him, and when wroth, though such times were rare, his countenance was harsh. Strength of heart and keenness of mind were in him to a very excellent degree and beyond comparison. He was ambitious of achieving great and lofty deeds. All his days were passed in the greatest of toil. His palace was a school of hospitality for all the good and high-born of the realm, and still even more for strangers. Henry never married, nor did he take a regular place at court. He did not sail to strange places, discovered nothing personally, and left few records beyond the stones of Sagres. Yet this brooding prince lit and sustained the flame of discovery, forever changing the thinking of the world. Henry's world was small, a medieval Christian enclave huddled on the edge of Asia, known as Europe, imprisoned by a Muslim empire that stretched from the Middle East to Gibraltar, and by superstitions that shackled the mind. Ships, it was believed, were too frail to challenge the open oceans, and men too fearful to try. But Europe was wakening. The force known as the Renaissance was stirring, and the horizons of the mind were retreating before a revival of classic learning and bold ventures into science and art. The horizons of the earth, too, would soon be pushed back by Prince Henry's ships and the men he inspired to seek out the unknown. Another powerful force driving the age of exploration was the hunger for spices. Europe's drab diet offered few vegetables, few fruits, little sugar, no tea, coffee, or chocolate. Fresh meat was scarce in the winter, with animals butchered in the fall for lack of fodder. Pungent flavorings were more than a luxury. They were essential to enliven this fare and, more critically, to conceal the putridity of aging meat. Spices were believed to cure many ills, extolled as aphrodisiacs, and sought for balms, incense, and perfumes. But their cost was nearly prohibitive. Nutmeg or cloves, worth little in their native East Indies, traveled a tortuous and costly road to Europe. Malay and Hindu merchants shipped them to India, where the Arab monopoly took over, bringing them to the Persian Gulf or the Red Sea. From there, camel caravans transported the precious cargo to Alexandria and Beirut, where Genoese and Venetian ships carried them to city-states that distributed them across Europe. Each handler took a profit, and the costs pyramided to a price that only the wealthy could afford. The Muslim belt around southern Europe shrouded this spice trade in mystery and guarded it fiercely with the sword. It was only on the sea that Prince Henry could hope to outflank Islam and break the Arab stranglehold on Europe. He sought not only to extend Portugal's trade and power, but also to increase geographical knowledge and spread Christianity. Henry also hoped to make contact with Prester John, a legendary Christian king whose fabled realm was believed to lie somewhere to the east. The prince's plan was audacious: to push ships down the uncharted west coast of Africa and map the unknown. In time, his captains would reach the Indian Ocean, the gateway to the empires of the Orient. Others had dreamed of this goal. More than a century before Henry was born, 2 Genoese ships had sailed through the Strait of Gibraltar and headed south, hoping to reach the ports of India by sea. That was the last ever heard of them. Seamen, conservative and fearful, knew of such disasters and respected the sea's power. Prince Henry had a monumental task ahead of him: to incite a revolution in navigation. The first step was to improve the art of navigating itself. Navigating by guesswork and by eye would not get ships far into the unknown. Medieval Europeans knew only 2 methods: piloting, which involved sailing within sight of land, and dead reckoning, a method of deduction that determined the ship position by noting compass course, speed, elapsed time, drift from the wind, and set from the current. Masters achieved surprising accuracy by dead reckoning, but they avoided longer voyages over open sea where they could not coast. Knowledge of coasts, ports, harbors, landfalls, departures, distances, and courses was a closely guarded treasure, preserved in manuscript books held by individual pilots, not shared among mates and masters. At Sagres, Prince Henry assembled a remarkable team: mathematicians, chart makers, astronomers, pilots, master mariners, students, and chroniclers of the voyages. They came from across Europe: Portuguese, Spaniards, Jews, Arabs, Italians, all converging at the first navigational school in Europe. Together, they helped Henry create better charts, improve essential shipboard instruments like the compass, astrolabe, and quadrant, and compile more detailed astronomical tables. This gathering of the minds at Sagres sparked a revolution. It was here, at the edge of the known world, that the tools and knowledge were forged, allowing ships to venture beyond the horizon and into the vast unknown, setting the stage for the great age of discovery. Under Prince Henry's supervision, a transformation began. The simple, square-rigged vessels of the day, round-bellied cargo carriers, often with just one large sail, were no longer sufficient. Before a favorable wind, they might eventually reach their destination as the Lord willed, but they were of little use when tacking against the wind. The Arabs had a good, fast design in the lithe dhow with its lateen sails, able and weatherly, but also weak, ideal for sailing before a gentle monsoon winds, but not for the storm-tossed winds of western seas. Why not combine the best of these 2 types of ships? This question led to the creation of the Portuguese caravel. There is strong evidence that the prince's coterie designed the caravel. It is certain that his shipyards at the port of Lagos near Sagres built these vessels. The caravels had strong European holds capable of stowing ample supplies, and supported 2 or 3 masts with fore and aft lateen rigs. Larger caravels featured 1 big square sail and topsail on the foremast, which drove them before the wind, while 2 more masts carried the lateen sails, perfect for sailing off the wind or tacking against it. These ships, ranging from 100 to 200 tons, were comparatively cheap to rig and man, giving Prince Henry's mariners more range, speed, and maneuverability than any seaman had previously enjoyed. Stories abounded of lost lands, mysterious places, legendary perhaps, but consistently named on ancient charts. St. Brendan's Isle, an ill-defined place called Brazil, no connection to the Brazil we now know today, and a group of islands called Antillia. From Lagos, Prince Henry's first explorers ventured out into the Atlantic to see for themselves. In 1420, 2 of them returned with exciting news. A storm had driven them onto the Madeiras. Henry wasted no time. He sent colonists, and with them crops of grapes from Crete. Soon lush vineyards draped the isles. By 1432, his emboldened seafarers had reached the Azores, 1,000 miles over the western sea. But beyond those islands lay only endless stretches of water, harassed by great storms, with wind and current mainly from the west. The way to the Indies, it seemed, certainly did not lie there. No, the path would open up only after relentless searching voyages along the coast of Africa. Prince Henry sent his ships south, ship after ship after ship. But progress was slow. The seamen were superstitious, the sea was unknown to them, and imagined dangers seemed very real. Medieval scholars had written with macabre relish about the horrors of the torrid zone, and now Henry was asking his sailors to venture directly into it. These men, navigating uncharted waters and braving the unknown, were not just explorers. They were pioneers of a new world, driven by their prince's vision. And as their ships ventured further, they would forever change the maps, the trade routes, and the destiny of nations. The big barrier, the one that haunted the dreams of sailors and scholars alike, was Cape Bojador. Not even 1,000 miles from Sagres, and barely noticeable on a map, this modest angle of the Sahara jutting into the sea marked the line where geographical knowledge ended and mythical terrors began. Beyond its turbulent shallows lay the fabled Sea of Darkness, a place where it was said white men would turn black, lost to the world forever. Azurara, Prince Henry's chronicler, captured the dread in his writings. Beyond this there is no race of men or place of inhabitants, nor is the land less sandy than the deserts of Libya, where there is no water, no tree, no green herb. The sea is so shallow that a whole league from land is only a fathom deep, while the currents are so terrible that no ship, having once passed the cape, will ever be able to return. For 19 years, Henry's captains dared not cross this ominous threshold. The cry was always the same: go back while we may. But one day, a man braver than the rest defied these fears. This was Gil Yennes, a courtier turned conqueror of myths. Yennes had to make 2 attempts. On his first, he came within sight of the cape, but his sailors, seeing the water boiling on the other side, refused to round it. From the masthead they could see a great swirling in the sea, a sign, they declared, of boiling waters and adverse currents. No place but to go back. And so, back they went. When Gil Yennes returned to Sagres, he reported the strange phenomenon to Prince Henry. Disappointed but undeterred, the prince reassured the captain. The sea is not boiling, he explained, but racing at ebb tide over shoals. The prince had seen this same behavior along their own coasts. In 1434, Gil Yennes set sail for the feared cape once more, this time with a different crew. When they saw the water boil again, he sailed on, skirting the shoals just as the prince had predicted. Having found one myth baseless, Yennes pressed on, determined to conquer the others. After a 7-year interruption during which Henry was preoccupied with fighting the Muslims, another captain, Antao Goncalves, was sent beyond the desert belt. He sailed into the zone where the black men reside and returned to Sagres with captives, an act that, though it brought new knowledge, marked the beginning of a new chapter in the world's insidious fascination with slave trade. The Portuguese baptized these captives, pampered them, and absorbed many into their population. But with this voyage, a new shadow of slavery began to stretch across Africa. From 1444 to 1446, Prince Henry licensed 30 voyages. Dinis Diaz rounded Cape Verde. Alvaro Fernandez neared Sierra Leone. The discovery of the Cape Verde Islands naturally followed these explorations. Yet, despite these milestones, the reports from his trusted discoverers must have profoundly discouraged the prince. Each voyage returned with the same frustrating news. Africa still stretched away as far as the eye could see. The endless coast seemed a mockery, and Henry's explorations were increasingly ridiculed as expensive absurdities. But Prince Henry was not a man to be swayed by ridicule. He carried on, pouring his revenues from the Algarve into these relentless ventures. The money from rich tuna fishing, from the olive and cork trees, from almonds and grain, all of it flowed into the coffers of Sagres. His own wants were simple: a chapel, a lookout, a rough bed. The only luxuries at Sagres were reserved for the endless stream of map-makers and mariners who came to study at Prince Henry's school, where the dream of discovery was kept alive. As the little caravels inched their way down the great bulge of Africa, their crews began to find treasures: gold dust, ivory, and more slaves. Some captains became more interested in trade than in discovery. It was asking a lot to pass up such rich profits, and as trading stations rose along the coasts, many went no farther. Others, searching for gold up turbid rivers, fell to poison darts fired from ambush. Prince Henry was undeterred. Patiently he quizzed the captains who had turned traitors, the survivors of the ambushes, the natives who were brought to him, and the men who persevered in exploring. His instructions remained unchanged. Go on, go south. By the time Henry the Navigator died in 1460, his caravels had reached Sierra Leone, still only a third of the way down Africa. Yet the momentum of his efforts drove his captains onward. The real fruits of his labor came after his death. The Crown took over the task of discovery. Now the caravels slipped out of Lisbon and down the Tagus River, bound for Africa. Around the bulge of the continent they dodged captains, probed the coast of Guinea, and ran eastward. Here they named its lands for the trade they offered: the grain coast, the ivory coast, the gold coast, and the slave coast. They even erected a great stone castle on the Gold Coast. It is said that Christopher Columbus, sailing with the Portuguese in the early 1480s, visited this castle of Mina. We can imagine him learning much about the men who were still its masters, their drive for discovery, their persistence in the face of adversity, and their closely kept sailing secrets. Still, the coast ran eastward. Could this at last be the end of the continent? But after 1,000 miles, the discoverers found themselves stopped again by bulking land that stretched indeterminably south. Would it ever end? The seamen were finding the sailing more arduous. In the northern hemisphere, the wind and current had been with them. Getting back was the difficulty. Once in the southern hemisphere, conditions changed. Winds blew from the south and southeast. The famous trade winds and the coastal currents set 10 to 30 miles a day to the north. It says a great deal for the seaworthiness of the Portuguese caravels that they were even able to continue. By 1484, Diogo Cao had pushed nearly 6,000 miles south, setting up stone pillars called padroes at important points. He came within 1,000 miles of the end of the continent and set the stage for Bartholomew Dias. Little is known about the gallant Dias, for Portugal cloaked her explorations in a conspiracy of silence. Lisbon and Lagos swarmed with spies from nations interested in thwarting Portuguese discoveries, or profiting from them what they found. But we do know that Dias fitted out his 2 ships of discovery with special care, adding something other explorers would copy: a supply ship with extra provisions for the ever-lengthening voyages. Dias sailed in 1487 and touched at several points down the African coast. He passed the southernmost pillar erected by Diogo Cao. And then the sketchy record tells us that a hard wind blew him off the land and sped him southward, driving him on for another 13 days. When the huge seas finally abated, he sailed eastward, expecting to connect with the coast. None appeared, so he finally turned north. Finally, mountains rose over the horizon, but before mutinous crews could turn him back, Dias planted a pillar and determined that the coast trended northeastward. He had reached Africa's far side. Hugging the shore on his return, he discovered the continent's tip. An elated Portugal named it the Cape of Good Hope, for surely the way to India now lay open. This is the standard story about Dias. But a 13-day gale is a mighty long storm, anywhere except perhaps off Iceland, and it supposedly blew him southward against the prevailing winds. Without these 2 unlikely circumstances, Dias could not have rounded the Cape. Some postulate that he deliberately stood seaward and then south, but how did he know this was the only way? Perhaps he had an inspired hunch, or perhaps he had prior knowledge from those lost records of that sea school in Sagres. The conspiracy of silence veiled many voyages in secrecy. Perhaps earlier unknown captains had told Bartholomew Diaz of the Cape's winds and currents. No matter how it happened, Diaz's doubling down of the Cape of Good Hope was an epical event, the triumph of Prince Henry's dreams. Now, as the navigator had foreseen, Europe could sail its way out of its medieval bonds. After the pioneering caravels emblazoned with the cross of Christ would come the carracks and the galleons, the great naus of the passage of India, to sail on their stately voyages for the next 2 centuries. For in the very decade that Henry died, the man was born who would finally achieve the first Portuguese footing in the Indies. He paved the way for an empire that encompassed half the earth and fulfilled the vision of the recluse prince. His name was Vasco da Gama. Chapter 7. Vasco da Gama, Pathfinder. Vasco da Gama stood in his familiar place on the quarterdeck of his flagship, the São Gabriel. The evening light bathed the scene in a warm glow, as before him the assembled crew, sailors, soldiers, convicts, cooks, priests, and pilots, joined together in solemn chant. The haunting hymn filled the air, carrying with it the weight of the uncertain journey ahead. For these Portuguese mariners were embarking on a voyage into the unknown, their first attempt to reach the distant shores of India. The chant, mingled with the sigh of the north wind in the rigging and the gentle creak of the ship's timbers, was a symphony to da Gama's ears. Above, pennants fluttered in the breeze, and the cross of Christ stood out in vivid red against the billowing sails. The setting sun cast a gold hue on the scrollwork and gilded shields that adorned the high castles at the ship's bow and stern. As trumpets blared and drums rolled, the 2 consort ships drew alongside to salute da Gama, awaiting the course for the night. With the orders given, they fell back to join the supply ship, the 4th member of the fleet. Da Gama watched as the night lantern was lit atop the high poop deck. He observed the cooks dousing their fires and listened, half-focused, to the pilot's monotonous chant as he guided the steersman, ever vigilant on the course and compass. The seamen, in turn, cast their eyes upon the man at the quarterdeck, a short, thick-set figure with eyes like black opals set above a spade-shaped beard. In both God and da Gama they placed their faith. On this first leg of their voyage down the coast of Africa, the fleet was accompanied by Bartholomew Diaz, the discoverer of the Cape of Good Hope. In a matter of days, Diaz's caravel would veer off toward the Gold Coast, but for now the seasoned explorer was about to discuss the perilous course around Africa. Da Gama led the way to his cabin, where he lit a single candle, one for the master and one for the compass, for no more were allowed on these wooden ships. The 2 men spoke in hushed tones of the north wind that had carried them past Madeira and the Canaries, a wind they knew would soon shift to the northeast trade winds, pushing them further south. But what then? Would they hug the African coast, battling adverse winds? No, da Gama had a bolder plan. He would steer southwestward into the open Atlantic, away from the familiar coastline, before turning eastward to approach the Cape of Good Hope. This daring maneuver would mean crossing some 3,500 miles of open ocean, a distance no one had ever braved before. Did da Gama know that by venturing into the unknown, he would find steady winds to carry his ship 1,000 miles or more toward the south, before the westerlies could drive them to the Cape? Perhaps the secrets of the Atlantic had been unraveled by unrecorded voyages. All we know is that da Gama chose the mid-ocean route, a decision that would change the course of history. The fleet lumbered onward, passing the Cape Verde Islands, where Bartholomew Diaz bade his final farewell. As they sailed past the bulge of Africa, da Gama made a bold decision, altering the course and swinging out into the uncharted waters of open ocean. With this daring maneuver, he caught the southeast trade winds. 1 week sped by, then 2, then 3. The ships bounded across the white-flecked sea, the wind abeam, driving them forward under a sky painted with high, drifting clouds. The pilots, satisfied with their calculations, reveled in the ease of navigation. Steady winds, a gentle heel of the deck, and clear skies that allowed for accurate readings with their astrolabes. But as the fleet turned eastward, aiming once more for the African coast, the winds that had been their steadfast ally gave way to an infuriating calm, punctuated by sudden, violent squalls. The ships often lay motionless, their sails slapping against the mast and rigging, wearing themselves thin. Sharks circled lazily alongside, gobbling up the refuse thrown overboard. Disease spread among the crew as the food began to rot and the water turned foul. Da Gama had turned east too soon, steering the fleet into the doldrums, a region later sailors would know as the Horse Latitudes. Yet by sheer chance or divine providence, his wide swing came astonishingly close to what would become the classic sailing route to the east. After 3 long, grueling months at sea, the crew's spirits lifted. Banners were unfurled, trumpets blared, and solemn chants echoed across the deck. The coast of Africa rose on the horizon just north of the Cape, crowning the tip of the continent. But their trials were far from over. As the ships pressed onward, they encountered the powerful Agulhas current, a mighty force that resisted their progress. When the wind rose and blew against it, the seas turned treacherous, tossing the ships violently, threatening to capsize them. Some sailors, desperate and weary, whispered of mutiny, but Da Gama held the fleet together. They struggled up the eastern coast of Africa, past the furthest point Diaz had ever reached, and northward toward the island of Mozambique. Here they entered the Muslim world, where a thriving trading center greeted their eyes. The sailors marveled at the sight of dhows laden with cloves and pepper, gold and silver, pearls and precious stones. For the first time they saw coconuts, as recorded by the chronicler, a fruit as large as a melon, of which the kernel is eaten. At first the Arabs who controlled trade at Mozambique mistook these sun-darkened strangers for a different kind of Muslim, and Da Gama did nothing to correct them. But the Arabs soon grew suspicious, scorning the cheap trinkets the Portuguese offered and discovering that they were, in fact, Christians. Tensions flared, and clashes ensued, forcing Da Gama to sail on. At Mombasa, the sight of terraced houses brought a pang of homesickness to the mariners. As they beheld the city, they reminisced about some part of their kingdom. Yet here, too, Arab intrigues threatened their mission. Undeterred, Da Gama pressed on, leading his ships further north to Malindi. In this port, whitewashed homes gleamed against a backdrop of palm trees and fertile fields. And here, at last, fortunes changed. Malindi, at odds with Mombasa, welcomed the Portuguese as allies. The king himself extended a hand of friendship, dining with Da Gama in mutual trust, without fear of poison. The crews took on supplies, caulked their ships, and learned the local art of making rope from coconut fiber. Best of all, the king gifted Da Gama with a pilot, a seasoned navigator who would lead them to their final goal, the rich and fabled Indian port of Calicut. A strong breeze filled the sails as Vasco da Gama's fleet cut a direct path across the Arabian Sea. The officers aboard soon came to respect their Arabian pilot, Ibn Majid, whose mastery of the seas, instruments, and charts left them in awe. After 25 days and covering some 2,200 miles, the lookout finally sighted the Western Ghats, the mountain range that marked their approach to Malabar. 2 days later, the fleet anchored off the coast of Calicut. All hands were on deck, eager to witness this monumental moment in history. It was the 20th day of May, 1498, the day the Portuguese had long dreamed of, now realized. Yet Calicut, the fabled city of spices, was not the grand spectacle they had imagined. Instead, it was a sprawling maze of low thatched houses crammed along narrow winding streets that led down to a harborless sea. Insects swarmed the air and snakes slithered underfoot, but the city pulsed with a vibrant energy of trade. The waterfront houses were brimming with spices from the Indies, luxurious fabrics from China, and rare drugs from the interior, goods destined to be ferried across the Indian Ocean by Arab ships to the markets of the West. The streets were a cacophony of life, teeming with Arabs, Hindus, and Chinese, all engaged in the relentless exchange of the riches of Asia. Da Gama, mistaking the Hindus of Calicut for Christians, offered his thanks to the Holy Virgin in a Hindu temple. But as he gazed upon the temple's paintings, depictions of saints with inch-long teeth and multiple arms, his sense of Christian orthodoxy must have been deeply unsettled. His next move was to pay respects to the local ruler, known as the Zamorin. The Zamorin was a haughty tyrant, resplendent in rich silks, who chewed betel nuts from a golden bowl and spat the juice into a jeweled cup held by a waiting slave. At first, the Zamorin seemed welcoming, but his advisers, mostly Arab merchants who controlled the trade in Calicut, quickly turned against the Portuguese. They belittled the meager gifts da Gama presented and whispered warnings into Zamorin's ear. Soon the ruler's demeanor cooled, and da Gama found himself in a precarious position, his life under threat. For 3 tense months, da Gama lingered in Calicut, managing to load his ships with as many spices as he could. Finally, he set sail for home, his return voyage plagued by storms and the scourge of scurvy. Yet when he arrived in 1499, it was to a hero's welcome. King Manuel greeted him with a grand ceremony, showering him with honors which da Gama accepted with the calm confidence of a man who knew his worth. The way to India was now known, and Portugal wasted no time in seizing this opportunity. Within a year, Pedro Alvarez Cabral set out for the east with a fleet of 13 ships. Like da Gama, he took the wide route around Africa. So wide, in fact, that he inadvertently discovered Brazil and claimed it for the Portuguese crown. Cabral returned from India laden with unimaginable wealth. Though his arrival was tinged with sorrow, a fierce storm had claimed 4 of his ships, including one captained by the valiant Bartholomew Dias. The success of these expeditions ignited a new era of exploration and conquest. Portuguese fleets began to sail annually to India, their cargoes transforming Lisbon into the marketplace of Europe. Feeling the economic threat, the Muslims, backed by the Venetians, assembled a formidable armada to protect the traditional Mediterranean trade routes. But off the coast of Diu, India, a handful of Portuguese vessels decisively scattered this fleet, securing their dominance over the seas. Commerce soon led to conquest. In 1510, Alfonso de Albuquerque seized Goa, just north of Calicut, establishing it as the anchor of Portugal's burgeoning overseas empire. Albuquerque then led his fleet to the Malay Peninsula, where they stormed Malacca, the thriving trading hub of the East Indies. His captains, including one Ferdinand Magellan, pushed even further eastward, reaching the Moluccas, the fabled Spice Island. Albuquerque's relentless assaults on Muslim ports reduced the Indian Ocean to a Portuguese sea. By 1524, the small European kingdom with fewer than 2 million people had come to dominate the vast trade networks of Asia. And in that year, a new viceroy arrived in Goa, a man of honesty but arrogance, a stocky figure with a once black beard now flowing white with age. It was Dom Vasco da Gama, the man who had first opened the door to India. His journey, begun with a daring swing into the unknown, had reshaped the world, and now he returned to lord over the land that had made him a legend. Chapter 8. Westward, Columbus, to a new world. The thick-set little ship lumbered through the blue expanse, her clumsy bows carving through the protesting foam. The sea seemed almost reluctant to let this ambling ark pass, as if it were aware of the monumental task she was undertaking. Yet, day after sunlit day, she pressed westward before the steady northeast trades. Christopher Columbus, her master and commander, regarded her with a mix of frustration and indifference. He called her a dull sailor, unfit for discovery, and in his surviving writings he never once mentioned her name, Santa Maria. To him she was simply the ship, a vessel perhaps no more than 90 feet by 20, smaller than many a tug. As Columbus paced the small poop deck, his thoughts were not on the ship, nor on her 2 companions, the nimble caravels Nina and Pinta. His mind was elsewhere, fixed on a passage from the Bible, from the apocryphal 2nd book of Esdras. Thou didst command the waters to be gathered together in the 7th part of the earth. 6 parts didst thou dry up and keep. These words were his comfort, his anchor. If this ocean were indeed only a 7th part of the world, and to Columbus, what other ocean could there be, then he should be nearly across it. Soon, he believed, he would reach the fabled East. Europe would have a new gateway to the riches of Asia, and he, Columbus, would be admiral of the ocean sea, supreme governor of all the lands he discovered, a Don of Spain. 1/8 of all the profits would be his, a legacy for his family, glittering prizes that danced before his eyes. But the reality was stark. More than 3 weeks had passed since the little fleet departed from the Canary Islands. According to the chart of Toscanelli, the Florentine who shared Columbus's convictions, Japan lay 3,000 miles west of the Canaries. Toscanelli was half right. The distance was indeed about 3,000 miles, but not to Japan. It was to an entirely new world. Columbus, however, had calculated the distance to Asia as even less. Old sailors on Madeira had told him of a land far to the west where one of their number had been blown by a storm. An odd storm it must have been to carry a ship that far. Even at an average of 100 miles a day, the fleet should be nearing the fringe islands of Asia by now, Columbus reasoned. But the crew of the Santa Maria was growing restless. They were muttering among themselves, casting fearful glances at their commander. They were an average crew, some seasoned hands, others mere riffraff free from jail by royal amnesty. Superstition and tradition were all they had in common, remnants of their hazardous calling. They dreaded the ill omens of their trade, sailing on a Friday, finding knives crossed on the table, spilling salt. In good weather they avoided cutting fingernails, trimming hair, or whistling, unless a senior officer did so deliberately to summon the wind. They shuddered if their ship listed to starboard while in port, a very bad omen indeed. A newly joined seaman, hearing a sneeze on his left as he boarded, would rather jump ship than embark on a voyage doomed from the start. At sea, snarled running gear and torn sails were often blamed on goblins. Then there was the Sargasso Sea. Columbus's men saw the strange sargassum weed lying thick on the water, so that acres of the ocean resembled a summer field in Spain. They hauled up buckets of it, expecting roots, thinking it had drifted from land nearby. But as the days passed, the weed continued to surround them with no sign of land in sight. The crew's initial smiles faded, replaced by growing fear. The sea must be getting shallow, they thought. Danger was imminent. They sounded with the deep-sea lead. No bottom. Their fears deepened. What lay ahead in this uncharted ocean? What new terrors awaited them? The journey into the unknown was beginning to weigh heavily on the crew, their superstitions fed by the endless days at sea. But Columbus, driven by his unwavering belief, pressed on, unaware that his quest for Asia would soon lead to a discovery that would change the course of history forever. There were times when the wind failed, leaving the ships becalmed in the vastness of the ocean, and the men began to moan in despair. How could they ever return to Spain without a good wind? It seemed that nature itself was against them. But then, as if in answer to some silent plea, the wind returned, filling the sails and pushing the ship onward. To Columbus it was nothing less than divine intervention, a sign that God was guiding their way. Yet the wind, though welcome, always blew from the east, and this only deepened the crew's fears. How could they ever hope to beat back home against such constant winds? Food and water would run out, they whispered, and they would perish in this bleak, endless ocean. Columbus, ever the steadfast leader, tried to calm their fears. He began reporting their daily progress as less than what his own calculations revealed, hoping this small deception might ease the men's anxiety, making them feel that they were not so far from home after all. Still, the wind blew from the east and northeast, relentless, unchanging, just as it does today in these latitudes. Day after day, the little ships stumbled onward, rolling, creaking, and slowly pitching as they were driven farther and farther from Spain. The sails thinned, the cordage chafed, and the figure of Columbus grew more intense, more driven, his resolve hardening as each day of western progress took the crew deeper into the unknown. Columbus was no stranger to doubt. For 7 long years he had fought against naysayers and skeptics for the chance to make his voyage. He had appealed to John II of Portugal, the grandnephew of Henry the Navigator, only to be dismissed by a commission of experts who scoffed at his ideas. Undeterred, Columbus turned to the court of Spain, where he spent another 6 years pleading his case. He argued again and again that the East could be reached by sailing west, all the while enduring the scorn of scholars and learned men who found his theories ridiculous. Who did this fumbling Genoese upstart think he was? They ridiculed him, insisting that the admiral's ideas could not possibly be true. Some say that in desperation to refute him, they even dredged up the old belief that the world was flat. But Isabella of Castile, who ruled Spain alongside Ferdinand of Aragon, saw something in this tall, red-haired adventurer that others did not. Isabella had much to be grateful for in 1492. The Christian forces had finally captured Granada, the last stronghold of the Moors, who had occupied Spain for nearly 8 centuries. Perhaps the Queen, in her moment of triumph, saw in this mystic mariner a chance to achieve even greater glory for reborn Spain, to extend her influence and spread Christianity across the seas. Whatever her reasons, Isabella granted Columbus the support he needed. The enterprise of the Indies, as he called his plan, was finally backed by the Spanish crown, setting the stage for a journey that would change the world forever. The crew's grumbling grew louder, threatening to erupt into full-blown mutiny. By October 10th, they had reached their breaking point. No more westward, they demanded. They were ready to cast this Genoese madman overboard and turn the ships back toward Spain. But Columbus, with an iron will and a voice that still carried authority, urged them to hold on just for a few more days. Just a little farther westward, he pleaded. And then, on October 11th, the ocean beginning to speak to them in new signs, weeds, driftwood, and a branch bearing fresh green leaves floated past the ship. At these signs all breathed again, wrote the chronicler of the voyage, as Bartolome de las Casas would later record in the mid-16th century. Hope flickered once more among the weary sailors. Then, on October 12th, 2 a.m., Rodrigo de Triana spotted over the moonlight-bathed endless sea a shadow on the horizon. Was it a cloud? No, it was solid, unmistakable, growing larger with each passing moment. He cried emphatically and possibly emotionally, "Land ho! Land ho!" The cry echoed across the decks, a cry that lifted the hearts of the men who had long since resigned themselves to an endless, watery grave. Pinta found land and made the signals which the admiral had commanded. They took in all sail and kept jogging, waiting for a day. So Columbus reached San Salvador, the outermost of the Bahamas. As dawn broke, he unfurled every flag, donned his most splendid attire, and stepped onto the sandy beach with all the pomp and ceremony befitting a grand occasion. Seamen, who had only days before plotted his murder, now crowded him, their disbelief giving way to awe. He had been right. From the woods, timorous inhabitants emerged, naked and unadorned, their eyes wide with wonder as they beheld these men who, in their minds, had descended from the heavens. There were no grand cities, no signs of the civilization Columbus had anticipated. No one had heard of the great Khan of whom he carried letters of introduction. This island, he reasoned, must just be an outpost. Cathay, the fabled land of riches, must lie further beyond. So Columbus set sail once more, cruising the Bahamas, coasting Cuba and Hispaniola, ever searching for the gateway to Asia. He found wild cotton, strange plants and fruits, and a little, very little, gold. But there were no spices, no silks, no pearls, only unclothed natives who remained convinced that these strange visitors were beings from the heavens. On Christmas Eve, Santa Maria drifted off Hispaniola in a dead calm. Columbus, exhausted, had retired for the night. The sailor at the helm, overcome by drowsiness, handed control to a young ship's boy, a breach of protocol that the admiral had always strictly forbidden. In the stillness of the night, the poor vessel grounded quietly but fatally on a reef, her seams splitting open to the sea. Columbus, ever resourceful, transferred most of the crew to the stockade ashore. Tragically, many of them would later perish there. He boarded the Nina, his favorite of the 3 ships, and set his course for Spain in mid-January 1493. As if by some divine design, the return voyage was as flawless as the journey out. Columbus followed the ideal route, carried by a favoring trade wind westward, and now by variables and westerlies on his way home, as if the path had been known all along. His return to Spain was nothing short of a glorious triumph. Ferdinand and Isabella welcomed him as if he were a fellow monarch. Those who had once scoffed at him now vied for the honor of his company. Columbus passed through Spain like a conquering hero, reaping all the promised rewards. Within 6 months he was once again at sea, leading a grand fleet of 17 ships and 1,500 men, eager to follow up on his discoveries and finally find the Asian mainland he had so long pursued. Christopher Columbus made 4 voyages in total, each one a quest to solidify his vision of a new route to the riches of Asia. Along the way he stumbled upon more islands, established the settlement of Isabella on Hispaniola, the first European outpost in the New World, and bestowed upon the current inhabitants the enduring misnomer Indians, clinging stubbornly to his belief that he had reached the fringes of the Indies. However, some argue that Columbus was not using a term indicating people from the Indies or India at all, but that from his writing, Columbus referred to these current inhabitants of the isles he had just come upon as una gente indios, indios meaning in God, or a people in God. Which is true? We may never be certain. But Columbus, the visionary explorer, proved to be a poor administrator. His ambition, which had driven him across the vast Atlantic, became his undoing on land. Eager underlings, hungry to exploit the newfound territories for their own gain, undermined his authority and spread tales of his failures back to Spain. The whispers grew louder as the Portuguese, following a true route to the Orient, returned home with ships laden with fabled riches Columbus had so desperately sought. His reputation in tatters, Columbus found himself disgraced, but he never wavered in his conviction that Asia lay just beyond the shores of Cuba, just past the land he labeled terra firma, which we now know as South America. On his final voyage, Columbus skirted the Isthmus of Panama, confidently declaring that he was within a mere 10 days' sail of the Ganges River. He was aging, yet his obsession with finding the Great Khan, with discovering Cathay, with uncovering those elusive spices and gold, drove him ever onward. A few more miles westward, he thought, and the treasures of the East would be his. But it was hopeless, of course. The Indies were indeed beyond his reach, more than 10,000 miles beyond, separated by the vast expanse of a continent and an enormous ocean that the Europeans did not even know existed. Stripped of his titles, his health broken, Columbus returned to Spain from his last voyage in 1504. Within 2 years, he had passed away, still clinging to the belief that he had found a new route to Asia. The world was left unsure of exactly what Columbus had discovered, but one thing was certain. He had set Spain on a course that would transform it into a superpower of exploration and conquest, a realm that had once been dominated by Portugal alone. In 1494, the rivalry between Spain and Portugal reached a tipping point, and the Treaty of Tordesillas was signed, drawing a line of demarcation 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands. Lands discovered to the west of this line were Spain's, while those to the east, including a portion of Brazil, were Portugal's. The rush for gold and glory was on, and in the frenzy Columbus's star had faded. His continents would come to bear another's name, but no one could ever strip him of the triumph of that first 33-day voyage across an unknown ocean, a journey that still stands as potentially the greatest voyage of discovery ever made. Chapter 9. The World Circumnavigated. Vasco Núñez de Balboa, Spanish explorer, governor, and conquistador, had climbed a peak in Panama and glimpsed the vast expanse of the South Sea, while Portuguese explorers in the Orient had navigated its western edges. But what lay between these distant horizons? European mapmakers were baffled, yet they clung to one belief: the ocean was likely narrow. This thought fortified Ferdinand Magellan as he prepared for his daring mission in Seville. Commissioned by Spain, this Portuguese navigator was tasked with crossing the unknown ocean after finding a way around the Americas. Magellan believed that just as Africa tapered eastward toward its cape, South America must taper westward to a similar point. Somewhere there had to be a passage, an outlet that would lead to the riches of the Moluccas. Once found, trade would flourish, and Spain's coffers would swell, rivaling those of Portugal. By September 20th, 1519, Magellan's fleet of 5 small ships, Trinidad, San Antonio, Concepcion, Victoria, and Santiago, was provisioned and ready to embark from Sanlúcar. The captains inspected their vessels for stowaway wives and other contraband. Then, with a thunderous salute from their cannons, they set out on one of the boldest voyages in the history of the sea. The fleet sailed steadily down the North Atlantic, bound for Brazil. The pilots lost sight of the North Star and instead began navigating by the Southern Cross. Antonio Pigafetta, a Venetian chronicler, meticulously recorded their journey, providing a primary account of the expedition. Nearly 3 months after their departure, the ships anchored in what is now Rio de Janeiro. The crews reveled in the abundance of the land, feasting on fowl, tapir, sweet potatoes, and pineapples, while trading amicably with the local Indians. But Magellan was mindful of the papal decree that had granted Portugal dominion over Brazil. Fearing an attack, he urged his fleet southward, ever searching for that elusive strait that would lead them to the great South Sea. At the vast estuary of Rio de la Plata, Magellan thought he had found his passage. A high point of land inspired the cry of Montevideo, or I see a mountain, thus christening a future city. But the broad expanse of water was merely a river, and the fleet pressed on. As they ventured further south, icy winds swept up from the Antarctic, chilling the men to their bones. Frostbite gnawed at the crew until Magellan found refuge in a sheltered bay where they could winter. There the men hunted strange geese and sea wolves, penguins and seals, curing the meat for sustenance. Gigantic natives appeared, and Pigafetta observed their curious customs, noting that they ate rats without skinning them. Magellan dubbed these towering people Patagones, or Big Feet, a name that would forever mark the region as Patagonia. Throughout the bitter winter, Magellan faced mutiny. He outwitted the would-be rebels, executing 3 and marooning 2 more. But the harsh conditions continued to test the fleet. When the Santiago was sent southward to reconnoiter, a sudden squall smashed her against the shore. Though the crew survived, they had to rejoin the now dwindling fleet of 4 ships. In October 1520, a spring breathed new life into the land, and the lookouts spotted what seemed to be a bay. It was the strait they had been searching for. Magellan convened with his officers, all of whom were determined to press on. But the pilot of the San Antonio, the largest ship, turned back, abandoning the quest. Undeterred, Magellan swore to the others, "Even if we have to eat the leather wrappings on the masts and yards, I will go on." Cautiously, the 3 remaining vessels navigated through the strait's treacherous waters, battling fierce currents and towering 40-foot tides. Along the southern shore, Indian fires flickered in the distance, prompting Magellan to name the land Tierra del Fuego, or Land of Fire. It took a grueling month to thread their way through the stormy passage that would forever bear Magellan's name. But at last they emerged into the vast, open expanse of the great South Sea. The waters, calm and sunlit after the perils of the strait, inspired the explorers to christen this newfound ocean the Pacific. Their spirits buoyed. The men sailed up the coast of what is now Chile and headed west into the vast emptiness of the Pacific Ocean. Magellan eagerly awaited the lookout's cry that the Moluccas, the Spice Islands of the East Indies, were in view. But the weeks dragged on. The smoked penguins they had stored began to spoil. The biscuits turned into powder and crawled with worms, and the drinking water grew yellow and alive with parasites. The men pinched their noses to choke it down. Scurvy set in, ravaging the crew as weaker men sought shade from the relentless sun. 2 months into their journey, they found a tiny atoll, now called Puka Puka, or Dog Island, part of the Tuamotu group of islands. The crew caught fish and seabirds and trapped rainwater in their sails, but there were no fruits or vegetables. Scurvy continued its relentless assault, covering the men's bodies with sores. Their teeth loosened in their swollen gums and fell out, while black blood oozed from their wounds. Moving their aching joints brought shrieks of pain. As the ships pressed on, hunger and disease took an ever greater toll. Only a handful of sailors remained capable of working the gear. A single gale could have destroyed them all. Desperate for nourishment, Magellan ground up maggots for the scant nutrition they offered. Rats became so precious they fetched half a year's pay. In grim fulfillment of their leader's vow, the men dragged the ship's leather parts astern to soften them, then pulverized the material and boiled it to a thin broth. By March 5th, 1521, the fleet was nearly helpless, the crew absolutely out of food. At dawn the next morning, a lookout spotted a distant mountain. Parched and weak, he wet his cracked lips and tried to cry out, but could only manage a pitiful croak. Finally, he shrieked with all his remaining strength, "Praise God! Praise God! Land, land, land!" and burst into tears. This land was Guam. Islanders swarmed out to meet them in swift prows, and promptly stole a skiff from under the Trinidad's stern. Climbing aboard the ships like monkeys, they took everything not nailed down. A haughty chief even knocked down 2 decrepit sailors. The Spaniards struggled to their crossbows, and one buried an arrow in the chief's chest. The chief, with a look of surprise, pulled out the crimson shaft and examined it curiously before collapsing. After firing broadsides, Magellan's men landed, dispersed the villagers, and recovered the stolen skiff. They then gorged on long figs, which were actually bananas, drank the refreshing milk of coconuts, and chewed on some delicious sugar cane. They named the archipelago the Ladrones, meaning thieves, a name that persists for the Mariana Islands to this day. Another week of sailing brought the explorers to the high island of Samar in the Philippines. Magellan had sailed this far east before while in the service of Portugal. Now he had reached the same meridian by sailing westward for Spain. He had circumnavigated the world. Behind him lay some 9,000 miles of this so-called narrow Pacific Ocean. The fleet threaded its ways through the forested lands off Leyte, passed through Surigao Strait, and anchored at the tiny island of Limasawa. Islanders hovered about in boats but remained cautious, keeping their distance. Then a Malay slave that Magellan had acquired in the service of Portugal hailed them in his native tongue. They replied, and at that moment Magellan knew he had reached the Orient. The Spaniards, seeking to establish trust with these shy islanders, placed gifts on a plank and floated it toward them. After 2 days of this cautious diplomacy, the king himself came aboard. Magellan, ever the diplomat, gifted him a robe and a scarlet cap, and the two pledged brotherhood in a blood ritual, each pricking himself and tasting the other's blood. Pigafetta, the chronicler of the voyage, along with Magellan's Malay slave, were invited ashore as the king's honored guests. There, seated in state, they dined on a dish of pig's flesh, washing down each mouthful with wine. The fleet sailed on to the populous island of Cebu, where Magellan induced the king to swear fealty to the crown of Spain. In this moment of triumph, the explorer wept with joy, embracing the king and pledging eternal peace between Spain and Cebu. Overcome by the magnitude of his achievement, Magellan turned missionary, converting the king and triggering a rush of baptisms. The fleet's priest worked tirelessly, his arms barely able to lift in blessing. To this day, the Philippines remains Asia's only predominantly Christian nation. However, not all were eager to embrace the cross. On the nearby island of Mactan, a defiant chief refused conversion. Against the advice of his fellow officers, Magellan decided to coerce him. With about 50 followers, he landed on the shoals of Mactan. They were met by a howling horde that showered them with arrows, javelins, spears hardened in fire, and even mud. Though their armor protected most of their bodies, the Europeans were vulnerable in their legs. The warriors, skilled in battle, aimed low. After an inconclusive skirmish, most of the Europeans retreated to the boats offshore, but a handful stayed with Magellan. As the natives closed in, Magellan and his men fought them off in the water, inching their way toward the boats. Magellan managed to stab an assailant with his lance, but the weapon was wrenched from his grasp as the man fell. When he reached for his sword, he found he could not draw it, a javelin wound in his own arm rendering him too weak. Seeing his plight, the warriors concentrated their attack on him. One drove a spear with full force into Magellan's legs. He fell face forward into the water, and in an instant the mob threw themselves upon him, hacking him with their weapons. Pigafetta, who had fought beside him until the end, sorrowfully recorded the death of our mirror, light, comfort, and true guide. Magellan's death shattered the Europeans' prestige. A large party of Spaniards was lured ashore and slaughtered. Those who remained aboard, including Pigafetta, cut the anchor cables and fled. Yet the survivors still had enough determination to continue their quest for spices. Abandoning the leaky Concepcion, they traded at Borneo and finally found cloves in abundance at Tidore in the long-sought Moluccas. As the first loads came aboard, the crews fired a salute, for these spices were the chief object of their voyage. When the supply of barter goods ran out, the men traded their coats and shirts for even more cloves. By late December 1521, both vessels were overladen with spices. Then the Trinidad fell prey to the Portuguese, leaving only the Victoria, commanded by Juan Sebastian del Cano, one of the mutinous officers from earlier in the voyage. By a twist of fate, the duty of holding the last ship together for the journey home now fell to him. Only 47 men remained out of the 275 who had left Spain. The worm-eaten ship and her emaciated crew fought storms and adverse currents as they crossed the Indian Ocean and coasted Africa, keeping far south of the Cape of Good Hope. Finally, Victoria limped around the Cape and set a course northward for the Atlantic. Once again, scurvy and starvation set in. Not until June did the ship struggle across the equator. By that time, there was a funeral every day. The last thing Del Cano wanted was to stop at the Cape Verde Islands and risk running into the Portuguese. But bitter necessity forced him to. He warned his men to say that they had come from America, but the secret leaked out. They had been trading in the Portuguese sphere of influence. Every sailor ashore was seized, and Del Cano had to weigh anchor quickly to save his ship. He had hardly enough hands left aboard to man it. On September 8th, 1522, Victoria finally bore 18 wretched survivors into Seville. Magellan's fame rang through Europe, for although the great feat did little to increase Spain's hopes of rich trade routes, it opened the eyes of questing men to the true dimensions of their home planet. Chapter 10. Conquering the Icebound North. Henry VII of England was no warrior king. While others sought glory on the battlefield, Henry had his eyes fixed on a different prize, a merchant marine built on the trade of herring, wine, and wool. His gaze turned east, toward the land of gold, spices, and precious stones. But the path to these riches was not clear. The southern sea lanes to the Indies were jealously guarded by Spain and Portugal. What was left for England, then? Enter John Cabot, a citizen of Venice now calling England home. Cabot had a bold idea. Why not sail west by a northern route? Henry agreed, seeing opportunity where others saw only obstacles. And so, in 1497, Cabot boarded the bark Matthew and set sail, carrying with him the hopes of England's merchants and the blessing of a king who knew how to bargain. Like Columbus before him, Cabot believed he was bound for Asia. But instead of the fabled riches of the Orient, he found something different. Wealth in the sea, a seemingly endless supply of codfish off the coasts of Cape Breton Island and Newfoundland. For his discovery, tight-fisted Henry rewarded Cabot with a mere £10, a pittance for the man who had unveiled a new world. Cabot's discovery set off a chain reaction. Portugal's Gaspar Corte Real followed his track to this new-found land, only to vanish without a trace. The lure of a northwest passage, a fabled shortcut to Asia, beckoned many others. In 1509, John Cabot's son, Sebastian, took up that quest. He drove his ships north, daring the ice-choked waters of Hudson Strait, perhaps even glimpsing the vast expanse of Hudson Bay. But the Arctic had other plans. Great icebergs and the terror of his crew forced him to turn back. The search for the Northwest Passage became an obsession, a will-o-wisp that would lure mariners for the next 4 centuries. Esteban Gomez for Spain, Giovanni de Verrazzano for France, and Jacques Cartier all sought the elusive route. Cartier even sailed up the mighty St. Lawrence River, only to be halted by rapids he named for distant China, the Lachine. Safe and warm in his own study, the great map-maker Mercator boldly proclaimed that the way to Cathay through the north was doubtless very easy and very short. But reality was far more treacherous. Sir Hugh Willoughby, carrying England's hopes, ventured north around Norway, only to meet a frozen fate in Lapland. And William Barents of Holland, who put Spitzbergen, Novaya Zemlya, and the Barents Sea on the map, was ultimately claimed by the unforgiving Arctic. The quest for the Northwest Passage was more than a search for a trade route. It was a testament to human endurance, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. A pursuit that for many would end in icy silence. On Arctic and Antarctic voyages, man meets an unyielding foe, the white, silent killer, cold. This relentless enemy weakens the body, assails the mind, numbs the senses, and dulls the courage of even the most seasoned sailor. It creeps into every corner, every crevice, slowly but surely assaulting the ships on which these sailors ply their trade. Frozen gear refuses to run through the blocks. Sails freeze and must be handled with bare hands, for gloved fingers cannot claw canvas as needed. In these frigid seas, only men of an iron constitution and supreme confidence dared to venture. Men like Martin Frobisher, one of Queen Elizabeth's indomitable sea dogs. In 1576, as England's interest in the Northwest Passage revived, Frobisher threaded his way among Greenland's icebergs, battled through a tempest that nearly capsized his ship, the Gabriel, and crossed to Baffin Island. He ventured into the bay that now bears his name. When he encountered the people living within those islands, he believed, like many of his time, that he had Asia on his right and America on his left. 10 years later, another intrepid explorer, John Davis, took up the challenge. A skilled pilot and inventor of the backstaff, a precursor to the sextant, Davis pushed up the west coast of Greenland. At 72 degrees, 12 minutes north, he found no ice to the north, only a vast, open sea. Davis, who mistakenly thought America was an island, underestimated the scale of the problem. Yet he was closer to the truth than he realized. When Roald Amundsen finally navigated the Northwest Passage centuries later, he used this very entrance, the Davis Strait. The quest for the Northwest Passage was interrupted by war with Spain until 1602, when George Weymouth, sailing for the newly chartered East India Company, stumbled into the Hudson Strait. Ice sheathed his ship, and the entire crew, including the chaplain, mutinied. They took the helm and limped home through storm-tossed seas. And then came the most stubborn passage-seeker of all, Henry Hudson, whose name now lives on in the bay, the strait, and the river. Hudson had already tried to reach Cathay over the top of the world, a route that today's airliners fly with ease, but ice forced him to Spitsbergen. Undeterred, he attempted the northeast route again, only to be blocked by ice once more. Sailing now for the Dutch, Hudson turned his attention to the Hudson River. In 1610, Hudson wrestled Weymouth's old ship, the Discovery, into the Hudson Strait, dodging icebergs and braving the furious turbulence of the strait's entrance. Ice beset the little ship, and the men muttered of turning back. But Hudson pressed on. The land fell away, revealing an immense open sea. Confident, even proud, that he had won the passage, Hudson sailed south, but it was only the Hudson Bay. Trapped in a labyrinth of islands, the Discovery wandered aimlessly, nerves frayed as ice locked the ship fast near the southern shore of James Bay. The men sickened through the bitter winter. Supplies ran low, and descent turned to mutiny. When spring finally broke the ice, the starving and homesick crew accused Hudson of concealing food. Mutiny flared on June 22, 1611. The ringleaders set Hudson, his son, and 7 loyal men adrift in a shallop, with neither food, drink, fire, clothing, nor any other necessities, and then sailed for home. Near the mouth of the Hudson Bay, the surviving mutineers met their own fate, attacked and killed by Inuit hunters. An English court later acquitted the few survivors who did make it home, but Henry Hudson was never seen again. But the spirit that drove Hudson lived on. It infected others, shaping the rugged mariners of England, who now stood on the threshold of an empire that would span the globe. Hudson's final, fateful journey marked the beginning of a new chapter, one of exploration, conquest, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. Chapter 11. Scrappy sea dogs subvert Spanish supremacy. In the stillness of the night, 4 small ships glide silently across the inky waters, their sails billowing in the faint breeze as if propelled by the shadows themselves. Aboard one of these vessels, a fiery-eyed man, none other than Francis Drake, surveys the dark horizon. His voice, a harsh whisper, cuts through the night as he orders his band of cloaked men to ready themselves. The oars are drawn in. Weapons are gripped tightly. Muskets, small cannons, bows, and fire pikes with their deadly combustible ends. The only sounds are the gentle swirl of the sea against the shore and the soft sigh of the wind through the palms. The 4 boats, like phantoms, drift ashore. A few men are left to guard the boats while Drake, with a determined gleam in his eye, leads the others up the hill. There, on the hill, in the pale light of the moon, the brass barrels of cannons gleam, an ominous sight. This is Nombre de Dios, the key to Spain's treasure-laden galleons that shuttle the wealth of South America back to Europe. The port sleeps peacefully, oblivious to the approaching danger. After all, who in the year of our Lord 1572 would dare challenge the might of the Spanish Empire in the Caribbean? Perhaps the Cimarrones, the runaway slaves turned fierce warriors, might attack, but from the dense jungle, not the sea. A single sentry paces lazily among the harbor cannons, his vigilance dulled by the calm night. Suddenly, a rustle in the dark. The sentry turns just in time to see Drake's men, like specters, leap over the parapet. They wrench the cannons from their mounts, sending them crashing down the hillside. Panic grips the sentry as he races to sound the alarm. The great bell in the church tower rings out, its clanging echoing through the night. From the town below comes the cries of startled men and women, the hurried clatter of feet on cobblestones, as the town awakens to chaos. Drake, ever the strategist, sends his younger brother John with 12 men to flank the town, to strike from the opposite side in a pincer attack. With the town now fully alerted, Drake orders his drummers and trumpeters to sound. The air fills with the stirring beats of drums and the sharp calls of trumpets, as Drake and his men march boldly down Main Street, their flaming fire pikes held high, casting a hellish glow that strikes terror into the hearts of the defenders. In the marketplace, the Spanish soldiers scramble into formation, hastily lashing on armor, unsheathing swords, and priming their clumsy muskets. Drake's men unleash a deadly volley, and with a fearsome roar they charge with their pikes. At that very moment, John Drake and his handful of men burst in from the opposite flank, catching the Spaniards off guard. The attackers are like a tidal wave crashing into the town. The Spaniards, taken by surprise, break ranks, but not before getting off one desperate volley. A trumpeter falls, others are wounded, but the town is taken. The victory is Drake's, or so it seems. As if the very heavens themselves disapprove of this audacious raid, the skies suddenly darken, and a tropical rain begins to pour with such ferocity that it blinds the combatants. The downpour extinguishes the fire pikes, soaks the matches, and renders musket and cannon alike useless. Powder becomes sludge, bowstrings slacken, and the men, now drenched and disheartened, take shelter under a veranda, cursing the rain that has stolen their triumph. When the rain finally ceases, Drake steps out, and for the first time his men see that he is wounded, his clothing soaked with blood. Realizing the severity of the situation, they refuse to risk his life any further. Gently they lift their wounded leader and carry him back to the boats, retreating him into the dawn. Drake may have failed to hold Nombre de Dios, but he is not defeated. For Drake, the riches of the Spanish still beckon. If Nombre de Dios is now too strongly defended, then he will intercept the treasure before it ever reaches the port. He knows well the route. The gold and silver mined in the distant lands of Chile and Peru are brought to Panama's Pacific coast, then packed onto mules and hauled across the isthmus to the Caribbean side. Drake's allies, the Cimarrones, show him the way. In the dense underbrush along the mule track, Drake's men crouch silently, joined by their Cimarrone allies and a few French freebooters. They listen intently to the sounds of the jungle, the call of the birds, the distant ring of the shipwrights' hammers, and the increasing bustle of Nombre de Dios just a few miles away. Then at last a distant brassy sound rises, mingling with the murmur of the other noises. It grows louder, a swelling chorus of harness bells, the creak of leather, the grunts of drivers, the stamp of mules, and the tramp of armed men. It is the unmistakable sound of a treasure caravan. With a quick, decisive word from Drake, his men spring into action, seizing both the lead and last mules of each string, holding them fast. Muskets roar, arrows fly, and steel clashes on steel. The defenders, taken by surprise, fall, and the Spaniards, realizing their plight, flee back to Nombre de Dios. But once again the infernal church bell rings out, spreading panic through the town. Swiftly Drake's men strip the mules of their precious cargo. The silver is buried, but the gold and casks of jewels are shouldered. They strike out for their hidden base, where their ships await them. At last Drake can turn to his men and say with grim satisfaction, "Our voyage is made." What is it that drove Francis Drake, the preacher's son from the quiet shores of Devon, to become the scourge of King Philip's Spain? How did this once sweet young man evolve into a feared seafarer who would go on to singe the beard of the Spanish king? To understand Drake's transformation, we must journey back to a fateful voyage, a voyage that would forever alter the course of his life and, indeed, the course of history. Drake's early days on the high seas were not as a marauder but as a trader. He joined his cousin John Hawkins on what they deemed a legitimate trading mission to Spanish America. They brought bales of fine taffeta and linen, barrels of sack and Malmsey wine, and African slaves, all intended to be traded for gold. But Spain's King Philip had other ideas. He had decreed that the Americas were Spain's private domain, off limits to all but Spanish ships. Yet greed and necessity have a way of bending rules, and local officials often turned a blind eye to the English traders, for slaves were in short supply and the market was ripe. But fortune turned against Drake and Hawkins in the port of San Juan de Ulua, Mexico. Just as they were concluding their trade, a Spanish fleet arrived bearing a new viceroy, an official who would not tolerate such a blatant disregard for his king's commands. In a cunning move, the viceroy promised not to attack the English if they allowed him to enter the harbor unopposed. But, once safely inside, he betrayed them, launching a brutal assault. Of the 6 English ships, only 2 escaped. For Drake, the treachery was seared into his very soul. He swore revenge, a vow that would drive him to return not as a traitor, but as a raider. He would become like the French privateers who had harassed the Spanish in the Caribbean for decades. England, too, was ripe for such a man, for such a passion. The New World was barred to her by Spanish and Portuguese monopolies, and in Europe, English ambitions were stifled by entrenched trading powers. Spanish plots, religious friction, and a growing sense of resentment demanded an outlet. Queen Elizabeth herself, driven by a desire for revenge against the diverse injuries she had suffered at Spanish hands, quietly supported Drake's exploits. Yet Drake's ambitions did not stop in the Caribbean. In 1578, aboard his 100-ton ship, the Golden Hind, Drake set his sights on the untamed Pacific coast of South America. The Golden Hind, a ship as nimble as she was sturdy, made her way up the coast, her sails billowing under a favorable wind. By the rail stands a dark, brooding figure, Nuno da Silva, a Portuguese pilot kidnapped by Drake to help him navigate these unfamiliar waters. His Portuguese charts are Drake's guide in this bold venture. A trumpet blares, and from the galley emerges the cook, carrying a massive tray piled high with silver dishes. 2 musicians with viols take their positions by the cabin door, and out steps a stocky little man, dressed in the height of Elizabethan fashion, his clothes scented and pristine. This is Captain General Drake. His eyes scan the horizon with a careful gaze that misses nothing. Satisfied, he steps into the cabin where the strains of music mingle with the sound of the ship's wake. Life aboard the Golden Hind is a mix of routine and reverence. The men dine well on thick pea soup and boiled cod, and after the meal, boys dance and sailors skylark under a tropical sun. Day after day passes in such a rhythm, punctuated by daily religious services and the occasional raid on a settlement, where Drake and his men take what they need, or what they desire. One time they seize a ton of silver from the backs of llamas. Another time they overtake a lone treasure ship, its holds filled with riches but devoid of the cannons that might have defended them. Spanish vessels along the Pacific coast often sail unarmed, for only Spaniards dare to sail these waters. Northward the Golden Hind sails, trailing her wake like mermaid's hair on the deep blue sea. After a failed attempt to find the Northwest Passage, Drake makes landfall in California, claiming the land for his queen and christening it New Albion. Then, with a westward turn, he embarks on a daring voyage across the vast Pacific, raising land in just 68 days. At the Spice Islands, he takes on fresh supplies, then makes a record-breaking non-stop run of 9,700 miles from Java to Sierra Leone, an achievement no ship had ever made before. In September 1580, after nearly 3 years at sea, the Golden Hind sails triumphantly into Plymouth Sound. As Drake steps ashore, a cry goes up, "Does Queen Elizabeth live?" For Drake knows that his voyage will be counted as a success only if his queen still reigns. She does indeed live, and more than that, she thrives. for the Queen and her ministers had invested in Drake's ventures, and their gamble paid off handsomely, with a return to the tune of some 4,700%. Spain, however, is understandably furious. The Spanish ambassador fumes, burning with rage against this upstart Englishman. But back in England, the Golden Hind is celebrated. She comes to anchor at Deptford on the Thames, where Queen Elizabeth herself boards the ship to knight her pirate captain, the first Englishman to circumnavigate the globe. Chapter 12. Pirates plunder in a power vacuum. Queen Elizabeth I, the woman that King Philip derisively calls that woman, is a master of ambiguity, temporizing, vacillating, and always keeping her cards close to her chest. She has inherited a navy that Parliament has warned must be kept ever ready against the evils that may come. Under the untiring efforts of John Hawkins, cousin to the legendary Sir Francis Drake, the navy has been strengthened, yet Elizabeth never fully unleashes it against the growing Spanish threat. Even after Francis Drake and the Golden Hind's provocative voyage, she still hopes for peace. But peace, as always, is a fragile thing. When King Philip seizes all English ships in Spanish ports, Elizabeth responds by ordering Drake to make reprisals, a perfectly legal means of redress in those days. And if Drake exceeds his orders, well, the gentleman careth not if I disown him, she says with a sly smile. Drake, emboldened by his queen's tacit support, sails to the Caribbean, pillaging Santo Domingo, Cartagena, and the Florida settlement of St. Augustine. Though he finds little treasure, he carries away 240 guns that may one day turn against their former masters. Word soon reaches Drake that Philip is quietly assembling an armada, a great fleet to invade England. Drake wastes no time. He leads 26 ships into the very throat of Cadiz, the heart of Spain's naval might. The port is a fortress, rimmed by batteries and crammed with vessels. Cannons roar, galleys charge, and the wind falls, trapping Drake's fleet in a deadly embrace. For 12 hours the battle rages, but with the dawn comes a fresh breeze, and Drake, ever the master sailor, clears sail, leaving behind a trail of destruction. 30 ships wrecked, vital stores shattered. The invasion fleet is delayed, giving England precious time to prepare. 15 months will pass before the Armada sails, but by then, the stage is already set for one of the most dramatic confrontations in naval history. Vice Admiral Sir Francis Drake, a man whose name now strikes fear into the hearts of his enemies, paces the quarterdeck of the Revenge, one of England's newer and more formidable 500-ton galleons. His mind races with the weight of the gamble they've taken. Alongside Lord Admiral Charles Howard, John Hawkins, Martin Frobisher, and other seasoned commanders, Drake has placed his faith in a strategy as audacious as it is perilous. When the Armada, this colossal, awe-inspiring Spanish fleet, the likes of which the world has never seen, entered the English Channel, the English commanders made their move. They swung around behind it, seizing the weather gauge, that vital advantage in naval warfare. Now they hang on its heels like relentless sheepdogs nipping at the edges of a titanic beast. But what if the Armada, with all its might, were to turn suddenly and seize an English port? Could they, with their lighter, faster ships, stop such a juggernaut? The Armada, a mile-wide phalanx of 130 ships, towering galleons, lumbering store ships, great galleasses, and lesser escorts, rolls steadily up the channel. A wall of wood and iron, moving with grim determination. The air is thick with the sounds of trumpets, drums, and chanted prayers, while the incongruous neighing of cavalry horses adds an eerie note to the scene. The Spanish formation is perfect, its discipline unbreakable. Drake observes with a mix of respect and resolve that these Spaniards are determined to sell their lives dearly. To close in with the Armada, Drake knows, would be folly. The Spanish ships, bristling with heavy cannon, could be devastating at short range. And each of these massive vessels is packed with Spanish infantry, reputed to be the best soldiers in the world. The English, with their swift, low-slung weatherly galleons, must play the role of the hound, hitting, running, and trying to pick off stragglers where they can. But time is not on their side. Supplies are running low, and the English are desperate. Their supply ships are always late, always carrying too little to sustain a prolonged fight. The furious cannon volleys from both sides have little effect, for the range is still too great. Somehow they must get closer, break the Spanish formation, and strike at its heart. Then fortune shifts. The Armada swings away from the English coast and anchors in the open roadstead at Calais. The Spanish plan to link up with the army in Flanders has gone awry, and the Duke of Medina Sidonia, the Spanish admiral, must await further orders. The English, anchored scarcely a mile away, see their chance. On the second night they prepare 8 vessels, filling them with combustibles, an inferno in waiting. With the wind and current in their favor, they send these fiery ships drifting toward the Armada, their decks crackling with flames, their masts glowing like pyres in the darkness. What ensues is sheer pandemonium. The Spanish captains, realizing the danger, rush to get under way, desperate to escape the approaching hellfire. Great axes swing, hemp ropes snap under the blows, and irreplaceable anchors are left behind as the Spaniards cut their ships free. Aloft the sails swell as the ships stagger out of the roadstead, colliding in the chaos, all under the hideous glare of the burning fire ships. Morning breaks to reveal a scene of devastation. The Armada's once invulnerable formation lies shattered, its ships scattered and vulnerable. Wind and tide push the Spanish fleet slowly toward the treacherous Flemish coast, while the English, with Drake at the helm, close in from windward. The Spaniards, unable to work clear of the shoals and too fearful to turn about, find themselves cornered. Off Gravelines, the final showdown begins. Drake, ever the bold tactician, leads the English ships in at half-musket shot range. The Revenge exchanges broadsides with Medina Sidonia's flagship, the San Martin. The English gunners, swift and precise, aim for the exposed bilges as the Spanish ships heel to leeward under oppressive sail. 9-pound balls punch through the stout oak hulls, shattering the upper works and sending deadly splinters scything across the decks. Blood runs thick in the scuppers, while the Spanish, their own shot nearly spent, try in vain to grapple and board the English ships. It seems that the end is near for the Armada, when suddenly a violent squall blows in from the sea. Lashing rain and fierce winds force the fleets apart, a providential shift in the weather that saved the Spaniards from stranding on the shoals. They seize the chance and stand away to the north, seeking a way home by swinging around Scotland. The English, drained but resolute, pursue them as far as the Firth of Forth. Drake, ever the master of understatement, later reports, "There was never anything pleased me better than seeing the enemy flying with the southerly wind toward the northwards." The battle is over, and England has won her place in the seas. The Armada, now a shattered remnant of its former self, struggles up the North Sea and around the tip of Scotland. But the full fury of the North Atlantic gales lies in wait. The once proud fleet is torn apart. Some ships flounder at sea, others are flung against the outer islands of Scotland, dashed to pieces by the relentless surf. In desperation, some Spanish captains, their men racked by thirst, hunger, and sickness, turn to seek refuge on the coast of Ireland. But the treacherous tides, stiff winds, and their own ignorance of the coast conspire against them. Vessels are driven onto lee shores, where Irish looters and bands of English soldiers await. Survivors are mercilessly put to the sword. In the end, only half the once mighty Armada limps home to Spain, many of its ships never to set sail again. And so, with the wreckage of the Armada, the balance of power on the high seas shifts. England, once a fledgling naval power, now stands tall, ready to challenge any who would dare oppose her. The age of English dominance has begun. The defeat of the Armada did more than just secure England's place on the high seas. It ignited a spark of audacity in bold men who saw opportunity in Spain's weakened grip on her far-flung empire. By the early 1600s, these enterprising souls, French and English adventurers alike, began to carve out new lives on the sparsely populated islands of the West Indies. What started as small bands of hunters living off wild cattle and pigs on Hispaniola soon grew into something far more dangerous. The French hunters, calling themselves boucaniers, and their English counterparts, the buccaneers, set up their stronghold on the rocky island of Tortuga. From here, harassed by the Spaniards and tempted by the glint of gold, they began to turn their sights on Spanish ships and towns. These so-called Brethren of the Coast lived by a code of their own making, a rough-and-tumble set of rules that governed their lawless lives but left no room for mercy toward their victims. Among them was the notorious François l'Olonnais, known as the Exterminator, who tortured the citizens of Maracaibo with a ruthless efficiency that sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest souls. When confronted by prisoners who refused to speak, he cut the heart from one and demanded the other's talk as it bled out before their eyes. The age of the buccaneers reached its bloody zenith with men like Henry Morgan, a figure whose name still echoes through the annals of pirate lore. Morgan, a master of land and sea, launched audacious attacks that left entire cities trembling. In 1671, he stormed the city of Panama, unleashing his men to loot, torture, and burn with unbridled fury. Yet despite his brutal deeds, Morgan was knighted and died a respected Jamaican planter, his past atrocities forgiven in the light of his service to the crown. Morgan operated under letters of marque, legal commissions granted to shipowners allowing them to attack the commerce of enemy nations. But once at sea, the line between privateer and pirate blurred, and many men, like Captain Kidd, found themselves swinging from the gallows for crimes of piracy. Others, like the infamous Blackbeard, embraced piracy with no pretense of legality. Blackbeard, born Edward Teach, terrorized the Carolina coast, his image a nightmarish vision of plunder and murder. With his jet-black beard braided and tied with slow-burning fuses that spewed smoke, he struck fear into the hearts of those who crossed his path. Yet even he met his end, his severed head lashed to the bowsprit of a Royal Navy ship as a grim warning to others who might follow in his footsteps. The tales of other pirates, such as the like of John Avery, who sailed to the Red Sea and captured a treasure-laden ship of the great Mughal, only added fuel to the fire. It was said that Avery even tricked the Mughal's daughter out of her fortune, though he would die in poverty, his ill-gotten gains slipping through his fingers like sand. There was Bartholomew Roberts, a tea-drinking Welshman who set a record by capturing over 400 vessels. His strategy was simple but terrifyingly effective. A swift, rakish craft would emerge from the dark, dusk, or dawn, firing a shot across the merchantman's bow. A well-placed broadside would tear through the victim's rigging, leaving it dead in the water. The pirates would then grapple their prey, slashing through the boarding nests and swarming over the quarterdeck like a plague. Steel clashed on steel, pistols flashed, and men grunted as they lunged and toppled onto blood-soaked decks. In minutes it was over, the outnumbered defenders either dead or trussed up, while rum-soaked louts charged about competing in atrocities. All the while, the merchants, both prominent and shady, waited eagerly in places like New York, Boston, Charleston, and Bristol, ready to handle the pirates' ill-gotten goods. Even far-flung Madagascar became a notorious receiving station for the spoils of these sea rovers. Piracy, an age-old scourge of the seas, had reached an all-time high. Emboldened by the tales of David besting Goliath on the open sea, this new breed of pirate emerged, more audacious and more dangerous than ever before. They were outlaws with nothing to lose, driven by greed and a thirst for adventure, and the world would soon learn that they were a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 13. The stately East Indiamen of the rival companies. In the 17th century, a voyage to the East Indies was a grand undertaking, one that took at least 6 months to complete. There was no real need to rush. The Dutch East Indiamen, those proud vessels that helped make Holland one of the richest nations of the era, swung placidly at their anchors off Amsterdam, Hoorn, or Delfshaven, awaiting a fair wind. Tow-headed boys gazed wistfully at these imposing ships, dreaming of the day they might become captains themselves. And why not? These were the ships that commanded respect across the globe, captained by seasoned veterans of the mighty Dutch East India Company, a colossal monopoly with over 100 merchantmen, its own warships, and thousands of soldiers stationed at far-flung trading posts. A captain in the Dutch East India Company was more than just a sailor. He was a sea-going businessman. With the rights to cargo space for personal ventures, he could amass a small fortune over the course of several voyages. The captain knew well how to make the most of this privilege, perhaps by seating wealthy passengers at his table or renting out part of his great cabin. A few successful voyages and he could retire comfortably ashore, his fortune secure. When the weather vanes on the red-tiled rooftops finally swung around to a favoring wind, the plump burghers in their counting-houses would pause at their windows. They watched the men clamber up the rigging, saw the sails flutter and fill, and then the ships would waddle off toward the cold, choppy waters of the North Sea. The burghers would rub their hands together, muttering prayers for safety and another for a profitable voyage. But before these ships could reach the riches of the East, they had to pass through the English Channel, a nerve-wracking ordeal for Dutch crews. England had become a fierce rival in the Indies trade, and for years Dutch and English ships had blasted away at each other whenever they crossed paths. Yet despite these hostilities there was plenty of trade to go around, and France, too, had its share. Once past the Channel, captains and passengers alike could relax as the ships caught the trade winds and swung down the Atlantic. The graceful pyramids of sail stiffened with the breeze, and the ships, apple-cheeked bows treading the blue sea with the dignity of stout bishops, rode southward with a leisurely decorum now unknown in our hurried world. The decks, cluttered with clucking fowls and fatted domestic beasts, often resembled Dutch farmyards more than they did ships on the open sea. Day after day, week after week, the ships pressed on, unhurried. Merchants and officials at the captain's table washed down their ample meals with beer and brandy. Strolling the poop deck as they watched the crew work aloft, they observed the soldiers bound for posts in the east, and on an occasional ship, the sound of music might float through the air, played by buxom young women hoping to find husbands at Batavia, the company's headquarters on Java. When they reached the Cape of Good Hope, the ships put in at the Dutch settlement of Cape Town for provisions and a bit of diversion. But from there the voyage took a turn. The pace quickened, and the captains stripped their ships for action. Passengers huddled below decks as the ships dropped southward to pick up the infamous Roaring Forties. These wild westerly winds drove the ships headlong across the Southern Ocean, leaping and cavorting through gale after gale. The sailors called it running their easting down, a perilous but time-saving route that cut weeks off the old explorer's path up the east coast of Africa and across the Arabian Sea. However, it was not without its dangers. Ships had to haul up sharply to avoid smashing into the barren coast of Western Australia, a coastline feared for its wild, cruel black savages. Many an East Indiaman met its end on those treacherous shores. At last, turning north, the ships caught the southeast trades, sailing through sunlit seas until the green loveliness of Java beckoned on the horizon. There, the fleet split up, each ship making for its designated company trading station. A salute from the company fort greeted the captain as he moved ashore, while his crew lowered the ship's cargo into waiting lighters. Then the capacious holds were stuffed with exotic treasures of the East, peppercorns, cloves and cinnamon, bay leaves by the bale, nutmegs and ginger, mace and aloes. Parcels of precious stones and bars of silver and gold found their way to secret compartments, while rich silks and brocades from Japan, shuttled in by the company's inter-island carriers, topped off the bulging holds. With hatches secured and farewells exchanged, the ships rendezvoused with the rest of the fleet at Batavia. By October, the fleet was ready to begin the return voyage. Borne on the winter monsoon winds that would carry them back to the cold, welcoming harbors of Holland. Each ship, laden with the wealth of the Indies, sailed for home, knowing that their success would ensure the prosperity of the Dutch Republic for another year. Holland had prepared herself well for the Indies trade long before it became her lifeblood. In the 1500s, she dominated the North Sea herring fisheries, traded actively in the Baltic, and transshipped Portugal's oriental imports from Lisbon to the spice-hungry cities of northern Europe. By the early 1600s, Holland's maritime prowess was unmatched. The sea trade of Europe, a French observer noted a century later, is carried by 25,000 ships. Of these, 14 or 15,000 belonged to Holland. These ships were marvels of efficiency, with simplified gear and minimal crews. Sir Walter Raleigh himself reported that a Dutch ship, 200 tons, could freight goods far cheaper than an English one, employing only 9 or 10 mariners where the English needed nearly 30. Remarkably, the Dutch built nearly 1,000 ships every year, despite having no timber trees growing in their own country. In the late 1500s, the Dutch began to infiltrate the Portuguese Empire in the east. In 1592, Jan Huygen van Linschoten returned to Holland with stolen charts, trade secrets, and the welcome news that Portuguese strength was not as formidable as it once seemed. This emboldened the Dutch to venture further. In 1595, Cornelis de Houtman set off on Holland's first East Indies voyage, making for Bantam, a pepper port on the north coast of Java. Though 2/3 of his crew perished from fever and scurvy, Houtman returned with hopeful reports. Soon, so many Dutch traders had entered the market that competition began to drive down prices, a situation that could not be allowed to continue. The solution was simple. The merchants banded together and organized the Dutch East India Company. Even though the Portuguese still dominated the trade in the East, the Dutch fought relentlessly to push them aside. Spain was temporarily ruling Portugal due to a royal marriage, harassed the Dutch from their base in Manila. But within a few short years, the Dutch had secured Batavia, gained control of the Spice Islands, blockaded Goa, seized Ceylon, Malacca, and Formosa, established stations at the Cape of Good Hope and in the Persian Gulf, and won a monopoly on the trade with Japan. From Ceylon to the Moluccas, Dutch factories rose along the tropical coasts. Here, the company's agents, known as factors, settled in to buy and store the spices, fabrics, and metals of the Orient. Company forts sprang up alongside these factories, and the broad-beamed ships arrived to fill their holds, ever searching for new and wider areas of trade. Abel Tasman's discovery of Tasmania and New Zealand confirmed that Australia was an island continent, expanding the Dutch understanding of the world. Meanwhile, a fleet out of Horn struggled around the gale-swept cape at the tip of South America, naming it for their home port. Known initially as Cape Horn with 2 O's, it was later corrupted to Cape Horn with just 1 O. Although England had chartered her East India Company 15 months before the Dutch, the Hollanders, sailing in greater strength, vowed that the island trade would belong to their company alone. They would not allow any other nation even the smallest part. Frustrated in the East, the English East India Company turned its attention to India, where it traded iron, lead, tin, and woolen for cotton, silks, spices, and gems. Over time, it brought India under its sway, dominated China's tea trade, and outstripped its Dutch rival. For 2 centuries, the ships of both companies plied the oceans purposefully, doing what they were meant to do with commendable efficiency, bringing profit to their owners. And yet, while these stately East India men were laying the foundations of empire, a lonely little ship named Mayflower, freighted with human hopes, would sail across the Atlantic and make a greater mark on history than all the grand ships of the East India Company combined. Chapter 14. The Cook, the Captain, and the Chronometer. Just over 6 feet tall, the figure stood resolutely on the quarter-deck of the bark Endeavour, his bushy brows furrowed in thought, while small, sharp brown eyes watched the coast of Plymouth, England, fade into the misty August horizon of 1768. This was James Cook, 40 years old and newly commissioned as a lieutenant in the Royal Navy, embarking on what would become a legendary chapter in the annals of Pacific exploration. Cook's orders from the Admiralty were clear, yet intriguing. He was to observe the transit of Venus across the sun on June 3, 1769, from the distant land of Tahiti, a mission critical to determining Earth's distance from the sun. But there was more, hidden in secret papers. he was to search for the fabled southern continent, the mythical Terra Australis. His instructions were meticulous. He was to document everything: the nature of the soil, the resources of the land, the disposition, customs, and numbers of the indigenous peoples, and the strategic importance of any islands he might discover. This was not just another voyage of conquest or trade. This was an expedition devoted to the pursuit of knowledge, an endeavor that required a new kind of leader. Cook was precisely that: humane, intelligent, and methodical, a commander with unparalleled navigational skills. The Pacific, at this time, was a vast, largely uncharted expanse, occupying nearly a third of the world's surface. Its mysterious waters were wider than all the continents combined. On 18th century maps, much of the Pacific was blank, or worse, marked with misinformation. While Spanish sailors clung to the safety of the 13th parallel north to ensure they would reach the Marianas on their 80-day voyage to the Philippines, Cook was prepared to adventure into the unknown. Self-taught in mathematics and astronomy, this son of a Yorkshire farm laborer had already proven his mettle by charting the treacherous coasts of Newfoundland and sounding the St. Lawrence River. Yet, despite his navigational prowess, Cook's greatest concern was scurvy, a dreaded disease that had decimated the crews of countless long voyages. He understood that to survive the vast and remote Pacific, he would need to keep his crew healthy. At Madeira, he made an example of a marine and a sailor, sentencing them to drink 12 glasses of wine each as punishment for refusing to eat onions, which Cook insisted were essential for combating scurvy. Sailors of the time were accustomed to meager, unappetizing rations of salt pork and worm-eaten oatmeal, but the prospect of consuming 20 pounds of onions in a week was almost unbearable. They grumbled as the Endeavour rounded the stormy Cape Horn and ventured into the vast Pacific. No one could predict what culinary surprise their captain would serve next: sauerkraut, coconut milk, even island grasses he had personally cooked for them. But Cook's rigorous approach paid off. On April 13, 1769, he reached the mysterious shores of Tahiti, beginning his exploration of the archipelago. He noted the proximity of the islands to one another and named them the Society Isles. His journals meticulously detailed the Tahitians, their intricate tattoos, burial rites, the music they played on nostril flutes, and the dances that seemed to shake the very air with whimsy. He recognized the significance of their breadfruit, foreseeing it as a potential food source for slaves in the West Indies. Before departing Tahiti, Cook planted watermelons, oranges, limes, and other seeds, gifts that would forever alter the economies of many Pacific islands. Poultry and pigs introduced to these lands became staples, reshaping the local way of life. But not all of Cook's encounters with the islanders were peaceful. 2 of his marines, captivated by the allure of Tahitian life, had deserted, seduced by the island's beauty and the devotion of Tahitian women. They fled into the mountains, dreaming of a life far from the rigors of naval discipline. But they were eventually caught, wrenched from the arms of their new wives, and dragged back to the stark reality of naval service. It was a bitter reminder that the paradise they had sought was not theirs to claim. James Cook, ever diligent, meticulously tracked the transit of Venus as ordered. But his journey was far from over. He ventured southward, his eyes set on the vast unknown, before steering westward into even more uncharted waters. After battling rough seas, the Endeavour finally raised land, New Zealand. Here, Cook encountered the fierce Maori, a people whose cannibalistic practices shocked him to the core. Yet, true to his principles, Cook remained committed to fair treatment. When one of his sailors was caught stealing from a Maori, Cook had him flogged. The sailor, still defiant, argued that it was no crime to plunder from an Indian. Cook's response was swift: 6 more lashes. His leadership was as firm as it was just. Despite these challenges, Cook found time to marvel at the natural world around him. He listened to the bird songs, which he likened to small bells, most exquisitely tuned. He sketched a massive natural arch, noted iron-rich sands, and calculated the value of timber and trees. Alongside his crew, he collected some 400 plant species unknown to England. New Zealand had been first sighted by the Dutch explorer Abel Tasman in 1642, who named it Staten Land. But it was Cook who truly charted its coastlines, cruising for 6.5 months and mapping the two main islands with meticulous care. The strait that divides them now bears his name, a lasting testament to his exhaustive exploration. With New Zealand mapped, Cook turned his sights westward, aiming to fill in the blank spaces of the map of Australia. With New Zealand mapped, Cook turned his sights westward, aiming to fill in the blank spaces on the map of Australia, then known as New Holland, as labeled by the Dutch. In April 1770, the Endeavour dropped anchor in a land teeming with kangaroos, dingoes, and what Cook described as naked white-streaked savages, armed with boomerangs, a weapon unlike any he had seen before. He named the anchorage Botany Bay, in honor of the great variety of new plant life found there. Just north of this bay, a city would eventually rise, Sydney. Continuing his journey northward, Cook named various landmarks: Port Jackson, Bustard Bay, and Cape Tribulation, where the Endeavour encountered the Great Barrier Reef in a most harrowing way. Though she drew only 13 feet of water fully loaded, the bluff-bowed Endeavour struck hard on the 1,200-mile-long coral reef. To lighten the ship, Cook ordered stores, ballast, and even 6 quarterdeck guns to be thrown overboard. But still, the Endeavour remained fast on the reef. Leaks worsened, and despite the crew's constant efforts at the pumps, the water continued to rise. Cook, ever resourceful, ordered the ship to be fothered, a technique used to stop a leak in a ship's hull by covering that leak with the sail containing rope fibers and other materials. Sometimes sailors would use chopped yarn, oakum, wool, or cotton between the sail and the ship's sides. These substances are sometimes sucked into the cracks to help stop leaks. His crew sewed oakum and wool into a sail, smeared it with dirt, and dragged it under the ship, covering the worst leaks. Within an hour, the ship was pumped free of water, and a single pump kept her afloat until Cook found suitable harbor for repairs. Once seaworthy again, the Endeavour navigated through the Torres Strait, first sailed by Luis Valles de Torres in 1606. After touching at New Guinea, the Endeavour made port at Batavia on Java. Up to this point, Cook had not lost a single man to sickness. But the Dutch colony proved deadly. Malaria and dysentery claimed the lives of 30 of his crew. Upon returning to England, Cook's triumph over scurvy was hailed as a monumental achievement. Promoted to the rank of commander, he embarked on another voyage in 1772, this time aboard the Resolution and the Adventure. His mission was to settle, once and for all, the question of whether a vast, inhabited southern continent existed. Among his companions on this journey were naturalists, astronomers, and a small but significant device, a sea-going clock, a copy of John Harrison's chronometer. This was the chronometer's first extended voyage, and it proved invaluable to Cook. The chronometer always told him the precise time at the prime meridian, which runs through Greenwich, England. By using his sextant and astronomical tables to calculate the local time, Cook could determine his longitude, or east-west position, a critical breakthrough in navigation. Until this point, mariners could only accurately calculate their latitude or north-south position, but they had no reliable way to determine how far east or west they were. This inability had led to wide errors in navigation as seen in Columbus's voyages. For Cook, the chronometer became a trusty friend, a never-failing guide, that weathered the trials of sub-zero temperatures as his men entered polar waters. As they shivered eastward, inch-long icicles clung to their noses. They were encased in a frozen sleet as if in armor. The rigging was so encrusted with ice that human hands could scarcely grasp the ropes. Yet despite these brutal conditions, Cook's crew remained cheerfully and healthy, though Cook himself nearly succumbed to illness. The voyage proved that no large Antarctic landmass extended to any habitable latitudes. Cook demonstrated this by circumnavigating the globe while cruising in the southern waters, coming tantalizingly close to discovering the continent of Antarctica. But the voyage yielded many other fruits. Cook and his crew explored vast stretches of the Pacific Ocean, providing new and accurate maps for geographers, new species for naturalists, and new understandings of the diverse cultures they encountered. They had, in Cook's own words, furnished friends of mankind with insights into the various modifications of human nature. James Cook's achievements did not go unnoticed. The Royal Society, recognizing his monumental contributions to exploration and science, elected him a fellow and requested papers on his methods. For his pioneering work on preserving the health of his crew, they awarded him their prestigious gold medal. The Admiralty, too, showed its appreciation, promoting Cook to captain and offering him a comfortable shore assignment, a position that could have provided him with a stable income for the rest of his life. But fate had other plans for Cook. During a dinner with Lord Sandwich, the conversation turned to the need for a leader to undertake a new search for that elusive Northwest Passage, this time from the Pacific side. In a moment of impulsive resolve, Cook volunteered himself. The explorer within him was not ready to rest. On July 11th, 1776, Cook set sail from Plymouth once more, aboard the Resolution and Discovery, ready to face new challenges. The journey took him around Africa, through the familiar waters of New Zealand and Tahiti, then northward. As they ventured further, the explorers marked their second Christmas away from home by naming a tiny guano-covered island Christmas Island. Sailing onward, they arrived at a new and wondrous archipelago, which Cook named the Sandwich Islands in honor of his patron, Lord Sandwich. These islands would later be known as Hawaii. Continuing along coasts of what we now know as Oregon and Washington, Cook's ships put in at the cross-shaped Nootka Sound on Vancouver Island. Here they set up a crude observatory, and Cook meticulously documented the abundant wildlife, noting the rich furs of wolf, bear, deer, marten, fox, seal, ermine, and beaver. Little did he know, his observations would foreshadow the fur trade that would later flourish in British Columbia, driven by the powerful Northwest Company. The expedition pressed on to Alaska, exploring Prince William Sound and testing Cook Inlet as a potential route for the Northwest Passage. In the cold, rugged wilderness, Cook noted the volcanic activity of the Aleutian Islands and probed the Bering Sea, proving how narrow the strait is between Asia and North America. Despite these achievements, the elusive passage remained beyond reach. With winter approaching, Cook decided to return to the Sandwich Islands, but his final voyage would end in tragedy. On February 14, 1779, in the tranquil waters of the Kealakakuka Bay, Cook, England's greatest explorer, met a violent end in a clash with the indigenous peoples. His death marked the conclusion of a life that had reshaped the world's understanding of the Pacific. Cook's legacy is indelible. He put Australia and New Zealand firmly on the map, dispelled the myth of a great southern inhabitable continent, and discovered countless island oases in the Pacific. By conquering scurvy, he extended the cruising radius of future navigators, inspiring a new era of exploration. He also demonstrated the reliability of the chronometer, a tool that would revolutionize maritime navigation. Two of Cook's subordinates, George Vancouver and William Bligh, the captain of the fated Bounty, would carry this new instrument on voyages of their own, continuing the work of a man whose passion for discovery knew no bounds. Chapter 15. Mutiny on the Bounty. The night was still as the ship drifted west-northwest, her sails slack in the faint breeze. The ship, nearly at a standstill, seemed suspended in time as her sails hung lifeless from the yards, and the cords slotted softly against the masts. The gentle creaking of the blocks and the faint chuckle of water at the bow were the only sounds that broke the silence of an oily sea. Overhead, the trucks of her mast traced slow arcs against the blazing stars of the southern hemisphere, while the moon, just a sliver in her first quarter, bathed the ship in a faint, pale, ghostly glow. 10 leagues away, under the brilliant blue-white star Vega, the volcanic peak of Tofua rose ominously from the dark sea. As 8 bells struck, marking the dawn of a new day, Fletcher Christian, acting mate of His Majesty's armed vessel Bounty, stepped onto the deck to relieve the watch. Below deck, the ship's commander, Lieutenant William Bligh, was fast asleep in his cabin, unaware of the treachery that was about to unfold. Bligh would later write, "I am now unhappily to relate one of the most atrocious acts of piracy ever committed. Just before sunrising, Mr. Christian, with the master-at-arms, gunner's mate, and Thomas Burkett, seaman, came into my cabin while I was asleep. Seizing me, they tied my hands with a cord behind my back, and threatened me with instant death if I spoke or made the least noise. I, however, called so loud as to alarm everyone, but they had already secured the officers who were not of the party." Christian, armed only with a cutlass, had orchestrated the mutiny with cold precision. The others, brandishing muskets and bayonets, dragged Bligh from his bed and forced him onto the deck in nothing but his shirt. The boatswain was then ordered to hoist the ship's launch, with the threat of death hanging over him if he hesitated. As the men were hurried over the side, Bligh concluded that he, too, was to be set adrift. So, on April 28, 1789, began one of the most infamous sea stories of all time, the mutiny on the Bounty. The Bounty had set sail from Spithead in December of 1787, under orders to proceed to Tahiti, the jewel of the South Seas, to collect breadfruit plants for transport to the West Indies as food for slaves. For nearly 6 idyllic months, the crew basked in what Bligh called the finest island in the world, their hearts stolen by the island's beauty and the charms of its people. But as the ship departed Tahiti and made for the Torres Strait, tension simmered beneath the surface. Off the coast of Tafua, the tension erupted into open rebellion. When Bligh returned safely after the mutiny, he became the talk of England, hailed as a hero and a martyr for his incredible feat of navigation, an open-boat journey of some 3,618 nautical miles in 41 days to the island of Timor. But public opinion soon shifted. Bligh, once celebrated, was now often depicted as an unendurable martinet. There is no doubt that Bligh's caustic tongue and irascible nature had stung many, not least of all Fletcher Christian, who left no written record of his grievances. But a crewman recalled that at the moment of mutiny, Christian had confronted Bligh, saying, "I have been in hell this fortnight, and am determined to bear it no longer. I have been used like a dog all this voyage." Bligh, for his part, attributed the mutiny to the irresistible allure of Tahiti's handsome, mild, and cheerful women, a paradise where his men no longer wished to labor. Bligh did eventually return to Tahiti and successfully transplanted breadfruit to the West Indies. Yet, in a final twist of irony, the breadfruit, brought to the Indies at the steep cost of mutiny, piracy, shipwreck, murder, and exile, was deemed tasteless by the slaves it was meant to feed. They refused to eat it, sealing this tragic tale with a bitter end. On the other side, for Fletcher Christian, this mutiny also brought him and his men nothing but trouble. After setting Captain Bligh adrift, they sought refuge on a remote island of Tubuai, some 400 miles south of Tahiti. But what they found was far from the paradise they imagined. Hostile natives kept them in a constant state of war, and dissent grew among the mutineers. Many demanded a return to Tahiti, where they could secure women without force and perhaps regain some semblance of peace. Christian, feeling his authority slipping away, made a desperate offer to his men. "Gentlemen, I will carry you and land you wherever you please. I desire none to stay with me, but I have one favor to request, that you will grant me the ship, tie the foresail, give me a few gallons of water, and leave me to run before the wind. I shall land upon the first island the ship drives to. I have done such an act that I cannot stay at Tahiti." Christian knew all too well that the Admiralty's reach was long and relentless, and that sooner or later they would send a ship to hunt him down. Reluctantly, he took the mutineers back to Tahiti. 16 of them elected to stay, but Christian's worst fears were soon realized. Just a year and a half later, an Admiralty ship arrived, capturing all the mutineers on the island, except for 2 who had been killed. The rest faced grim fates, but not Christian. With 8 other mutineers, 6 native men, 12 women, and a little girl, Christian vanished into the vast Pacific, disappearing from the known world. It wasn't until 18 years later that the mystery of Fletcher Christian's fate was finally unraveled, when the American ship Topaz out of Boston touched on the remote and lonely Pitcairn Island, 1,300 miles southeast of Tahiti. The crew expected to find an uninhabited outpost. Instead, they were greeted by a surprising sight, a flock of women and children and a lone, aging Englishman, the sole survivor of Christian's band. From this solitary figure they heard a tale steeped in violence, tragedy, and the grim reality of life after mutiny. After slipping out of Tahiti, Christian and his fellow mutineers sailed for weeks, searching for a deserted island where they could live without fear of discovery. As tensions rose once again, nearly leading to a second mutiny on the Bounty, Christian finally sighted Pitcairn Island in 1790. It seemed to be the perfect sanctuary. They landed with their stores, plants, and livestock brought from Tahiti, stripped the Bounty of her useful parts, and then set her ablaze, watching as their last link to the outside world sank beneath the waves. Christian then divided the island into 9 portions among the Englishmen, leaving none for the Polynesian men. Resentment simmered, and 2 years later it erupted into violence. The catalyst was a woman, the wife of one of the mutineers who had died in a fall from a cliff. The widower claimed the wife of one of the Tahitians, igniting a fierce and bloody conflict. The Polynesians banded together, seeking revenge, and the ensuing years were marked by a series of violent deaths. Fletcher Christian met his end as he worked in his field, shot down by one of the enraged Tahitians. Another mutineer, driven mad by grief and alcohol, threw himself into the sea. 10 years after the Bounty landed, all the Tahitian men were dead, and of the mutineers only the one discovered by the Topaz had survived, a solitary reminder of a dream turned nightmare, and a mutiny that led not to freedom, but to ruin. Chapter 16. War at Sea. No captain can do very wrong if he places his ship alongside of an enemy. These words, spoken by Vice Admiral Horatio Nelson, embodied the essence of naval warfare as the British fleet patrolled the waters off Cadiz in the fall of 1805. For weeks they had bottled up Napoleon's fleet in the harbor, waiting for the inevitable clash. Every British sailor knew that soon the French and Spanish ships would emerge to engage in a battle that would determine the fate of empires. The expected battle would be fought in the traditional manner, ships lined up in long battle lines, gun ports open, ready to unleash broadsides in a slugfest of firepower. Though outnumbered, the British crews waited with a confidence born of discipline, skill, and the knowledge that their leader was none other than Lord Nelson. A slight man, with one arm, one eye, and an extraordinary mind, Nelson possessed an instinct for battle, a genius that had become known as the Nelson touch. The fateful day arrived under ominous skies. On the morning of October 21st, 1805, out of the misty dawn, the combined French and Spanish fleets sailed forth. 33 mighty ships of the line, their gilded and brightly painted hulls, gliding under the billowing sails. From the distance they looked like floating palaces, adorned with the splendor of a bygone era. But as the swish of slow-turning water at their bows and the hum of wind in their rigging echoed across the sea, they were met with the grim silhouettes of 27 British warships. Black with yellow gunport bands, these vessels were no less magnificent, but they carried a more somber purpose. The British fleet resembled sea cathedrals, creations seemingly destined to sail softly toward the glory of God. Yet within moments the serenity was shattered. Blasting trumpets and rolling drums echoed across the decks as the command was given to beat to quarters. Flags flew in a flurry of signals, and the shrill pipes of boatswains signaled the start of battle. Barefoot sailors thundered across the decks and down companionways. Gun ports flew open, flooding the gun decks with light. The planks were painted red to mask the blood that would soon be spilled, and sanded to prevent men from slipping in the heat of combat. Sailors, in the role of powder monkey, stacked bags of gunpowder, while grim black muzzles were run out. Marines in bright uniforms stepped to their stations as the British fleet closed in on enemy battle lines. But Nelson had a different plan. Instead of angling to meet the enemy ship for ship, he formed his fleet into 2 lines, aiming to break through the enemy's center and destroy their rear before the van could maneuver to their aid. This was the Nelson touch. The French and Spanish closed ranks, their bowsprits nearly prodding through the stern galleries of their own ships. They had the advantage, a raking position that allowed their broadsides to sweep the length of oncoming British ships, while only a few British bow guns could answer. Nelson, undeterred, calmly walked his quarterdeck with his friend and flag captain, Thomas Hardy. Clad in a frock coat with the stars of his 4 orders displayed proudly, Nelson refused to cover his decorations, even though he knew that the enemy sharpshooters would be watching for the small man with an empty right sleeve. Leading one of the attacking lines was Vice Admiral Collingwood, aboard the Royal Sovereign. Her copper-bottom hull clean and her sails full, she surged ahead, her crew spotting the wooden crosses at the end of the Spanish spanker booms. With a glance toward Nelson's flagship, the Victory, they read the signal, "Engage the enemy more closely." Another string of flags rode to the main masthead. England expects that every man will do his duty. As the Royal Sovereign closed in, The first broadside erupted from the enemy lines, smoke wrapping their hulls like a shroud. The Battle of Trafalgar had begun. Nelson watched as Collingwood's ship engaged the massive Spanish vessel Santa Ana, raking her with devastating fire. Yet Nelson remained at ease, pacing leisurely on Victory's deck. Below, gunners stripped to the waist, neckerchiefs wound around their heads to muffle the roar of the guns. Men honed cutlasses, while some incongruously danced a hornpipe to calm their nerves. There were Americans, Germans, even Frenchmen and Spaniards among the British crew, all united in the fury of battle. Shots began to splash around Victory as the enemy's ships found their range. Then, from 4 enemy vessels, a massive broadside erupted, nearly 200 guns unleashing their fury. Splinters flew, rigging snapped, and the sails were torn to shreds. Nelson's secretary, standing near the admiral, was killed instantly. 8 Marines fell in grotesque contortions, and a splinter sheared the silver buckle from Hardy's shoe. Yet Nelson remained unfazed. "This is too warm work, Hardy, to last long," he remarked calmly. But the battle seemed to stretch into eternity. Victory's mizzen topmast came crashing down. Her wheel was smashed, and men rushed below to steal by emergency tackle. She faced a wall of blazing guns, and Hardy asked which ship to head for. Nelson shrugged. "Take your choice." Through a hail of shot, Hardy drove Victory past the stern of the French ship Bucentaure, so close that Victory's main yardarm shattered the French ship's rigging. A thundering broadside of double and triple-shotted guns roared from Victory's guns, smashing into Bucentaure's defenseless stern. The shot howled through the length of the French ship, mowing down men and dismounting cannon. Nelson, as he had planned, had broken the line. One by one, British ships followed Victory through the gap, raking Bucentaure and turning to engage the following enemy vessels. In a maelstrom of flames, smoke, and dying men, the guns roared ceaselessly. Masts crashed onto shattered decks, and the ships drew so close that gunners leaning through the ports to ram home fresh charges had their rammers snatched away by enemy muzzles. With every shot, sailors and gunmen flung buckets of water at the enemy's powder-scorched planking to prevent fires that could consume both ships. As the Victory drew alongside the ship Redoutable, she hammered her with lower-deck guns. Muskets fired from Redoutable's fighting tops, but still Nelson strolled the deck with Hardy, seemingly oblivious to the danger. The plan had worked. The enemy's van was now helpless to come to the aid to their beleaguered battle line. Victory was in sight, but the cost would be high. Higher than anyone could have imagined on that fateful day in the fall of 1805. Why didn't those lead ships turn earlier? Perhaps their captains were paralyzed by the fear of Nelson, a fear born of the legend that the strange little admiral had become even before Trafalgar immortalized him. Since the tender age of 12, Nelson sought out the heroic, always pushing beyond the limits of what was expected. By 20, he was already a captain, a mere boy in the eyes of many, including the future King William IV, who'd once described him as such. Wounded during the fight for Corsica in 1793, Nelson lost the sight in one eye. 4 years later, he gave his right arm in a failed attack on Santa Cruz de Tenerife in the Canary Islands. But it was the Battle of the Nile that had finally made him the public hero he had always craved to be. In 1798, the French fleet convoyed troops to Egypt to launch Napoleon's eastern campaign. Nelson found the ships anchored in a seemingly unassailable line at Aboukir Bay, near the mouth of the Nile. The French, confident in their position, hugged the shoal, their ships swinging freely on single anchors. Who ever heard of challenging anchored ships? It was madness. With no sails to handle, every man aboard could focus on the guns. But Nelson, ever the visionary, noticed something. If there was room for French ships to swing, there must be room to sail. As night fell, he struck. Half of his fleet squeezed between the enemy and the shoals, catching the French where they least expected it. The rest kept to deep water, boxing the French in between 2 roaring lines of British fire. The British had hoisted lanterns for recognition, but soon the only light needed came from the blazing French ships. Nelson all but annihilated Napoleon's fleet that night. 3 years later, at Copenhagen, he faced a similar challenge. a line of enemy vessels moored behind shoals and protected by strong forts, seemingly impossible to reach. Undeterred, Nelson gathered shallow-draft ships of the line, sloops, fireships, and bomb vessels, braving the treacherous waters to batter the foe. The carnage was dreadful. When his worried superior signaled to break off the action, Nelson famously put the telescope to his blind eye, declaring, "I have only one eye. I have the right to be blind sometimes." He ignored the order and pressed on to victory. Nelson was worshipped by his crews, beloved by his fellow officers, his band of brothers. Yet his affair with Lady Hamilton shocked the very superiors who would have otherwise honored him without question. Of the 4 orders that adorned him at Trafalgar, only one, the Order of the Bath, had been bestowed by England. But who knows whether it was this insignia that caught the eye of that French sharpshooter that day. As Nelson paced the deck of the Victory, a musket flashed from the mizzen top of the Redoubtable, and the small figure of the Admiral pitched forward. "They have done for me at last, Hardy," he gasped. Finally, Nelson covered his orders with a fresh handkerchief, not wanting his sailors to realize it was he who was being carried below to die. In the crowded cockpit, deep in the bowels of the ship, Nelson lay as the timbers above him trembled with the shock of guns. Cheers echoed through the vessel as one by one the enemy ships, 18 in total, struck their colors. Napoleon's naval power was crippled, and Britannia truly ruled the waves. As the sounds of victory filled the air, Nelson whispered final instructions to his captain, then murmured, "Thank God, I have done my duty." And as the logbook of the Victory records, he then died of his wound, leaving behind a legacy that would echo through the ages. Chapter 17. A Young Nation's Navy. A small man, impeccably dressed in the uniform of America's Continental Navy, paced the quarterdeck, his gaze fixed on a distant crowd of sails. This was the Baltic convoy, flocking like sheep under the protection of 2 British warships off Flamborough Head on the Yorkshire coast. These ships were laden with vital naval stores, spars, tallow, and other supplies that Britain desperately needed now that the Revolutionary War had cut off resources from New England. For John Paul Jones, the scourge of British commerce, they were an irresistible target. Jones shaped his course toward the convoy, and the 2 British warships moved to intercept. He knew the lead ship well, the Serapis, a brand-new 44-gun frigate, gleaming and ready for battle. He also knew the odds. His own flagship, the Bonhomme Richard, was a converted French East Indiaman on loan to the Americans. Her timbers were rotten, and many of her 40 guns were condemned. Yet, despite this ship's flaws, her crew, a motley one, a mix of Americans, Irish, English, Scandinavians, Portuguese, and other nationalities, were all well-trained veterans, and John Paul Jones was not a man to shy away from a fight. With brisk orders, the men cleared for action. Drums rolled, calling French Marines to their stations in the tops and along the bulwark. As the Bonhomme Richard and the Serapis closed in that September afternoon in 1779, they were about to engage in one of history's greatest sea duels. The battle began with a thunderous broadside. But disaster struck immediately. 2 of the Richard's overripe guns exploded, killing their crews and wrecking the deck above. Grape shot and cannonballs pulverized the Richard's timbers, leaving the ship barely holding together. Undeterred, Jones skillfully maneuvered his ship, backing sails and filling them again, jockeying for position to rake the enemy, or at least grapple. As a dying kick from the evening breeze filled the sails once more, the Bonhomme Richard crossed the Serapis's bow, where her bowsprit snagged on the Richard's mizzen shrouds. Seizing the moment, Jones lashed the ships together. The 2 vessels pirouetted like dancers locked in a deadly embrace, their hulls grinding against each other as grappling irons hooked on, yardarm to yardarm. The battle roared on, British guns blasting away, tearing through the Richard's gun deck until cannonballs passed cleanly through her shattered hull. But in the tops, Jones's sailors and Marines rained down fire, clearing the enemy's upper deck and mowing down every helmsman who dared take the wheel. Crowds gathered on Flamborough Head, drawn by the thunder of cannon fire and the sight of flashing guns illuminating the night sky. Suddenly a wall of flame roared upward, lighting the high spars and shot-torn sails. A sailor from the Bonhomme Richard had slipped across the interlocked yardarms and dropped a grenade into the enemy's open hatch, igniting the magazine below. Meanwhile, Jones, down to his last 3 cannon, little 9-pounders, kept up the pressure, chewing away at the British mainmast. At last it toppled, taking the mizzen-topmast with it. This was enough for Captain Pearson of the Serapis. He had fought valiantly, but now saw the futility in further resistance. He later recounted, "I found it vain, and in short impracticable, for the situation we're in to stand out any longer with the least prospect of success. Therefore I struck." Down came the British ensign. Jones and his crew boarded the Serapis, thankful to leave their sinking wreck of the Bonhomme Richard behind. Their victory had cost them their ship and the chance to shatter the Baltic convoy, but it gave America its first naval hero. John Paul Jones had not only fought against the odds, he had etched his name into the annals of history, proving that the fledgling and hodgepodge American Navy could challenge the might of the British Empire on the high seas. John Paul Jones had already carved a fearsome reputation long before he ever crossed paths with Serapis. In his ship, the Ranger, Jones had brazenly raided the English port of Whitehaven, striking fear into the hearts of the local British people. He even set foot on Scottish soil, seizing the silver plate from Lord Selkirk's manor, a prize he would later, in a gesture of chivalry, return. But the damage was done. The name John Paul Jones became synonymous with terror along the British coast. War insurance rates skyrocketed, and a home guard was hastily formed in Liverpool. But the American colonies had never truly organized a navy, despite their ships and their sailors being highly regarded. The hastily built frigates authorized during the war were tragically overmatched, with most remaining bottled up in home waters. Yet, over 2,000 privateers, superbly manned by American sailors schooled in the harsh conditions of fisheries and whaling grounds, preyed on British commerce right up to the very chops of the British Channel. When the Revolution ended, so too did thoughts of maintaining a navy. Congress believed privateers would always suffice. But this left American merchantmen vulnerable, easy prey for Barbary pirates in North Africa, and privateers spawned by the chaos of the French Revolution. Realizing the need for protection, warships were finally authorized to guard trade routes. In 1798, the frigates Constellation, United States, and Constitution were put to sea, soon followed by others. The undeclared naval war with France and the Tripolitan War of 1801 to 1805 tested these vessels and produced a generation of officers whose names would echo throughout history: Hull, Decatur, Perry, Bainbridge, Preble, Porter. By the time America, infuriated by the impressment of sailors and the seizure of cargoes, declared war on Great Britain in 1812, these men had already forged a tradition of daring seamanship and sharp gunnery, and the British Navy, supreme over Napoleon's fleet, was caught dreadfully by surprise. On an auspicious and sweltering July afternoon in 1812, the Constitution drifted past the New Jersey coast. Her captain, Isaac Hull, was hoping to rendezvous with Commodore John Rogers' squadron when he spotted sails on the horizon. Believing he had found his allies, Hull quickly realized he had stumbled upon a British blockading squadron instead. What followed was a tense, 2-day ordeal as the Constitution inched her way out of the enemy's grasp. In the stifling heat, Hull's men toiled relentlessly, piling into boats to tow the lumbering frigate. They scurried back aboard whenever the wind freshened, but when the breeze died, it was back to the boats again, trying to outpace the British ships creeping ever closer. Desperation, as it has been known to do, led to innovation. A light kedge anchor was rowed far ahead and dropped, allowing the crew to haul the frigate forward by brute force. Again and again they repeated the process until at last the Constitution slipped free. Hull's perseverance paid off, setting the stage for a battle that would shake the British Empire to its core and elevate the United States as a true naval power. This time, the Constitution was rolling south from Halifax when Hull spotted topsails on the horizon and bore down to investigate. The ship was the British frigate Gruyere, one of the squadron that had chased the Constitution only a month before. As the two ships closed rapidly, the Gruyere fired a long-range broadside that fell short. Both vessels altered course, running downwind with the Gruyere ahead, her guns silent as she closed the gap. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, the Constitution surged forward, right into range. Hull's well-drilled gun crews unleashed a devastating broadside, ripping into the British ship and carrying away her mizzenmast, which trailed over the side, pulling the Gruyere off course. Hull turned with her, crunching home a second broadside, then wore around to cross her bow and rake her with his larboard guns. The Gruyere's mast came crashing down, leaving her a smoking hulk, helpless and defeated. Her captain had no choice but to surrender. Hull's victory sent shockwaves through the British Empire. It set the pace for a string of American naval victories. Stephen Decatur, commanding the United States, met Britain's Macedonian and smashed her at long range 600 miles off the Canaries. The sloop of war Wasp battered the Frolic, and the Constitution, by this time affectionately nicknamed Old Ironsides, pummeled the Java into a wreck. Even in defeat, the U.S. Navy found ways to rally. In April 1813, the British frigate Shannon, patrolling Boston Harbor, was challenged by the Chesapeake under Captain James Lawrence. Lawrence, fresh from his victory over a British brig, now faced a skilled enemy with a crew that included many green hands. He sailed out of Boston, got alongside the Shannon, and traded murderous broadsides. But the British captain slipped into position and raked the Chesapeake's quarterdeck. Lawrence was mortally wounded, and his crew, demoralized, could not hold the line. The British sailors then pulled cutlasses and boarded the American ship, and the Americans were beaten. But, as Lawrence lay dying, his final command, "Don't give up the ship," would resonate through the annals of naval history. Just 3 months later, Oliver Hazard Perry, in the heat of battle on Lake Erie, transferred to a fresh ship to continue the fight, carrying a flag bearing those very words. Today, that flag hangs in the Naval Academy at Annapolis, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the United States Navy. The privateers of the War of 1812 were nothing short of audacious. These swift brigs and schooners, stripped of unnecessary ornamentation and built for speed, became the terror of British commerce. They were designed with sleek hulls, high raking masts, and stout rigging that could carry an impressive cloud of canvas. The British, though their enemies, could not help but admire these vessels. In fact, many captured privateers were repurposed by the Royal Navy as dispatch boats and cruisers, evidence of their superior design and speed. The privateers Rattlesnake and Scourge were among the most successful, capturing 40 prizes between them worth more than $2 million, a staggering sum in those days. These daring raids brought both fame and fortune, but as the war dragged on, the tide began to turn against American sea trade. The early victories of the U.S. Navy had stung the British, prompting them to bolster their naval forces with devastating effectiveness. The collapse of Napoleon's empire freed up even more British ships and crews, and the once flourishing American privateering efforts began to falter. The British blockade tightened its grip on American ports, choking off vital trade routes and plunging the economy into disarray. By the later stages of the war, the lucrative privateering business had all but dried up. Owners of 24 privateers, once prosperous, now found themselves in desperate straits, petitioning Congress for relief as their fortunes dwindled and their crews starved. The human toll was equally grim. Some 6,000 American sailors languished in English prisons, many enduring the harsh conditions of the infamous Dartmoor prison. Finally, on Christmas Eve in 1814, the war came to an end with the signing of the Treaty of Ghent. The guns fell silent, and America, bloodied but unbowed, turned its attention back to trade. This time, however, things were different. The United States now had a navy to protect its merchantmen, ensuring that the stars and stripes would fly proudly in ports across the globe. The lessons learned in this crucible of war had forged a new maritime power, ready to take its place on the world stage. Chapter 18. A New Breed of Merchant Marine. In the quaint harbor of Salem, Massachusetts, a small yet formidable ship nestled into her berth, her wooden hull sighing as she swallowed up her cargo. Barrels of dried cod, hogsheads brimming with flour, apples, potatoes, and cheeses, and a bounty of some 5,000 bunches of onions were carefully stowed away. It was mid-September 1783, and the Grand Turk, a 3-masted beauty built as a Revolutionary War privateer, was making ready for her maiden trading voyage. Elias Haskett Derby one of America's first true merchant princes, surveyed his ship with the eye of a hawk. Every inch of the Grand Turk was inspected, ensuring the cargo was securely stowed, ready to brave the fury of the Atlantic. Derby, a man of sharp intellect and keener ambition, penned his instructions with the precision of a general. Sail to Martinique, sell most of the cargo for cash, and from there or Guadeloupe, load the ship with sugar, molasses, cocoa, and cotton. But if greater profit beckons from distant shores, chart your own course. And so the Grand Turk set sail for the West Indies, her captain not just a master of the sea, but also a shrewd merchant. For Elias Derby was no mere transporter. He owned the cargo and expected his captain to sell it as expertly as he sailed. And sell it he did, returning to Salem with a hold full of goods that doubled Derby's investment. Across the young nation, other captains were following in Derby's wake, turning the profits of the sea into the lifeblood of a new economy. But while most kept to familiar waters, Derby's gaze was already fixed on more distant horizons. In 1784, Derby sent his ship Light Horse to the Baltic, flying the U.S. flag into the frigid waters of St. Petersburg to sell sugar, a bold venture that paid off handsomely. In 1785, the Grand Turk set her sights on the far reaches of the Indian Ocean, calling at Cape Town before continuing to the Isle de France, known today as Mauritius. There she sold her cargo of candles, prunes, and other goods, and filled her hold with the treasures of the East, destined for the markets of China. China, an almost mythical land to these wandering Yankees, allowed foreign ships into only one port, Canton. The Grand Turk nosed her way through the crowded waters, finding her place among the great ships of Britain, Spain, Denmark, Holland, and Sweden. Here the Grand Turk encountered the formidable Hoppo, or the customs official who wielded immense power. He boarded the ship, measured her length and breadth, and with a series of precise calculations imposed a series of steep taxes and fees, taking a few sing-songs and trinkets with him as well. After much haggling and much delay, 400 chests of tea were loaded into her hold, along with table sets and accompanying cups. 5 months later, Salem ladies were sipping bohai tea from Canton, while Elias Derby smiled at yet another 100% profit. The lure of the China trade was irresistible, drawing American vessels to Canton like moths to a flame. Even ships like the sloop Experiment were taken for tenders by the Chinese, who marveled at the audacity of these young American traders. In 1788, the Boston ship Columbia ventured further still, rounding Cape Horn to trade with the Pacific Northwest tribes for sea otter pelts, which she then exchanged for tea in Canton. This daring journey made her the first U.S. vessel to circle the globe, blazing a trail for others to follow. Meanwhile, in the ice-bound harbors of New England, an enterprising Bostonian named Frederick Tudor conceived a wild scheme, shipping ice to tropical ports. Though townsfolk scoffed and sailors feared the cargo would melt, Tudor's ice, packed in sawdust, survived the journey. The Ice King had found his fortune. Merchants like Tudor often sent supercargoes. Much like supervisors, these agents were educated at Harvard or trained in counting houses to handle business on these long voyages. Some of these men would eventually command ships themselves, but most captains learned the ropes the hard way, rising through the ranks by sheer grit and determination. One such young man was Nat Palmer of Connecticut, who shipped out at 14 and became a captain by 18. By 21, he had sighted Antarctica. Another, Nathaniel Bowditch of Salem, delighted in mathematics, teaching navigation to his crew and uncovering 8,000 errors in the standard English book of tables. His work, The Practical Navigator, published when he was just 28, remains a seafaring Bible to this day. With a bold spirit and unquenchable thirst for profit, American merchants brought new vigor to a global trade. But there was still another frontier to conquer, another ocean's bounty waiting to be tapped, the whaling grounds of the world.
Chapter 19. The Hunt for the Great Whale. In the heart of 18th century America, the men of New Bedford had a bond with the sea as deep and as abiding as their love for kin. Ralph Waldo Emerson once remarked, "A New Bedford man would hug an oil cask like a brother." And indeed, when the long jib booms of returning whale ships jutted over Main Street, it was more than just wood and sailcloth coming home. It was the promise of fortune, survival, and reunion. Top-hatted owners rushed down to the wharf, their faces alight with the sight of those massive casks being rolled out onto the wharf. For the womenfolk,
dressed in their go-to-meeting best. The sight of drying sails hanging limply on the oil-soaked barks was more pleasant than a garden full of beautiful, fragrant flowers. It meant that their men, fathers, husbands, brothers, and sons, had come home at last from the sea. Wives showed off 3-year-old children their fathers had never seen, and sisters greeted brothers grown a foot taller. Yet amidst the joy there was always the shadow of loss. A poor woman realizing she was now a widow, her children now orphans. This scene played out not only in New Bedford, but in Nantucket, Edgartown, New London, Sag Harbor, and every other port where the bluff ships and their precious cargoes meant livelihoods and fortunes. Oil, boiled from blubber, was used in lamps and as a lubricant. Spermaceti, gleaned from the heads of sperm whales, went into candles that burned bright and clean. Ambergris, that odd substance found in the bellies of sperm whales, was prized by perfumers. And whalebone, strong, flexible strips that filled the mouths of the great toothless right and bowhead whales, was cut into stays for collars, skirts, hats, and umbrellas. A host of dockside trades flourished alongside the whaling industry. Sailmakers, spar makers, rope makers, riggers, coopers, ironworkers, block makers, tool makers, all felt a deep proprietorship in the sea and its greatest animal. Whaling was no Yankee invention, of course. The Eskimos, Indians, Vikings, and Basques had beat them to it. The Dutch, Scots, and English had gone after Arctic whales as soon as explorers reported them. The Japanese had been whaling for 1,000 years. But it was the Yankees who made the sperm whale, the prize and terror of the sea, their special quest. Let us for a moment now walk down to the New Bedford waterfront and ship out on a whaler. It's easy to spot one, the comfortable bark rig with single topsails and no kites, the telltale iron hoops lashed near the mastheads where the lookouts can scan the sea, the tryworks, a pair of bricked boilers on the main deck, their distinctive houses aft. There's the small galley on one side, the deck store on the other, and the deck chaser wheel built on the tiller. No helmsman dared doze off with that tiller nudging his shins. And the best mark of her trade, the wooden davits shaped like gallows, where whales are cut in. Below them hang the lithe, graceful boats, poised for the chase. Now we follow a young whaler aboard, a New Bedford boy. He's a distant relative of the captain, earmarked for the trade. He signs on for his lay, a 195th share of all oil taken, less 10% for leakage, whether there is any leakage or not, less a commission for the owner's trouble in selling the oil, less a fee for fitting out, and a contribution for the medicine chest. Before the skinflint owner can think of other charges, our young friend gets his dunnage aboard. In a large sea pack, he includes at least a year's supply of tobacco to avoid the exorbitant sea prices charged by the captain's slop chest. Last voyage, he was in the forecastle, dark quarters in the eyes of the ship, with double tiers of narrow bunks, no headroom, no place to put anything or to eat in comfort. Ventilation was scarce except what came down steep steps from the ill-fitting scuttle, which let the sea in as well. This voyage as a harpooner and boat steerer in the third mate's boat, he had a better bunk in the 2-berth cabin in the steerage. The whaler needs a crew of 30 men to keep 5 boats properly and provide shipkeepers while they are away. Finding hands is difficult. Too many whale ships have earned bad names. New Bedford and its environs provide the skilled men. Master, foremast, 4 or 5 harpooners, 1 cook, 1 steward. For the rest, any farm boy gullible enough to accept the invitation by some agent will do. The agent will say something similar to, "Listen here, son, a 170th part of the full value of all this big ship is going to make. Isn't that enough for you?" The agent further coaxes, "Tell you what, we'll make it a special. A 270th now, sign here." What boy could resist such a handsome offer? Shore riggers bend the sails, sharp blubber spades and lances are hoisted aboard, glinting harpoons with long wooden handles, big wooden toggles, enormous blocks, and coils of heavy rope. 2 brand new boats, spares for the chase, are housed on the skids bottom up. By sailing day the bark has signed only 18 hands, 10 experienced, but that is enough. Off she goes, relatives and well-wishers waving farewells as she lopes along with a fine, fair wind. A westerly to blow her to the Azores, where she'll pick up 8 good Portuguese whalemen, seasoned in the hunt. From there she runs down to the Cape Verde Islands, spanking along the northeast trade, picks up 4 natives. Now she is fully crewed, and the hunt begins in earnest. Thar she blows! Thar she blows, sperm! Where away? 3 points on the lee bow, big school! The captain shouts, excitement rippling through his voice. Thar she blows, blows! Back the main topsail! Line the boats away! The whales are close, feeding quietly, sensing no danger. The harpooner stands in the bow, his body bent back, one foot braced against the cleat, left thigh jammed into a notch plank. Only he and the third mate at the steering oar can see the whale. The others, facing aft, pull out long oars. The boat shooting down the side of the sea, its bow just clear of the massive creature below. Aha! Now strike! The whale, in pain, throws his body half out of the water, with a blow of his flukes that sends spray 20 feet high. Then, with a mighty flick of its tail, it disappears into the depths, taking the line so fast that smoke rises from the loggerhead. Then the Leviathan surfaces, and off he goes, towing the boat on a Nantucket sleigh ride, the sea flying past, smoking with spume, clouds of spray rushing by like gigantic bowls on a boundless bowling green. Again the whale sounds, diving deep beneath the waves. Long minutes pass, the crew waiting, muscles tensed, until at last the whale rises, rolls, and tumbles. He spits and runs, his head thrust out of the water, snapping his jaws like pistol reports. With a final, furious flurry, the whale weakens. The third mate runs along the boat, switching places with the harpooner, who now becomes the boat steerer. With a practiced hand, the third mate thrusts the long lance deep into the whale, twisting until blood flows. The whale flurries, and it is soon over. The beast spurts blood, rolls fin out, dead. Now the real work begins, the tow back to the ship, the cutting in from a platform rigged outboard. With skilled thrusts of spades and flensing knives, men slice the blubber, while green hands strain at the windlass forward, peeling off strips and hauling them aboard. These are chopped into small Bible leaves, better to yield the precious oil. Greasy smoke billows from the open tryworks, where the blubber is rendered into oil. Crews will sometimes dunk old bread in the boiling oil to make donuts, a rare treat amid the toil. They haul the severed head aboard, bailing out its spermaceti. Men will work until they drop, and if they drop too easily, they are kicked to their feet again. Hungry sharks rip at the carcass rolling alongside. Storms may break it adrift, but the work must go on until every drop of oil is stowed below the reeking ship, which is cleaned up again. So it goes, week after week, month after month. After the Atlantic, she crowns Cape Horn, but unlike the clippers, the whale ships don't fight for their westward passage. Here, buoyant and snug-rigged, they take it easy. In due course, they swing along northward with the Humboldt Current, hunting whales off Chile and Peru. They shift with the Pacific trades to the offshore grounds, wandering for a year or more around the islands, maybe spending a summer north of the Bering Strait chasing Arctic bowheads. That was especially dangerous ground. In 1871, 31 whaling ships were caught in the ice, crushed and sunk. The hardy whalemen got away, but 5 years later, when there were only 20 ships there, 12 were caught and ground to pieces. That time, some of the crews didn't get away. From the Bering Strait to New Zealand and Tasmania, from Hawaii to Timor, the whaling bark wanders. She may go weeks without seeing a whale. Tempers fray, the master becomes a sad bear with a very sore head. Down in the forecastle, the hands no longer yarn. If anyone opens his mouth, they all shout him to stop, for they know those tired old lines better than any actor in a play. The food becomes unbearable. In such circumstances, mutiny is a real threat. It struck the Globe of Nantucket, Thomas Wath commanding, on the 26th of January 1824, when she was 2 years out. Captain and mates were slain. All hands aboard the Inez of New Bedford took her to Sydney, sold her oil, and sailed her to California after gold. The crew of the Henry Clay set her afire off the Galapagos because her master refused to make for San Francisco. South Sea Islanders, often led by white renegades, were another peril. The captain gave orders not to kill any if it could be helped, unless, of course, a white man was spotted among them. "Kill him on sight," wrote harpooner Nelson Cole Haley of the Charles W. Morgan.
Gilbert Islanders rushed the ship with spears and shark-toothed swords, but the whalers held them off with lances and spades until the wind sprang up, allowing the Morgan to escape. Glory of glories! They caught 8 whales soon after the attack, or so the narrative reads, as if the recent danger was already forgotten. But sometimes it wasn't just the men who struck. The sperm whales could strike back too. One August day in 1851, the Anne Alexander of New Bedford, under the command of Captain John S. de Blois, unwittingly lowered boats for a cunning old whale, one who had been stung by harpoons before and wanted no more. The mate got irons into the whale, and his boat was off on the usual wild tow, the Nantucket sleigh ride. But suddenly the whale turned and smashed the boat. Without waiting for more irons, the whale crumpled a second boat like it was made of paper. The men returned to their ship, determined to keep after the beast. "Thar she blows!" they cried as the whale sighted the ship. The same instant the whale swung and made a rush. Captain de Blois flung himself at the wheel, bringing the ship into the wind, her sails shaking as she came to a stop. But the whale, now filled with rage, was undeterred. In the dying light of the day, the whale was seen rushing straight for the ship at some 15 knots. The breeze had dropped. There was no chance to run. The whale struck below the waterline, just abaft the foremast, with a shock that rattled the yards on the masts and knocked pots off the galley stove. The sea rushed in. The pumps were useless. Captain and crew took to the remaining boats and were picked up the next day. But the Essex of Nantucket, under Captain George Pollard, was less fortunate. Twice a giant sperm whale bashed her, caving in her sides. The crew took to their boats, and 6 months later a few skeleton-like survivors were picked up thousands of miles away near the coasts of South America. They had unfortunately been forced to turn cannibal to survive. Yet amid these dangers, our harpooner found moments of pleasure, like the Gams, when 2 whalers met far at sea. The crews would row over, swapping yarns, and mail if one of the ships was homeward bound within about 6 months. Owners might object, preferring their ships avoid those that gammed too much, but with the owners 10,000 miles away, the crews would gam all that they pleased. Another delight was the soft-skinned island girls, who, as some of the stories say, would come swimming out to the ships naked. The saying goes that young whalemen would leave their consciences hung on Cape Horn on the outward bound, and then pick them back up again when homeward bound, if they cared to come home at all. Not all did care to come home. The U.S. consul reported in 1859 that between 3,000 and 4,000 Americans yielded annually to the seduction of the South Seas, Hawaii being their favorite. But for those who did return, the welcome was often bittersweet. Our lad comes back after 4 years and is paid off, $463.47, less the $64.12 charged against him for sundry advances and slop chest purchases, less another $74.36 for his outfit, plus 25% interest. His captain's share is some $2,350 with no deductions. But the owner's share? He received some $30,000, although he had no share in the reddest of blood, the most adventurous he-man's life there ever was. So, what is it that killed whaling for the Yankees? The Civil War, partly. Steam-driven Confederate raiders burned or seized every whaling ship they came upon. The Shenandoah came out among the Arctic whaling fleet in 1865 and burned 25 of them in a week, all after the war had already ended. There was no radio back then, and the Shenandoah refused to believe the newspapers carried by the whalers, claiming them to be fallacious propaganda. The Yankees, desperate to block the Confederate ports, even sunk some of their own ships. 40 laid-up whalers filled with stones were sent to block channels leading to Charleston and Savannah. But the death blow had come even earlier. In 1859, when Edwin L. Drake successfully drilled for oil at Titusville, Pennsylvania. Petroleum offered a cheaper, better fuel for lighting. Yankee whalers kept on for another 60 years, but it was a losing game. The last whalebone cutter in New York did not give up his trade until 1920. Pliant Steel had shut his shop. There was no demand for his products, not even whalebone buggy whips for the cabbies of Central Park. In 1924, the last American square-rigged whaler, the bark Wanderer, fitted out at New Bedford for an Atlantic voyage. But 24 hours after she sailed, a hurricane got hold of her, flinging her onto the rocks of Buzzards Bay. In 1925, the schooner John R. Manta departed from New Bedford. She carried the same old gear, but was before and after quite unlike the classic whaling ship. She got oil on that voyage, but was soon sold into foreign trade. She was the last of the Yankee whalers. The story of Yankee whaling ended as it had begun, at sea. But the echoes of those great ships and the men who sailed them linger on in the midst of the waves, reminders of a time when the sea was a hunting ground, and the whalers its kings.
Chapter 20. The Need for Speed and the Glorious Clipper. It was Wednesday, the 5th of September, 1866. A day like any other, except for the searing tension in the air. Captain Richard Kay of the clipper ship Ariel closed his logbook with a decisive snap, his eyes narrowing as he glanced out at the distant figure on the starboard quarter. There, cutting a sharp line across the horizon, was the Taiping, a familiar rival. The two clippers had been at each other's heels since dawn, racing neck and neck, 14 knots each, with their royal stunsails and every flying kite set, pushed along by the strong westerly wind. Captain Kay knew the Taiping well. Too well. The two ships had loaded their precious cargo of tea at Foochow, China, on the very same day. They had been side by side in the South China Sea before losing each other in the vastness of the ocean. Yet, by some twist of fate, they had passed through the Sunda Strait just 6 hours apart and rounded the Cape of Good Hope half a day apart. They crossed the equator on the same day, and now, 3 months and 15,000 hard sailing miles from Foochow, they had come face to face once more, this time racing up the English Channel like two thoroughbreds unleashed. Under their bows, the knife-like cutwaters sliced through the choppy sea, sending plumes of foam skyward. Above, the towering pyramids of sail strained against the wind, driving the sleek hulls forward with relentless determination. The stakes were high. A freight bonus of 10 shillings a ton for the first ship to reach the London docks, and a coveted prize of £100 for the captain who got there first. Glory awaited, but who would claim it? Kay of the Ariel or McKinnon of the Taiping? Through the night, the two clippers raced, their sails gleaming under the moonlight like the wings of a mighty albatross. As the dawn broke over the English coast, Ariel had a slender lead, picking up the pilot at Dungeness just 5 minutes ahead of the Taiping. With their masts groaning and the rigging taut, they charged into the Strait of Dover, every stitch of canvas perfectly trimmed. From the cliff tops, spectators gathered in amazement as these two magnificent vessels surged past, overtaking every sailing ship and steamer that crossed their path. On the decks of the steamers, crews turned and cheered, admiring the sheer audacity of these ships that still held the spirit of the sea in their sails. By the time they reached the Thames, the finish line was almost in sight. But it was the Taiping, the slightly smaller of the two with her shallower draft, who gained the crucial edge at the end. She docked first, a mere 20 minutes ahead of the Ariel, both completing the epic voyage in just 99 days. Yet despite the narrow victory, the two Scottish captains, Kay and McKinnon, shared the prize money, and with smiles hidden beneath their beards, retired to the tavern to unwind and celebrate a race for the ages. This was clipper racing at its finest, a highlight of the 19th century's greatest maritime rivalries. But it wasn't just about the prize money or even the glory. It was about a quest for speed that had begun more than a century earlier across the Atlantic in America. You see, fast ships weren't just for warfare or piracy. They became a necessity for Yankee merchants, whose bold entrepreneurial spirit often put them at odds with the world. In the colonial days, with foreign ports closed to American ships, they had to become smugglers, snatching trade from prohibited markets, and with their speed staying one step ahead of the law. From the American Revolution to the War of 1812, Yankee merchantmen were fair game for enemy warships and privateers. With naval protection in short supply, speed was the best insurance. And so, on the shores of Chesapeake Bay, American shipbuilders crafted a new breed of vessel, sharp-ended with rake masts and a cloud of canvas, rigged with topsails modeled after the nimble Bermuda sloop. These Baltimore clippers earned fame as privateers and blockade runners, their sleek hulls carving through the waves with unmatched grace and speed. Their reputation spread, and soon shipwrights in the northern states and in Europe started copying their designs. With the return of peace, the demand for these fast ships dwindled. Slower vessels with larger hulls took over many trades. Yet in some corners of the world, speed still mattered. Whether it was transporting fresh fruit from the West Indies, smuggling contraband, or catching lawbreakers for the U.S. Revenue Marine, the early Coast Guard, the spirit of speed and adventure endured. The ship sailed when she was fully loaded and the weather was favorable. Not before. For these square-rigged ships, adhering to a schedule was almost impossible. But on a cold January morning in 1818, something extraordinary happened on the bustling docks of New York City. It was the 5th of January at precisely 10 a.m. when the first advertised sailing of New York's packet service took place. Soon this service would be known by every sailor and merchant in the Atlantic, the Black Ball Line, so named for the bold insignia on its topsail. The fare was $200, wine included, a considerable sum at the time. The ship, the James Monroe, carried a few hardy passengers and a hold full of goods, barreled apples, flour, bales of cotton. Not the most profitable cargo, but a paying one. That morning a bitter snowstorm blanketed the East River Pier, and a handful of skeptical onlookers watched from beneath their hats, wondering if this 118-foot, 424-ton ship could possibly set sail under such conditions. Yet, as the snow fell in swirling gusts, Captain James Watkinson, with a voice like a foghorn, gave the command, "Sheet fore and main topsails, let go aft, haul away forward." The topsails filled with wind, and the James Monroe swung to the end of the pier, pivoting on a spring line. Then, with a sudden snap, she disappeared into the thick white squall of snow. The first Yankee packet was away, and Captain Watkinson drove her across the Atlantic to Liverpool in a record-setting 28-day. Meanwhile, her sister ship, the Courier, was battling fierce westerly gales on her way back from Liverpool, in a 6-week ordeal against the brutal seas. Thus began a service that would become legendary, a service so rooted in maritime tradition that over a century later, the phrase, "Arise and shine for the Black Ball Line," was still known in seaports across the world. Packet fever had taken hold. The Black Ball Line was soon joined by the Red Star Line, the Swallowtail Line, the Halfway Line, the Patriotic Line, and the Dramatic Line, each offering its own promise of speed and reliability across the tempestuous North Atlantic. The ships were not sharp-lined or sleek like the later clippers. They were solid, able, and strong. Speed came not from design, but from daring from the Yankee skippers who flung a challenge that the wild North Atlantic had never known before. To meet their schedules and the rising competition, they made passages on man's terms, day and night, summer and winter, through fair weather and foul. For captains of these vessels, the Atlantic Ocean was a battlefield, a proving ground for their skills and courage. They took pride in their craft. One famous packet skipper commented on the craft, saying it was the noblest work of God. But for the crews, known as packet rats, it was quite a different story. Many were put aboard drunk or drugged by the crimps of New York, or plucked from the Liverpool waterfront, kept in line by brutal mates wielding belaying pins. They sang shanties that echoed their harsh reality. "'Tis larboard and starboard on deck you will sprawl, for kicking Jack William commands the Black Ball." But even the proudest packets were not immune to the relentless advance of technology. In the 1850s, the steamships, faster, more reliable, and able to depart and arrive on schedule, began to take over. For all their hard driving, the packets sometimes limped into port 60 to 80 days out of Liverpool, their sails in tatters, their passengers haggard, and their crews worn out. Unfortunately, sometimes they didn't make it at all. Some ships simply vanished. The Ocean Queen disappeared with 90 passengers aboard, the Driver with 372 souls, the Independence, Robert Conley, and many others were lost to the cold, unforgiving depths. The packet's last trade was carrying immigrants to America by the thousands. They lined the docks of Europe, clutching their meager bundles, their children, and their fragile hopes for a new life in a new land. The rates were low, the service was scant, and the conditions were brutal. Passengers were given little more than water, sometimes a fire to cook by, and just a space 7 feet by 2 in the in-between deck area. Bad weather forced them below, beneath closed hatches where disease and hardships took their toll. In October 1853, the Winchester arrived in New York, reporting 79 deaths in steerage. The ships American Union, Calhoun, and the Antarctic followed, bringing news of 80, 54, and 65 dead, respectively. The Havery packet Empire saw 75 of her 675 emigrants perish on voyage, while the Constellation buried 100 of her 922 passengers at sea. And so the packets, the wind-driven railroads of the ocean, died, not in triumph, but in hardship and sorrow. But from the ashes of these struggling packets rose a new class of ship, faster, sharper, built for speed and glory. The clippers, the greyhounds of the sea. What was a clipper? Why did it bloom so dramatically in the 1840s and then wither in just 2 decades? The answer lies in the spirit of innovation, the daring of those who sailed them, and the ever-changing winds of history. To sailors, 3 things made a ship a clipper. She must be sharp-lined, built for speed, and she must be tall-sparred, carrying the utmost spread of canvas, and she must use that sail day and night in fair weather and foul. But a clipper was not a ship for every trade. She was an uneconomic vessel by most measures, too costly to build, requiring too many hands, and too slim to carry much cargo. She wore out too soon, her life at sea fleeting like the winds that filled her sails. A clipper made sense only when carrying premium cargo over long distances where speed was everything, the China tea trade, or the mad scramble to carry gold-hungry 49ers to California. Some historians call the Ann McKim of Baltimore the first true clipper, built in 1832 on the fast lines of the Baltimore clipper schooner. She was 140 feet long with a 31-foot beam and a draft of 17 feet, registering in at 493 tons. She made fine passages to China and back, a swift and elegant forerunner to what was to come. But there was another contender for the title of the first clipper, the Rainbow of New York, designed by John W. Griffiths for Howland and Aspinwall in 1845. A 750-ton ship with bows that clipped the sea as a tailor's scissors cut cloth, Rainbow was the first known as an extreme clipper. But in truth, there is no single first clipper that burst onto the scene, ready in all her racing glory. The clipper ship was not invented, it evolved. Men had her ready when the time and trade were ripe. Men like William Webb, Stephen Smith, Samuel Hall, David Brown, Jacob Bell, and Donald Mackay were all at the heart of this evolution. In 1850, Mackay launched his great clipper, the Staghound. Designed and built in only 60 days, she was a wonder to all who saw her. Her hull stretched 226 feet. Her mainmast soared 200 feet into the sky, and her spars carried 11,000 yards of canvas. Her bow, thrust sharp and high, arched 5 feet above her stern, and at her prow, a gilded staghound stood as a figurehead, ever leaping forward into the future. The Staghound set off for California in true clipper fashion, but 6 days out, a gale tore her main topmast and 3 topgallant masts clean away. Her men, true clippermen, worked tirelessly, rigging new masts and bending new sails while the ship raced on. With every passing day, more gold-seekers clamored for passage to the west, and those who arrived offered fantastic prices for supplies from the east. The demand for fast ships soared, and clipper building surged in the 1850s. Donald Mackay followed the Staghound with a series of great ships. The Flying Cloud, the Flying Fish, the Sovereign of the Seas, and the Romance of the Seas, all as lovely as their names, were said to have been chosen by his wife Mary, a charming hostess with a taste for poetry. But there was little poetry in the lives of their sailors. These were the hard men who thrashed their way around Cape Horn, battling the fiercest winds and waves on earth. Round Cape Horn, to beat to windward, was the toughest piece of sailing in the world. Burly Swedes, catfoot Yankees, brawny former packet rats, some still wearing their old black ball caps, would lay aloft in sleet and snow, their hands raw and bleeding as they fought to reel in icy sails. and if the wind didn't pluck them off the yards or the splitting canvas didn't whip them away, they faced each other's knives in waterfront brawls when the voyage finally ended. It took tough men to command them, and tougher still to endure the hardships and perils that lay in wait on every passage. But for these men, the thrill of the race, the call of the sea, and the pride of being a clipper sailor made every danger worth facing. Donald Mackay's clippers showed the world what sail could do. Under the young Josiah Creasy of Marblehead, the glorious Flying Cloud, queen of the clippers, rounded Cape Horn in midwinter and passed the Golden Gate in just 89 days and 21 hours on her maiden voyage in 1851. She logged 18 knots during squalls, a speed almost unheard of for a ship under sail. The Mackay clippers became legends. Lightning, built for the Australia run during the Victoria Gold Rush, set a record by logging 436 miles in a single day, averaging 18.5 knots, speeds that many 20th century steamers could not match. The Dreadnought, built for the California trade, repeatedly beat even the fastest Cunard steamers, but the steamship era advanced. The steamers gained the edge with their ability to navigate schedules with clockwork precision. Iron ships with screw propellers, their thin, high funnels belching smoke, began to dominate the seas. The era of the working square rigger was finished, except for the great steel sailing ships, heavy-lined and often undermanned, that continued around Cape Horn well into the 20th century. The story of the clippers is one of innovation and ambition, a short-lived but glorious chapter in maritime history. These ships, born of necessity and driven by the pursuit of speed, set records and captured imaginations with their daring voyages. Their captains were often as legendary as the ships themselves, men who pushed their vessels and crews to the limits of endurance. But as steamships took over, the age of sail faded, leaving behind a legacy of courage, adventure, and the relentless human spirit that sought to conquer the seas. The clippers remain a symbol of a time when the wind itself was the lifeblood of commerce, and the ocean an open road to fame and fortune. Chapter 21. The Original Maritime Steampunks.
"Ship on fire, sir! Starboard bow!" The shout rang across the deck of the British Review cruiser Kite. The captain grabbed his glass, steadied himself against the brisk Irish wind, and took a long, hard look. "No doubt about it," he declared. "Bring her up. Head for the smoke, poor devils. Fire at sea is the worst thing you could have." The cruiser bounded through the gray, choppy waters off the Irish coast, but the burning ship continued its defiant flight, smoke belching intermittently into the cold air as if the fire was finding fresh fuel at every turn. Her wake was odd, irregular, a curious beating of the water, unlike the clean, sharp lines left by most ships. It took a shot or two across her bow to finally bring her to a halt. To the astonishment of the British crew, she proved to be an American steamship, the Savannah. Built in New York in 1818, the Savannah was an unassuming vessel, just 100 feet long and fitted with a peculiar auxiliary steam engine and paddle wheels that could be folded up and stowed away when not in use. She carried 60 tons of coal and some cordwood to feed her boilers, but she used steam power for only about 80 hours during her 29-day Atlantic crossing. Her captain, Moses Rogers, was a practical man. He had no intention of wasting the wind with this newfangled contraption. The engine, he figured, was for harbors and calms, providing a meager top speed of only 5 knots, hardly a replacement for the steady, dependable power of sail. Many thought the idea was simply absurd. Why put a space-wasting engine in a ship that sailed perfectly well under canvas? Why carry expensive fuel to do what the wind did for free? Paying for motion at sea? Simply ludicrous. Yet the Savannah crossed the Atlantic, hoping to stir some interest in Liverpool. She tried her luck in St. Petersburg, Russia, before returning home under sail. Her steam engine was removed, and she resumed life as a simple coasting packet. Few realized that at the time, almost by accident, she had marked the opening of a new epoch in maritime history. The Savannah was the first vessel to dare to venture across the ocean with her hull crammed with heavy machinery, using steam power at sea. But steam was no overnight marvel. It had been a long time coming.
As far back as ancient Alexandria, a philosopher and mathematician named Heron experimented with a simple steam turbine. He described how steam could blow a horn, how the pressure of heated air could open temple doors. In the 17th century, a Frenchman named Salomon de Caus realized that if steam had the force to drive water up a tube, it might just move ships across the sea. His English contemporary David Ramsay imagined steam driving boats upon the waters, swift in calms, safer in storms, more reliable than any sail. But it would take a Scotsman, James Watt, to make the steam engine a reality. In 1765, he produced an effective steam engine, thanks to his innovative separate condenser that allowed the piston to do more than just pump water. By 1780, James Pickard's invention of a connecting rod and crank system meant the steam engine was finally ready to take to the water. Enter John Fitch, a Connecticut Yankee with bold predictions that sailing ships would soon give way to steam-driven vessels on the Atlantic. He had dreams of building a steam carriage, but with roads in terrible condition, he turned to steamboats instead. His first idea? An engine linked to 12 vertical oars that dipped in and out of the water like a duck's feet. As 6 paddles are raised from the water, 6 more enter. His initial vision never hit the water, and his riverboat that did eventually set out on the Delaware was propelled by stern paddles instead. Fitch advertised for passengers, but few came. He sought backers in France, but found none. His inventiveness brought him no riches, only poverty. Still, he held fast to his belief in steamships, even as he fell into despair. Sadly, he eventually took his own life in Kentucky, dying with his friends and family claiming he was a well-meaning madman. Crazy, perhaps, but visionaries often are. John Fitch's stubborn dreams of steamships would not die with him. Others would carry the torch forward, and soon the world would see an era of ships, powered not by the whim of the wind, but by the relentless force of steam. In 1802, a small tug named the Charlotte Dundas churned her way along the Forth and Clyde Canal, linking the 2 great Scottish rivers. She towed 2 barges behind her, powered by a single paddle wheel turning through a well at her stern. On her trial run, she moved a steady 3 miles per hour, a speed that seemed modest, but which carried the promise of a revolution. The Charlotte Dundas was a creation of William Symington, a Scottish inventor who had been experimenting with steamboats for years. His early designs were clumsy, built around a primitive open-top steam cylinder. These pistons rose under steam pressure and then would fall back by gravity, tugging at 2 chains hitched to a revolving drum. It was an awkward system, nothing like the refined crankshaft that would eventually drive the Charlotte Dundas. This little tug was so successful, in fact, that the canal owners, fearful for their horse-drawn barges, complained about the wash she created and hounded her off the water. Symington, the frustrated inventor of a perfectly workable steamboat, died also in poverty. But the story of steam was far from over. Across the Atlantic, a man of broad talents and endless curiosity was about to take his turn at the helm of history. His name was Robert Fulton, a Pennsylvanian of Irish descent, a civil engineer, painter, and inventor. Fulton painted landscapes, one of which was likely the world's first panorama. He wrote a book on canals and even designed an early submarine, the Nautilus, which he demonstrated before a commission appointed by Napoleon himself. Fortunately for the British at Trafalgar, the French did not buy. Turning his gaze to steamboats, Fulton built a modestly successful vessel in France before returning to America to construct the now famous North River steamboat, often referred to as the Clermont. Fulton's path was never easy. Beset by troubles, he recalled, never a single word of encouragement or bright hope or warm wish crossed my path. And yet, against all odds, the Clermont was finally ready for her trial trip up the Hudson River to Albany. Scoffers lined the bank, eager to laugh at Fulton's folly. But as the boiler hissed and the pistons groaned, the Clermont began to move. Her paddles dipped steadily into the water, smoke belching from her funnel. One farmer took a quick look and ran home to tell his wife he'd seen the devil himself on his way to Albany, disguised as a sawmill on the water. Witnesses to her night passage on that 32-hour trip described a monster moving against the wind and tide, breathing flames and smoke. Sailors on other vessels cowered as she came on at a pace of 4.5 miles per hour. The Clermont made her first run in August 1807, and for 7 years she plied the waters of the Hudson, the first commercially successful steamship. She blazed the trail for dozens more, riverboats and tugs that soon churned up and down American inland waters. This, the Americans said, is where steam is needed. On rivers, not oceans, where sails will still do just fine. The conservatives often scoffed. No steamer could possibly make regular transatlantic voyages. But across the Atlantic, the British disagreed. 2 years after the Savannah's voyage home, they sent the auxiliary full-rigged ship Rising Star around Cape Horn to Valparaiso, making her the first steamship to enter the Pacific. How much she relied on her two-cylinder engine, no one knows, but Britain's ambition did not stop there. They built vessels for the Irish Sea, the Channel, and the coastal trade. By 1838, ship owners were ready to challenge the Atlantic. From the humble riverboats to the mighty ocean liners, steam had conquered the seas. What began as a clumsy experiment on canals and rivers was now an unstoppable force, driving ships across the Atlantic and around the world. The age of steamships was flung wide open, a new chapter in the story of human endeavor on the world's oceans. But the journey of steam was still far from over. The world had yet to see what wonders lay ahead as steamships evolved, grew in power, and transformed not just transportation, but the very way we lived, traded, and connected across continents. Chapter 22 of Floating Cities and Ghost Ships. April 23rd, 1838 was a day to remember in New York. Britain's little Sirius wheezed up to an anchorage off the battery. No sooner had her engine stopped than word spread that another steamship was plowing into the harbor, bellowing smoke. This was the Great Western, a behemoth of 1,320 tons. The city went wild. The Sirius, designed to run between England and Ireland, had been hastily chartered for this Atlantic voyage to beat the Great Western, the product of a rival company vying for a coveted mail contract. She had done well, 18 days from Cork, Ireland, with her paddle wheels driving her at an average of more than 6 knots, even against headwinds. She had even beaten an American packet ship. But the Great Western, starting later, crossed from Bristol in a remarkable 15 days. Built like a ship of the line, her hull reinforced with iron and wood diagonals, and sheathed with copper below the waterline, the Great Western was designed to smash her way through wind and sea, undeterred by the relentless thumping of her giant engines or the pounding of her great paddles. To keep her pressure steady in her 4 boilers, she consumed around 30 tons of coal a day, and her bunkers could hold 800 tons. Over her career, she would make 64 Atlantic crossings. With the Great Western, the era of ocean-going steamship had truly arrived. How glorious!" exclaimed an enthusiastic passenger. "This steamer wallops, gallops, and flounders along. 30 pounds for the ride, wines included. She goes like mad, puffing like a porpoise, breasting the waves like a seahorse, and at times skimming the surface like a bird." This passenger was aboard one of the most remarkable vessels of the age, a product of an eccentric genius, Isambard Kingdom Brunel, a man whose vision extended far beyond the shorelines. As an engineer of railroads, a bridge builder, and a dreamer of the impossible, Brunel had his gaze fixed on the sea. If he had been an American, the railroads might have absorbed all his energy. But in England, the tracks soon ran out of land, so Brunel turned his formidable intellect toward the ocean. From his drawing board emerged the Great Western. And then, in 1845, he followed up with the Great Britain, 322 feet long, the first large-screw propeller steamer, 322 feet long, the first large-screw propeller steamer, and the first iron-hulled ship to cross the Atlantic. The conservative critics gasped. Iron? It was contrary to nature. Vessels built of this would sink like stones. But shipbuilding wood was becoming scarce in England, and there were limits to the size you could make with a wooden hull. The Great Britain had 6 watertight compartments, 6 low masts, and engines producing about 1,000 horsepower, a term coined by James Watt himself. The power drove a 6-bladed, 15.5-foot propeller, giving her 11 knots on trials and an average of over 9 on her maiden voyage. She could carry some 360 passengers, with ample room for cargo. She was, in the words of her promoters, the most splendid experiment in shipbuilding ever submitted to a British public.
And with good reason, for that iron hull proved nearly indestructible. The Great Britain ran ashore on the coast of Ireland and lay stranded for nearly a year, pounded by the gales. Yet she came off with hardly a scratch. She went on to serve for 30 years on the Australian run, became a four-masted sailing ship, and survived a tempest off Cape Horn until 1937, when she finally ended up as a coal store in the Falkland Islands. But Brunel was not finished. His next ship would astonish the world, a ship so fantastic that it would make the world sit up and take notice. This was the Great Eastern, a leviathan of nearly 22,000 gross tons. She was so ahead of her time that it would take until 1899, with the launch of the liner Oceanic, to exceed her 693-foot length, and her tonnage would not be surpassed until 1904 by the White Star's Baltic. Brunel had a vision to make long voyages economical and speedy, using the power of steam. To do so, vessels had to be large enough to carry the coal they needed for the entire journey. He also wagered that vessels much larger than had been previously built could be navigated with great advantage, simply because of their size. No single means of propulsion could move the Great Eastern at any useful speed. She was initially designed to have 58-foot paddle wheels driven by 1,000 horsepower engines, a 24-foot propeller turned by a 1,600 horsepower engine, and 6 masts capable of spreading 6,500 square yards of sail. No pair of ordinary tugs could handle such a ship in harbor, so Brunel envisioned her also carrying her own 100-foot steam tugs. These, however, were never built. She could carry enough coal for a round trip from England to Ceylon at an average speed of 15 knots. She had room for 4,000 passengers, or 10,000 troops. But even before she touched water, the skeptics lined up. "She will never play as a ship," declared W.S. Lindsay, a prominent ship owner, to Brunel after inspecting her on the stocks at Millwall on the Thames. "But her hold could make magnificent saltwater baths, and her twin deck a superb hotel, with an elegant restaurant, smoking and dancing saloons." Brunel was not amused. The Great Eastern was so vast that she had to be launched sideways, as she was considered too big to go stern first into the river. November 3rd, 1857 was set as the big day, but as she inched her way down the launch rails, the ground beneath her gave way. Hydraulic rams failed, massive iron chains snapped, and Brunel tried again and again to inch her into the water. It took 3 long months, an extraordinarily high tide, and a massive effort before she finally floated. The monumental cost of launching, added to the fortune that had already gone into her 6 years of construction, broke Brunel financially and ruined his backers. A new company was formed to purchase the ship and get her to sea, which she finally did in September 1859. But on her trials, an explosion killed 5 men, and when Brunel heard the news, he collapsed. He died shortly after, leaving his masterpiece to an uncertain future. In the summer of 1860, the Great Eastern crossed to New York with only a handful of passengers to wander through her white and gilt Grand Saloon and stroll over her vast deck, named Oxford Street. America was fascinated by this giant, and crowds flocked aboard for tours, but the profits were meager. Ocean transport demand simply wasn't as big as the Great Eastern herself. On a voyage to New York in 1861, disaster struck yet again. A gale smashed her paddles and rudder and pitched 2 cows through a skylight into the ladies' saloon. With jury-rigged steering gear, she limped back to Queenstown, now Cobb, Ireland. It was another huge financial loss for her backers, but the Great Eastern somehow endured. Off Long Island, on another voyage, she ripped her outer hull on an uncharted rock, Great Eastern Rock, as it is now called. The damage was repaired with a cofferdam and riveting new plates. During the repairs, a mysterious tapping was heard from inside the dead space between her hulls. Legend had it that a shipwright had been sealed alive during her construction. Workers soon discovered that the hammering came from loose underwater tackle, and the ghost was forgotten. From 1865 to 1873, the Great Eastern found her purpose in laying transoceanic telegraph cables. Her vast holds could carry cables by the mile, and Oxford Street provided an excellent working area. But after completing the Bombay Aden link of the London-Bombay cable, She dared not venture into the reef-strewn Red Sea. With no more cables to lay, she was left unemployed. True to the half-joking prophecy of W.S. Lindsay, she ended her days as a sideshow attraction. In 1889, in Liverpool, the tedious and costly process of breaking her up began. Deep inside her double hull, wreckers found the skeleton of a riveter. This was the ghost who, as the old salty, superstitious sailors had said, had jinxed her for all 31 of her turbulent years. The dream of reliable, transatlantic cities on the water began with a small steamship named the Royal William. In 1833, she crossed the Atlantic from Canada to England, and not far behind her was a man with a grand vision, Samuel Cunard, a Nova Scotian entrepreneur eager to establish this transatlantic steamship service. With the help of a British subsidy, Cunard founded the Cunard Line, and by 1840 his dependable steam passenger vessels were traversing the North Atlantic, a service that continues to this day. Cunard's secret to success was a relentless focus on safety and reliability. The line's first vessel, the Britannia, set the pace at a steady 8.5 knots, day and night, in fair weather and foul. She even had seagoing cows to supply fresh milk, and passengers were informed that wine and spirit bar would be open daily as early as 6 a.m. But not all passengers were impressed. Charles Dickens, for one, found his stateroom to be an utterly impracticable, thoroughly hopeless, and profoundly preposterous box. Still, Cunard's fleet grew. By 1850, the Africa and the Asia joined the line, built with 2 thick skins of English oak and filled with rock salt to prevent dry rot. Soon the ships were built of iron, and Cunard became known for its superbly trained officers. Mark Twain even quipped, "The Cunard people would not take Noah himself until they had worked him up through all the lower grades and tried him for 10 years. While Cunard focused on safety, other companies pushed for speed. The Collins Line, an American competitor subsidized by the U.S. government, emerged as Cunard's only challenger. Edward K. Collins pursued Congress to support his steamers to counter Cunard's dominance. Ships like the Arctic, Baltic, Atlantic, and Pacific were built of live oak and pine and strengthened with iron bands. In 1851, the Baltic made the westward crossing from Liverpool to New York in just 9 days and 18 hours. The first mail ship to make the trip in under 10 days. This achievement was celebrated even by the British with this little ditty. A steamer of the Collins Line, a Yankee Doodle notion, has quickest cut the mighty brine across the Western Ocean. British agents no way slow her merits to discover, suggest we buy her just to tow the Cunard packets over. But while passengers flocked to the luxurious Collins liners, with their steam-heated cabins, bathrooms, smoking rooms, and barbershops, costs began to spiral out of control. As the lawmakers demanded more speed, the costs doubled, then tripled, catching the liners in a financial whirlpool. Misfortune compounded their woes. In September 1854, the Arctic, racing through the fog off Cape Race, Newfoundland, collided with the French steamer Vesta. Initially, the Arctic's men believed the Vesta was more damaged and went to help, but it turned out that the Arctic had been fatally gashed below the waterline. The sea poured in, extinguishing her fires, and she sank, losing about 300 lives, including the wife, son, and daughter of Edward Collins himself. Less than a year later, the Collins Line ship Pacific disappeared, likely after colliding with an iceberg. Despite these catastrophic losses, shareholders poured more capital into building bigger and better ships, and the passenger numbers continued to rise. But the British fought back. New Cunard liners, like the 400-foot Scotia, edged ahead of the Collins Line. By 1863, the Scotia was running from Queenstown to New York in just over 8 days. She was the last and best of the transatlantic paddle-wheelers. Meanwhile, the Collins Line collapsed. Congress had withdrawn its subsidy, discouraged by the high costs and tragic losses. But the Cunard Line was not alone. Fast German liners, luxurious French liners with elegant dining under chandeliers, and Britain's own Inman Line all competed for transatlantic passengers. The Inman Line focused on the growing immigrant traffic to America, offering improved conditions over the bare shelves and primitive bunks that had characterized steerage in the past. By the 1860s, Cunard had gained a reputation as the transatlantic ferry. In 35 years of service, they had not lost a single passenger or piece of mail, a simply remarkable achievement. The costly failure of the Collins Line discouraged further large-scale American competition. The Civil War also put a lid on new ventures for a time. Meanwhile, there was still plenty of work for steamships on America's inland waterways. As the Clermont had done on the Hudson River, the great gaudy paddle-wheelers now thrived on the Mississippi, showcasing steam power's continuing appeal in a rapidly growing nation. So, from the early days of steam on the Hudson to the mighty transatlantic liners that crisscrossed the ocean, steamships changed the world. They shrank distances, linked continents, and opened new opportunities for trade, travel, and communication. Visionaries like Samuel Cunard, Isambard Kingdom Brunel, and Edward K. Collins dared to dream big. And while not all of their dreams came true, and some met tragic fates, they all left a legacy that shaped the course of maritime history. Chapter 23: Dreadnoughts and Battleships of Forgotten Wars. It was early April 1898. The once mighty USS Maine had lain for 2 months in the mud of Havana Harbor, a silent sentinel to the rising tensions between Spain and the United States. Across the globe, in the distant waters of Hong Kong, American sailors aboard 4 cruisers and 2 gunboats were growing restless. War with Spain was inevitable, and they could feel it in the air like the sting of salt spray on their faces. Below decks, sailors drilled with the precision of machines. Scanners moved like clockwork. The ship's white hulls were repainted to a battleship gray, the color of an approaching storm. On the flagship Olympia, Commodore George Dewey, a seasoned 61-year-old sea dog with a mustache that cut through the air like a ship's prow through waves, paced back and forth on the Turkish rug that lay between his wicker chair and the breech of an 8-inch gun intruding into his quarters. It had been over 30 years since Dewey had seen action at New Orleans, as a young lieutenant in Admiral Farragut's fleet. Now, as he neared the twilight of his career, this obscure posting in the Far East seemed like a quiet send-off. But Dewey was not one to settle into obscurity. He stood ready, watching, waiting for whatever orders might come from President McKinley. Then, just 2 days after the declaration of the Spanish-American War, the orders did come. Proceed at once to the Philippine Islands. Commence operations against the Spanish fleet. You must capture vessels or destroy them. In a flurry of activity, the last remnants of peacetime were cast away. Chests, ditty boxes, mess tables, and even Dewey's own rocker were sent ashore or tossed overboard. The men knew they were headed for a fight. Joined by a 5th cruiser, the fleet moved closer to Luzon. As the hours dragged on, every eye was trained on the horizon, searching for the first light of dawn. But the dawn remained elusive. Instead, it was under the ghostly glow of a yellow moon, just before midnight on the eve of May Day, that Dewey's fleet raised Corregidor Island, the heavily fortified gatekeeper to Manila Bay. The island's guns and forts reminded Dewey of the Confederate strongholds he had faced on the Mississippi River back in 1862. Unfazed, he ordered his ships to douse all but their stern lanterns, tucked his coal-laden supply ships outside the danger zone, and silently slipped his fleet past the island's batteries in a disciplined line of battle. As the dawn finally broke over Manila Bay, the enemy came into view. A Spanish squadron anchored at Cavite Harbor, consisting of 7 cruisers, 5 gunboats, and 2 torpedo boats. Dewey gave the order, and the Olympia led the American line straight toward the enemy. His orders, calm but commanding, carried through the morning air, giving his gunners clearance to fire when ready. With that, the stillness shattered. A torrent of 4, 6, and 8-inch shells streaked across the bay, tearing through the thickening haze of powder smoke. The Olympia moved back and forth in a deadly dance, leading the battle line closer with each pass. The smell of gunpowder filled the air, and the morning sun bore down mercilessly on the sweating men. Gunners, stripped to the waist, toiled under the rising heat as their feet sizzled on the melting deck seams. Below decks, stokers fed the ship's roaring furnaces, their faces blackened by soot and their bodies drenched in sweat, while every gunshot sent vibrations through the pipes, showering them with steam. The battle raged on, the smoke thickening into a pea soup fog. At last, Dewey signaled a break. The Olympia pulled back across the bay, and the men were given a brief respite for breakfast and a short nap. Meanwhile, Spanish Rear Admiral Patricio Montoy y Pasron watched in stunned silence. His ships were heavily damaged, and he believed the battle to be over. But Dewey was merely regrouping, and soon the American guns roared back to life. Now it was a fight to the finish. Under a blazing sun, with sweat stinging their eyes, American gunners heaved shells weighing up to 250 pounds into the smoking barrels. Each breech block slammed shut, and every projectile sent a new shudder through the Spanish fleet. Flame and smoke shot from the shattered hulls, marking every hit like the stabs of a giant's spear. The Spanish squadron, battered and burning, could not hold. With 2 ships already sunk and 8 more ablaze, Montoyo struck his colors. Nearly 400 Spanish sailors were dead or wounded. Dewey, by contrast, had suffered only a few minor injuries among his men. His victory was nothing short of magnificent, and it was a victory that would echo across the world. Within 2 months, the equally decisive Battle of Santiago de Cuba would see Spain's remaining fleet sent to the bottom. The once mighty Spanish navy had been utterly defeated, its last remnants swept from the seas by the steel and smoke of a new era. In the space of a single morning, Commodore George Dewey had transformed from a man nearing retirement on a quiet, distant station to an American hero. He had etched his name into the archives of naval history with a victory that not only humbled Spain, but also heralded the rise of the United States as a formidable naval power. A few years later, Japan, not to be outdone and also eager to establish itself as a Pacific power, set the stage for another grand fleet engagement on the open sea, one not seen since the Battle of Trafalgar a full century before. In 1905, this opportunity presented itself in the narrow strait between Japan and Korea, northeast of the island of Tsushima. The land of the rising sun dispatched Admiral Heihachiro Togo with a single crucial mission: destroy the Russian fleet bottled up at Port Arthur in Manchuria. The Tsar had sent his Baltic fleet halfway around the globe to the Pacific. This fleet was commanded by the resolute but unfortunate Vice Admiral Zinovy Petrovich Rojesvensky. It was an ill-fated armada, a mismatched collection of over 40 warships and auxiliaries, their golden stacks stained black with coal smoke. They lumbered and blundered their way down the North Atlantic. Some of Rojesvensky's fleet chose the shorter route through the Suez Canal, while most plowed miserably around the Cape of Good Hope to Madagascar. The journey was a litany of suffering, over 100 breakdowns, coal bunkers filled at sea from collier ships stationed along the route, with coal dust so pervasive it filled the officers' cabins and hung like a black shroud over the fleet. The ill-trained crews, caught between the twin nightmares of despair and mutiny, faced not just the enemy but disease, firing squads, and even suicide. For 7 months they endured this 16,000-mile ordeal. By the time the fleet left its anchorage in Cochin, China, South Vietnam, the whole world knew its fate was near. Port Arthur had fallen, and now Rojesvensky had to force his way to Vladivostok. To do so, he would have to pass right through the gauntlet of Admiral Togo's fast warships and battle-hardened crews. The Japanese held every advantage. Togo's fleet could sail rings around the lumbering Russian ships and unleash shells 7 times as powerful as the best Russian 12-inchers. Togo, understanding his enemy's limited fuel range, positioned his forces squarely across the Tsushima Strait, the shortest route to Vladivostok. The day came, May 27, 1905. Rojesvensky's fleet sailed into the strait, his men, prepared for battle, blessed by chaplains and fortified by shots of vodka. Togo's scouts had spotted them, and his fleet was ready. As the two fleets came within gun range, Togo, ever the daring commander, ordered an audacious maneuver. He signaled his ships to turn across the Russian course, each vessel swinging around the same pivot point at 2-minute intervals. It was a maneuver fraught with risk. At such a moment, a ship loses speed and its gunners find it difficult to maintain any accuracy. The Russians had a golden opportunity here. They could pick off the Japanese ships one by one. But in the confusion and chaos of battle, the Russians missed their chance. Their half-trained gunners managed a few hits, but the Japanese completed their turn unscathed. Now, Togo's fleet raced alongside the Russians, running a parallel course. With deadly precision, they opened fire. At that range, Togo's 4-foot-long, 12-inch shells could be seen tumbling end over end as they arched toward their targets. The Russians, in dark humor, called them portmanteaus, because they looked like a large trunk or suitcase. But there was nothing comical about the destruction they wrought. The shells tore through the air and crashed into the Tsar's ships, each explosion a hammer blow to the Russian fleet. One shell burst through an observation slit on the Russian flagship, smashing into the command turret surrounded by 12-inch armor. Inside, the fragments screamed around like demons in a steel cage, felling sailors where they stood. The wounded Rostesvensky was dragged from the carnage, his sailors rolling him down their backs to the deck of another vessel, hoping to save their commander from the blazing inferno. The Japanese, relentless, now brought their armor-piercing shells into play. These projectiles did not explode on impact, but bored deep into a ship's vital organs before detonating with deadly force. One by one, Russian ships were crippled or sunk, engulfed in fire and smoke. Within hours, the destroyer bearing the wounded Rostesvensky had no choice but to surrender. The battle was over. The sea was littered with wreckage, and the dead numbered in the thousands. Over 5,000 Russian sailors perished, their ships now shattered hulks sinking into the depths of the Tsushima Strait. The Battle of Tsushima was a cataclysm for the Russian Navy, a staggering defeat that would mark the beginning of the end of the Tsar's Pacific ambitions. It was the first time in modern history that an Asian power had vanquished a European fleet, signaling the rise of Japan as a dominant force in the Pacific. In just a few short hours, Admiral Togo, just as Dewey had done before him, had written a new chapter in naval warfare. The lessons learned that day would resonate for decades, shaping the strategies and the tactics of the great sea battles to come. This was not just a battle of ships and guns, but a clash of empires, a contest of wills on the open sea, where the old world met the new in a blaze of fire and steel. Overnight, Japan had emerged as a formidable naval power, and the United States took notice. Eager to secure its own presence in the Pacific, America began building a dedicated Pacific fleet and hastened to realize an old dream, a canal through Central America. This canal would allow ships to move from coast to coast without the perilous journey around Cape Horn, allowing for more streamlined and strategic placing of military vessels and increased capital brought by freight and passengers. An arms race was started, and both military and civilian ships would benefit from the contest. Chapter 24: An Unsinkable Palace and the Final Broadsides. Due to the seemingly overnight emergence of Japan as a formidable naval power in the Pacific, the United States hurried to make the Panama Canal project a reality, to add flexibility and reasonability to defending both the Atlantic and Pacific coasts. Before the Army Corps of Engineers could even begin digging the Panama Canal, the Medical Corps had to conquer yellow fever, the disease that had ruined an earlier attempt by Ferdinand de Lesseps, the visionary behind the Suez Canal. But under the fierce determination of President Teddy Roosevelt, the fever was beaten back. Thousands of laborers swarmed to Panama armed with picks, wheelbarrows, and steam shovels, moving some 211 million cubic yards of earth. They built 3 massive sets of locks and cut a path 50 miles across the narrow isthmus. In 1914, the canal opened,
a monumental $380 million project that slashed nearly 9,000 miles off the voyage from New York to San Francisco. For sailors and passengers alike, a transit of the canal is unforgettable. Electric locomotives, known as mules, tow ships into the locks, which raise them to the level of the lakes in Panama's interior. In Gatun Lake, ships often anchor to take a freshwater cure. The mountain waters kill the saltwater weeds and barnacles clinging to their hulls, saving the cost of dry docking and scraping. On the Pacific side, the Gaillard Cut slices through the mountains, where dredgers are constantly at work, clearing landslide debris. More locks then lower the ship into the Pacific, where the tide varies greatly, 12 times more than on the Atlantic side. Another long cut passes the towns of Balboa and Panama before leading out into the open sea. You end up entering the Pacific Ocean slightly east of where you left the Atlantic. As navies grew in the early 20th century, so did the world's passenger fleet, thriving on two extremes of customers, the cosmopolitan first-class traveler and the immigrant in steerage. For the wealthy and the privileged, the passenger liners were floating palaces, hotels grander than any on land, restaurants that eclipsed their counterparts ashore. For the hopeful masses below, they were the tabernacles of dreams, the vessels that would carry them to new lives and new possibilities. Almost always, the great liners of the North Atlantic had 4 stacks. This became such a status symbol of the era, those days of hobble skirts, stiff collars, and suffragettes, that some ships added an unnecessary 4th stack just to keep up appearances. These were steel ships, strong, sleek, and powerful. Steel had been used in shipbuilding as early as the 1850s, but not until the late 19th century had its quality improved enough for widespread use. The Cunard Line's Servia of 1881 was the first steel mail ship on a transatlantic route. She was lit by electricity and carried 1,100 passengers comfortably at a steady 16 knots. Servia set the pattern for the great 4-stackers that followed. For the steamship lines, fast passages paid off, and speed crept ever upward. At the turn of the century, a new challenger appeared in the Atlantic. In 1897, Germany launched the Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse, with its triple expansion engines and 2 massive screws that pushed her beyond 20 knots on her maiden voyage. She was a triumph for the fatherland, glistening white with a wireless set capable of transmitting 25 miles. The Cunard Line countered a decade later with 2 liners that would become legendary in their own rights, the Lusitania and the Mauretania. These ships were by far the largest in the world at the time, 790 feet long with an 88-foot beam. Their steam turbines were designed to deliver 24.5 knots, and on her trials the Lusitania averaged over 25 knots, immediately setting records across the Atlantic. Mauretania, launched shortly thereafter, proved even faster. In 1909, she crossed from Queenstown, Ireland to Sandy Hook in just 4 days, 10 hours, and 51 minutes, averaging over 26 knots. She claimed the blue riband for speed supremacy on the Atlantic and held it for 22 years until Germany's Bremen took the title in 1929. But the Mauretania, the grand old lady of the Atlantic, wasn't quite done. She made a comeback with an outward passage averaging just under 27 knots and a homeward trip that surpassed that blistering pace. Britain's White Star Line, faced with the intense competition from Cunard and the Germans, shifted its focus from speed to size and luxury. In 1911, they launched the Olympic, then the largest ship in the world. A year later, she was followed by an even larger sister, a floating city with ebony sides and a white superstructure topped by the line's buff and black stacks. Her name was Titanic. The Titanic quickly captured the world's imagination. Measuring 883 feet in length, she was touted as unsinkable, thanks to her innovative bulkhead design. Her triple screws were powered by 2 triple expansion engines and a turbine, and her lavish amenities included a complete Turkish bath. Dubbed the Millionaire Special by the press, she drew crowds as she slipped out of Southampton on April 10, 1912, beginning her maiden voyage. She moved with ease, comfortably maintaining 20 knots, but on the evening of April 14th, as she glided through calm seas, her radio began to crackle with warnings. "Watch out for ice. We seem to be stuck in it, almost completely surrounded," came a report from one of the nearby vessels. The horizon was indistinct, and the air carried a peculiar chill, even for that season. At 11:40 p.m., a lookout on the Titanic spotted a hulking shape rising from the sea, a ghostly apparition of ice directly in her path. "Iceberg, dead ahead!" On the bridge, the first officer ordered the helm hard over and rang for full reverse on the engines. The great liner barely veered, and then came the crunch. Her hull scraped along the submerged base of the iceberg, tearing a 300-foot gash. Water rushed into 6 of her supposedly watertight compartments. Ironically, had the lookout been asleep and the ship struck the iceberg head-on, the damage might have been less severe. The impact would have flooded only the bow compartment, sending dancers in the grand ballroom spinning and card players in the smoking room losing their hands, but the Titanic might have stayed afloat. Instead, she was fatally wounded. At 2:20 a.m., she slipped beneath the icy waters, taking 1,503 souls with her. Lloyd's of London, the famed marine insurance house founded in a coffee shop in 1689, had estimated the odds of Titanic sinking due to collision with an iceberg at 1,000,000 to 1. But now the Lutine bell, traditionally rung at Lloyd's to announce momentous news, tolled for the worst maritime disaster on record. And so the age of the great passenger liner, marked by speed, luxury, and ambition, also bore witness to one of the most tragic stories ever told on the seas, a poignant reminder of the unpredictable power of the ocean and the eternal quest of humankind to conquer it. 4 years after the Titanic tragedy, and just a decade after the Battle of Tsushima, came the last naval engagement fought in the classic style of massed fleets trading massive broadsides. This was the Battle of Jutland, or Skagerrak as the Germans called it, where some 250 British and German ships clashed in the North Sea, north of Dogger Bank, around 57 degrees north by 6 degrees east. The bold German admiral Reinhard Scheer aimed to break Britain's blockade of Germany, despite being outnumbered 3-2 by Admiral Sir John Jellicoe and the British Grand Fleet. In May 1916, Scheer led the German High Seas Fleet out of Helgoland Bay, seeking to engage and destroy part of the British force. British wireless monitors quickly alerted Jellicoe, who set out from Scapa Flow, Invergordon, and Rosyth with the Grand Fleet. Around 80 miles from the Danish province of Jutland, Admiral Sir David Beatty's battlecruisers met the German vanguard under Rear Admiral Franz Hipper. This battle would be the test of a dramatic new ship design. In 1906, Britain had produced a formidable battleship, built around an armament of 10 12-inch guns and driven by turbines at more than 20 knots. Heavily armored, she was designed as a stable platform for long-range precision firing. Her name was Dreadnought, and she inspired many imitators, especially in Germany. Both nations supplemented these giants with new battle cruisers, nearly equal in firepower but faster and less heavily armored. These dreadnoughts and battle cruisers mounted their big guns 2 abreast in revolving turrets. Inside, men yanked open the breech, and hydraulic rammers thrust half-ton shells, brought up by lifts from magazines, into place. Silk bags of powder weighing 400 pounds were then loaded, a process taking about 10 seconds in all. High in the superstructure, a gunnery officer would give the signal. All the right guns in the turrets fired, followed by all the left. The shells screamed 11 miles at 1,500 miles an hour. Salvos were adjusted. The first might fall long, the second short, but the third, if all went well, would definitely strike home. Hipper's superbly trained gunners scored quickly, blasting the midship turret of Beatty's flagship, HMS Lion. A Royal Marine officer, both legs blown off, saw flaming debris falling into the barbette. Dragging himself to the voice tube, he shouted, "Flood the magazines!" saving the ship. But other ships were less fortunate. The HMS Indefatigable and the HMS Queen Mary were struck in their magazines and exploded, sinking with over 2,000 men. Beatty led his survivors northwest to rendezvous with Jellicoe's main force. Scheer and Hipper gave chase, unaware that they were charging into the British Lion's mouth. The great fleets met, with Jellicoe in the position to cross the T to align his battle line across Scheer's bows, allowing all his broadsides to bear on the Germans' forward guns. It seemed the end of the Imperial German Navy was near. Then, in a desperate gamble, German destroyers stormed at full speed between the fleets, laying down a thick screen of smoke. Behind this cover, Scheer ordered the hazardous maneuver of turning his line simultaneously. In just 3 minutes, the German fleet swung 180 degrees without a collision. When the smoke cleared, the British saw only enemy fantails retreating out of range. Once again, Jellicoe tried to cross the T, and once again Scheer baffled him with smoke and button-hook turns. Under the cover of night, Scheer steamed back to his base. Though Scheer had escaped, he never ventured out in force again. The battleship had seen its final day of glory. The next war would be fought a little bit differently. By the time the guns of Jutland fell silent in 1916, a new reality was dawning. Naval warfare was still evolving at an ever-increasing pace, and the days of massive fleets trading broadsides were coming to an end. The battleship had reigned supreme for decades, but the next global conflict would be defined by air power, submarines, and a new kind of naval strategy, one that would forever change the face of warfare at sea. And so, as the world prepared to enter an uncertain future, the lessons of the past remained etched in the waves, a testament to the enduring spirit to innovate, explore, and at times to wage war on the world's vast oceans. Chapter 25. A finale of carriers and subs. The catapult piston crashes forward, slamming a plane down the carrier's flight deck in a blur of speed. The force of the 2.5-second jump to 150 miles per hour flattens the pilot against the back seat. As soon as it has started, it is over, and the pilot is now safely airborne. Below deck, in the quiet twilight of the Combat Information Center, the radar spots the streaking plane. Only seconds later, another blip appears as the next plane takes off. More and more dots appear on the radar scope as the planes burst forth like angry hornets from a disturbed nest. Some 90 planes can be launched in about 15 minutes. Steam catapults powerful enough to hurl an automobile 1.5 miles have no trouble getting a 35-ton attack plane up to flying speed while the ship is racing into the wind at better than 30 knots. At the same time, the carrier, armed with rugged arresting gear, can also snag a big jet fighter howling in at 140 knots, sometimes called a controlled crash, other times called a landing. The versatility and reach of an aircraft carrier serves as the backbone of the Navy today. But how and where did carriers get their start? October 1910. It was an unassuming autumn morning on the USS Birmingham, and history was about to be made. On the edge of the ship's makeshift wooden platform stood Eugene Ely, an exhibition pilot with a taste for the extraordinary. His aircraft, pieced together with bamboo struts and piano wire, looked like a fragile bird teetering on the edge of a nest, unsure of how its first flight would go. Sailors lined the deck, their eyes wide with a mix of skepticism and awe as they watched Ely's silhouette poised against the horizon. Ely took a deep breath, feeling the chill of the Atlantic salt-sprayed air on his face. He gunned the engine, and the propeller roared to life. In seconds, the plane lurched forward, rolling down the short wooden platform. The craft dipped as it reached the end, skimming dangerously close to the water below. For a heartbeat, it seemed lost. But then, with a shudder and a burst of determination, it pulled up, rising into the air. This was the first successful takeoff from a ship, and Ely knew it. Soon, the whole world would know it too. 2 months later, that same daredevil would attempt a new feat, an at-sea landing. Approaching the armored cruiser, Pennsylvania, anchored in the San Francisco Bay, he aimed for a 120-foot platform built just to receive him. Below his plane, 3 hooks were poised to catch the sandbag-weighted ropes stretched across the deck. The plane hit with a jolt, rattling his bones, but Ely stopped safely. An historic first carrier landing and another world first for Ely and the U.S. Navy. A few years later, Britain commissioned the HMS Argus,
a pioneering warship with a continuous, flat flight deck that signaled a leap forward in carrier design. Pilots trained tirelessly on her deck, perfecting the delicate art of taking off and landing on a swaying surface. The U.S. followed suit by converting the old coal ship Jupiter into the carrier USS Langley. By 1927, American carriers USS Lexington and Saratoga also joined the fleet, training a new breed of pilots who could navigate the vast sea, identify their floating base from miles away, and execute perfect landings despite the roaring winds and rolling waves. The 1940s saw carriers come into their own as World War II spread across oceans. Aircraft carriers became floating airfields, launching fighters and bombers that could reach far beyond the range of traditional naval artillery. Escort carriers hunted submarines in deadly games of cat and mouse, while covering amphibious landings, and the battle-scarred decks of those ships became the proving ground for generations of naval aviators. As post-war planes grew heavier and faster, carriers became more powerful and more efficient. 50 years after Ely landed on the Pennsylvania, the nuclear-powered USS Enterprise was commissioned. At more than 1,100 feet overall, she became the world's longest ship. While carriers revolutionized surface warfare, it was the submarines that offered an interesting new world below the waves. The earliest recorded actual submarine is likely that of Dr. Cornelis Drebbel, made from wood covered in greased leather, making its maiden voyage all the way back in 1620. As far as wartime use goes, as early as the American Revolution, David Bushnell's Turtle, a one-man wooden sub, made history as it bobbed its way toward a British warship in the New York harbor. Armed with a hand-cranked propeller and a drill-mounted bomb, its pilot, Sergeant Ezra Lee, tried to sink his target. But the copper sheathing of the British hull thwarted him, forcing Lee to retreat. His mission failed, yet his attempt signaled the start of submarine warfare. By the Civil War, the Confederacy's H.L. Hunley, a cigar-shaped, hand-powered vessel made of boilerplate iron, carried men willing to risk their lives in the dark, claustrophobic confines. The Hunley succeeded in sinking the Union's USS Housatonic with a spar-mounted torpedo, marking the first time in history that a submarine had made a successful attack. Yet, tragically, she sank shortly thereafter, taking her crew down to a watery grave. In 1900, the U.S. Navy commissioned its first submarine, the USS Holland. Equipped with a gasoline engine for surface travel and an electric motor for underwater propulsion, it set the standard for future submarines. Yet the subs had a significant limitation. When submerged, they relied on batteries that needed frequent recharging, a grueling nightly routine. During World War II, however, the German U-boats introduced the snorkel, which allowed their engines to operate while submerged, nearly bringing Britain to its knees in the Battle of the Atlantic. In 1955, the USS Nautilus, the first nuclear-powered submarine, transformed undersea warfare. With a reactor that required no air to operate, she could roam the depths without surfacing, traveling at unprecedented speeds and depths. Powered by a small core of uranium, the Nautilus cruised more than 62,000 miles, almost 2.5 times around the Earth on her first fuel load. The days of surfacing every night to recharge batteries were over. Now, subs could stay underwater almost indefinitely, limited only by the stamina of their crew. The Nautilus would soon take on her greatest mission yet. In August 1958, she dived beneath the Arctic ice and made her way across the North Pole, blazing a trail for submarines in the icy underworld. She proved that a polar route could clip thousands of miles from the journey between Tokyo and London. Her successor, the USS Skate, went further, breaking through the Arctic ice to emerge on the surface, a feat as visually stunning as it was tactically significant. It is unlikely that the earlier maritime engineers thought that the most powerful and useful inventions would fly above the sea and silently lurk beneath it. But through centuries of ingenuity and courage, from dugout canoes to portable nuclear power plants, maritime pioneers have transformed the seas. Each vessel, each innovation, represents not just technological triumph, but the relentless human drive to push boundaries and redefine what is possible. I hope you have enjoyed a brief history of man's maritime mastery.
These milestones in naval history are the legacy of countless sailors, engineers, and visionaries who braved uncharted waters and unknown depths, forging a new path forward. Their collective spirit, skill, and bravery form the bedrock of modern naval power, reminding us all that today's mighty fleets stand on the shoulders of giants who dare to dream beyond the horizon.
Maritime Memoirs hopes you have enjoyed this program.